Chapter 448. They've already entered. Should we follow them? Just as Chu Hao and the others from the Supreme Grotto Heaven entered the Misty Land, Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others appeared from the forest. The one who spoke was a young man called Huarong. He had a head full of crimson red hair, which looked like a burning flame. Even his eyes were a faint crimson light, with the blood of the fire god flowing in them. They were extremely hot. There's no rush. With how cautious they are, they might wait at the entrance. It's better for us to be cautious. They can't find anything in this short amount of time. Hearing this, Lin Wu shook his head and said. He was not in a hurry and seemed to be very cautious. The reason why he could reach this step today, apart from the mysterious martial arts practice space, was because he was unusually cautious. Therefore, he felt that it was better to wait. If that's the case, let's listen to Brother Lin Wu. Goddess Lu Luo said with a smile. She was tall and slender and wore a light green dress. She was extremely beautiful. There was a faint black color in her eyes, and her body was filled with a natural refreshing aura. Hearing her words, the other young men and women nodded. They did not say anything and continued to hide. The few old men looked at Lin Wu with approval. At this step, he did not have any impulse. He planned before acting and was incomparably calm. There were very few young people in the 8 Desolation 10 regions who could be compared to him. If Lin Wu doesn't die, he will definitely stand at the peak of the 8 Desolation 10 regions in the future. As they sighed in their hearts, they saw the distant horizon. There was a black shadow as large as a mountain that was rapidly descending like a meteor. What's that? The group of old men frowned. At first, they were stunned. Then, they were shocked. They felt a terrifying pressure coming from the horizon. Everyone was terrified and could not help but tremble. The young men and women's faces turned pale. They almost suffocated and their legs went soft. Fortunately, one of the elders waved his sleeve and the symbols disappeared, helping them block the pressure that pervaded the air. Otherwise, they would not be able to help but worship in that direction at this time. That was an incomparable pressure. Just by spreading from a distance, it was enough to make one's skin explode. A supreme being level beast, Lin Wu's expression was extremely solemn as he enunciated each word clearly. 3-headed black Jiao dragon, why would such a terrifying beast come to this place? They were extremely shaken. They carefully concealed their auras, not daring to leak out and attract the attention of others. There's a figure sitting cross-legged on that black flood dragon. There was a faint divine light in her eyes. Her voice was incomparably grave as she said, I can't see its true appearance, but I can feel its terrifying vastness. It's definitely not something we can fight against. Lin Wu nodded as a strange feeling rose in his heart. That blurry figure seemed to have a lot of karma with him, although he had never seen the other person's true appearance. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, seemingly transforming into rules. He activated his heavenly eye divine ability, wanting to see who the figure sitting cross-legged on the 3-headed black Jiao dragon was. But other than a blurry shadow, he couldn't see anything clearly. The other party seemed to be standing in another world, the only god between heaven and earth. It was powerful, mysterious, and inconceivable. He wanted to see more clearly, but he couldn't help but groan as he suffered a backlash. His eyes stung, and blood flowed out. Lin Wu. Goddess Luluo looked at him worriedly. Lin Wu waved his hand and said, I'm fine. What a terrifying figure. He's many times stronger than the group of people who just entered. If I'm not wrong, that 3-headed black Jiao should be the terrifying overlord of the Boundary Monument Sea. But now, it's actually been captured as a mount. An old man said solemnly. His heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely fearful. The others also had expressions of disbelief. They actually encountered such a terrifying figure one after another in this place. This person's strength was definitely above the Supreme Being realm. I feel that the person just now might have a lot of karma with me. Lin Wu's voice was heavy, and his heart was heavy. Goddess Lulua knew what he was worried about and couldn't help but comfort him. Don't think like that. We're still young. Sooner or later, we'll catch up to such an existence. But this time, it seems that we need to be more careful. Under their gazes, the terrifying figure sitting cross-legged on the three-headed black Jiao quickly disappeared in front of the misty space. Perhaps the other party had noticed them. Or perhaps he didn't care and treated them as a group of ants. I'll contact my clan's uncle. He's also nearby. Let's go in first. If we encounter danger, he can come and help us. A young man suddenly said with a heavy expression. He felt a kind of fear and unease. He even wanted to stop here. Hearing this, the others nodded and began to think of a way out. No matter what, after personally witnessing how terrifying that figure was, no one could remain calm. That person was clearly a terrifying figure from the upper realm. Although they didn't know why, they came here. If they encountered the other party, they would definitely be doomed. It would be difficult for them to escape. Let's go. Then, an old man's expression was solemn. After feeling that terrifying aura disappear, he dared to reveal himself. Then, Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others carefully approached the misty space. After a moment of dizziness, they slowly disappeared. The leaf of the mysterious gourd of the spirit gourd venerable is in my hands. As long as I follow the direction of this aura, I'll be able to quickly find where the spirit gourd venerable died. After landing again, Lin Wu looked at the vast and boundless forest in front of him and gradually calmed down. Although the other party was stronger than him, they clearly didn't know the exact location of the treasure. As long as he seized the opportunity and obtained the spirit gourd venerable's inheritance, he could quickly leave. At that time, who could find him? Young master, are you not going to care about those ants? On the three-headed black Jiao's back, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was majestic and motionless. Strands of brilliant divine light and chaotic aura intertwined, mysterious and mysterious. Hearing the three-headed black Jiao's words, he opened his eyes and said indifferently, since they're all ants, is there a need to care about them? Yes. Hearing this, the three-headed black Jiao lowered its head and continued to move forward into the vast and desolate forest. Although that group of young men and women hid very well, they couldn't hide from its powerful perception. Of course, it was even more impossible to hide from Gu Chang'e. However, since Gu Chang'e didn't care, it naturally wouldn't overstep its boundaries and care about such trivial matters. The mountain range here was continuous, and the ancient trees were verdant. Every divine mountain was incomparably majestic and flowed with multicolored light. There were also many powerful ferocious beasts living in this area. However, after sensing the three-headed black Jiao's aura, they fled in fear and didn't dare to approach. This was the nature of the ferocious beasts, seeking luck and avoiding calamity. In the distance, colorful fog flowed, and celestial fog lingered. It was impossible to tell that it was a void world created by the aftermath of a battle. The so-called void world was a kind of small world whose exact location was unknown. It was hidden in the void and was very difficult to find. Such a world was generally very barren, and it was very difficult for any vitality to manifest because it was destroyed in the previous battle. The sons of fate from the 8 desolates' 10 regions have appeared. Are they planning to save the situation in the face of danger? 2 sons of fate have rushed here. Looks like they're going to give me a surprise. Gu Chang'e's eyes swept across the area in front of him, and the corner of his mouth revealed a faint interest. Before coming here, he only wanted to get rid of Chu Hao. But when he glanced around just now, he found something else that interested him. Other than Chu Hao, another son of fate had appeared. Judging from the blue fate points, they weren't simple either. To Gu Chang'e, this could be said to be a pleasant surprise. However, he didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. He wanted to know what kind of surprise this son of fate would bring him. If he took him down just like that, it would be too boring. Every son of fate, other than being a qualified leak, could also play the role of a treasure-seeking mouse. It seemed like there were many good things hidden in this vast void space. Between the many mountains, there were many extremely rare divine medicines in the outside world, and they were quite old. Of course, Gu Chang'e didn't care about those things. He only deduced that since the void space was created, it was probably the first time a living being from the outside world had entered, breaking the peace of this place. After that, Gu Chang'e followed the aura that Ada left behind. Chu Hao probably didn't know that a stranger had mixed in with the people he brought. With Ada's cultivation, unless he met a true Taoist, no one would be able to discover him. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from afar, as if a large mountain range had collapsed. Dust and smoke rose into the sky, and the mountains on both sides crashed down, revealing a blue lake. It was sparkling, and it was vast and boundless. In the depths of the lake, there was a dazzling glow. Divine light shot into the sky as if some treasure was about to be born. A vast aura instantly swept in all directions. Bright red light pierced through heaven and earth, alarming many powerful ferocious beasts in this place. One could vaguely see a Tao diagram that was intertwined with black and white like two black and white fishes. It was like a curtain that appeared in the sky. Tao rhymes intertwined as if there were thousands of mysteries of the world evolving. One gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. This was a shocking scene. It could even be seen under the illumination of the black-white Tao diagram. A door appeared in the lake. Immortal mist filled the air, and treasure light shot into the sky. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was a land of inheritance. However, other than the light, there was also a terrifying murderous intent. Some ferocious beasts rushed over with greedy eyes, trying to snatch the Tao diagram. However, they were pierced through by the terrifying saber chi, turning into a bloody mist. Along with popping sounds, bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. This wasn't the power of the formation, but the divine power contained in the black-white Tao diagram. Runes were densely covered, and saber chi swept through the world. Even the giant ferocious beasts were cut into pieces. Under the Tao diagram stood several figures with powerful auras. The person in the lead was Chu Hao, who looked a little excited. Behind Chu Hao, the rest of the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven looked around vigilantly, worried that some living beings would suddenly rush out. The Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven diagram is right in front of me. Chu Hao couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. At this moment, he stood there, his body glowing as he chanted ancient scriptures. Bright symbols appeared one after another, interweaving continuously, trying to calm the black-white Tao diagram in the sky. This was the Grand Supreme image of the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. It was once lost here, but after they came in, they used a secret technique to awaken it. There was no doubt that the Grand Supreme image was mysterious and powerful. Although it hadn't been awakened, just the aura that it emitted could easily kill any living beings that came close. The old patriarch of the past didn't completely comprehend the true essence of the Grand Supreme image, but he could still easily dominate a region. However, he didn't expect to meet a difficult opponent after coming to this world. He died of exhaustion and left the Grand Supreme image here. The Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven had been keeping a low profile all these years because of the loss of the Grand Supreme image. It was rumored that the Grand Supreme image was a connate treasure that contained unimaginable mysteries. In the ancient era, there were immortals who came to the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven to borrow the Tao diagram and try to comprehend its essence. However, it had been sleeping here for many years. Now that it was awakened, its state was very unstable. A vast scene appeared in the Tao diagram. Mountains, rivers, plants, and stars all appeared. Then, they turned into Tao Chi and slashed down across the sky. Under such a terrifying aura, even a supreme being's expression would change and wouldn't dare to approach. Chu Hao didn't expect the Grand Supreme Image to ignore their sect's scriptures. Looks like I can only use other methods to come into contact with the Grand Supreme Image and then think of a way to subdue it. I must get the Grand Supreme Image. Chu Hao's expression darkened. Soon, he turned into a divine rainbow and rushed toward the door in the lake. The Grand Supreme Image had appeared from there. In the past, the Grand Supreme Image was sleeping inside. Today, it was suddenly awakened by a secret technique and killed any ferocious beasts that tried to approach it. Whoosh! The Grand Supreme Image kept moving, turning into majestic world power. The moon was destroyed and the stars sank. It was a terrifying scene. Chu Hao's expression was serious. Bright symbols bloomed on his body as he tried his best to calm it. At the same time, he took out a supreme treasure from the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. The Grand Supreme Furnace. The moment it was opened, the lid soared into the sky and released Wang Yang that was like a galaxy. It was a reddish-blue flame that contained a terrifying destructive power. It seemed to be able to refine everything. The moment the furnace appeared, it floated above Chu Hao's head and resisted the majestic blade qi that rushed out from the Grand Supreme Image. At the same time, the furnace's 3 legs shone brightly. It turned into a hazy Pil-Dao shadow and devoured the aftershocks that rushed over. One had to admit that this was an extremely terrifying defensive artifact. Its level was unclear, but it definitely surpassed ordinary Emperor artifacts. Suddenly, a vast fluctuation erupted in this place. It was as if huge stars were falling from the sky and turned into majestic destructive power. The Grand Supreme Image trembled. The mountains that flew out, the remains of the stars, and the exploded matter all disappeared. The entire world was instantly dark. This was the world within the painting. Under such a terrifying technique, even the other powerhouses of the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven had a change of expression and wanted to leave this place. They knew that once the Grand Supreme Image's majestic divine power was absorbed, it would be impossible to escape death. They would be forcefully refined. The sky there is dark. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the rest of the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who entered later looked at the scene not far away in shock. They could feel the terrifying fluctuations intertwining. It was more like a black sun that rose between heaven and earth. It kept rising and falling, and a wisp of its aura was enough to make the stars explode, the earth overturn, and the mountains and rivers change their paths. Is that the supreme treasure of the powerhouse who fought with the spirit gourd venerable? Goddess Lu Luo stared at the sky in the distance. A black and white Dao diagram could be seen floating in the sky. It kept extending as if it was going to absorb heaven and earth. The other young men and women also nodded. Their eyes were filled with greed and passion. Lin Wu turned to look at her and said in a deep voice, "How confident are you that we can take it?" Goddess Lu Luo was silent for a moment and shook her head. "Unless we can find the mysterious gourd of the spirit gourd venerable before that, we don't even have a 10% chance." What a pity. If we can obtain such a supreme treasure, it will definitely play a key role in the battle with the upper realm. Lin Wu was a little unwilling. Such a supreme treasure had obviously surpassed the level of an emperor weapon. Although it was lost in their world, no one had obtained it after so many years. Now that it had appeared again, but it was in the hands of someone from another world. How could he be willing to accept this? The others also fell silent. They naturally knew what such a supreme treasure meant. If the spirit gourd venerable had not taken action back then, there would have been more powerhouses on their side who would have died tragically. As long as it was a cultivator who understood the battle back then, they would know how terrifying that supreme treasure was. It encompassed heaven and earth and transformed the universe. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden shocking change in the lake in front of them. A black spear appeared, accompanied by a black glow. With a clang, it suddenly swept down from heaven and earth. Many people from the most high grotto heaven were caught off guard. Their faces were filled with fear and anger as they instantly exploded. When the spear swept past, white bone fragments flew everywhere. Even more people were drenched in cold sweat, injured by the shock waves, smashing into the lake. A tall figure wearing a nether metal armor stepped out of the void. His eyes were bright, and he stood there like a peerless war god. He emitted a terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. He was incomparably cold. "Who are you?" The rest of the people from the above heaven grotto heaven looked cold. They did not expect someone to follow them in the dark and kill several of them when they least expected it. Moreover, the other party's aura made them tremble. This was actually an existence of the quasi-emperor realm, whose strength was incomparably terrifying. "Master has ordered to kill everyone." Da's voice was cold and emotionless. He stepped out again and attacked the rest of the people from the most high grotto heaven. "Master?" The people from the most high grotto heaven were stunned. They did not expect that there was someone behind this person who was called Master. Could it be a supreme expert from the 8 Desolation 10 regions? "Kill him. This guy is here to steal our most high grotto heaven's Taishang too. We can't let him disturb the mansion master." Soon, they reacted. An elder roared and displayed his supreme being strength. When crossing the boundary monument sea, they had already paid a great price. Those who surpassed the supreme being level did not come here. Facing such a quasi-emperor, they were more or less uneasy and panicked. However, this was the critical moment when Chu Hao was comforting the Taishang too. They would not allow others to disturb him. Da was very cold. He held the spear and hacked down. A wave of runes flew out and flooded forward like stars. Everyone coughed out blood and exploded. However, the people from the most high grotto heaven were not afraid of death. They used all kinds of forbidden techniques and attacked Da again. "Damn it! You dare to disturb me at this time." Chu Hao's expression was also ugly. He was very angry and filled with killing intent. The furnace was floating above his head, resisting the Taishang Tu's pressure. He kept chanting ancient scriptures to calm it down. How could he be disturbed at this time? This person's strength is also very strong. However, he's not from our world. When did he come in? I heard that the cultivators from the other world are very warlike. They have endless internal conflicts and it's difficult for them to be united. Today, I see that it's true. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others hid behind the mountain and watched the battle closely. Although they were also very curious about who the person wearing the underworld metal armor was, the two sides fighting each other was just what they wanted. If the people from the upper world were more united, they would have broken through their defense long ago. Why would there be so many things happening? Compared to the upper world, the 8 Desolation 10 regions were indeed much more united. Of course, it did not mean that there were no conflicts between them. Roar! At this time, a terrifying dragon's roar came from heaven and earth. A pitch-black 3-headed dragon descended from the sky. Its body was extremely huge as if it was made of molten iron. It was like a demonic mountain. Its eyes were black and red like blood. It was bloodthirsty and ferocious. The moment it appeared, it stretched out a claw toward Chu Hao. It released black divine light that contained unparalleled divine might. Chu Hao was chanting ancient scriptures. He did not expect to be suddenly attacked. His expression was furious. It could be said that he was caught off guard. "You're courting death." His eyes were cold. He did not care about the Taishuang. He turned around and looked at the 3-headed black dragon behind him. His fists were shining as he attacked this terrifying giant beast. One had to admit that his strength was very strong. Endless Tao light shone on his golden fists as if they were made of divine gold. With a dong sound, it made the void in front of him explode. So strong. The 3-headed black dragon was also shocked. It did not expect this man whose cultivation level was lower than it to be so strong. Under this punch, there was a kind of vast power that could purify the world. This was obviously some kind of supreme fist technique. It had no choice but to be cautious and began to fight with Chu Hao. For a moment, this place erupted with dazzling light. The Taisheng furnace above Chu Hao's head rose and fell, resisting the pressure of the Taishuang furnace. The two of them fought here, killing each other. Waves of divine power were vast and boundless as they slammed in all directions. Isn't this three-headed black dragon the mount of that figure we saw before? Could it be that the black figure is also a subordinate of that figure? Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the rest were extremely shocked. They looked around, trying to find that mysterious figure. After all, they only saw it from afar, and it left a very terrifying impression on them. While Ada was being held back by the people of the Taishan Grotto Heaven, Chu Hao and the three-headed black dragon were fighting. Under the dazzling divine light of the lake, a young man appeared in front of the door without anyone noticing. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked like a celestial being in the heavens. He was otherworldly. He seemed to be calmly comprehending the mystery of this door of light, giving off an unparalleled sense of tranquility. The young man's body was shrouded in divine light, and there was chaos surrounding him. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the center of all the worlds. The Taishuang furnace in the sky seemed to have sensed something. It was trembling as if it was going to slam down. He's there. Lin Wu's voice sounded, and there was unconcealable shock in it. Vaguely, everyone felt that there were endless scenes evolving in the Taishuang furnace. It was as if an ancient scripture was awakening, and it was deducing a Taoist technique. This was an extremely shocking scene. The door of light produced Taoist sounds, and the Taishuang furnace was descending. Specks of divine light appeared, and it was incomparably hazy. There was chaos fog shrouding it, and there were also 3,000 worlds surrounding that young figure, making him the only one between heaven and earth, eternally immortal. The chaotic divine flames burned, and every one of them had a supreme aura. They were dazzling, and many people didn't dare to look directly at them. Tears flowed from their eyes, and they quickly closed them. This scene was so familiar that it made Lin Wu's expression change drastically again. Then, it became a little pale, and hatred surged up. He was almost gnashing his teeth. It's him. He's the one who killed my brother. His voice was filled with bone-deep hatred, and his eyes were almost red. The scene of his brother's tragic death was still fresh in his mind. Many people recorded it with shadow recording stones and sent it back. So he knew very well that it was this young man in front of him who killed his brother. Could it be that he's the leader of that world? He actually came here. And it's his real body. Lu Luo and the others understood the meaning of Lin Wu's words. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became a little pale. Chapter 449. Luluo and the others' fear was not without reason. Anyone who knew what had happened that day would understand just how terrifying the leader of that world was. Before this, they had guessed who the figure sitting cross-legged on the three-headed black serpent was. However, they had never thought of that. Because it was simply unrealistic. The boundary monument sea had not dried up yet. How was such a terrifying existence able to cross over? Lin Wu, don't be impulsive. The young man named Huarong held Lin Wu back at this time, telling him not to be impulsive. He was worried that if he rushed out, he would expose their location. He had a good relationship with Lin Wu and could understand his feelings. Seeing the enemy who killed his brother, how could he tolerate Lin Wu? Moreover, the opponent's strength was far greater than theirs. He was not someone they could fight against at the moment. Lin Wu, calm down. The elders from the 8 desolates and 10 regions also advised. They looked at the figure shrouded in endless divine light with fear. Why would that person appear on our side? Could it be that the boundary monument sea can no longer stop them? Someone thought of this and was worried. If the boundary monument sea dried up, they would definitely face endless attacks from the upper realm. I won't be impulsive. At this time, Lin Wu also calmed down. He gritted his teeth, unable to calm down. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if he discovers our tracks, we won't be able to leave. Goddess Lulua's face was slightly pale. The closer she was, the more she could feel the terrifying aura that was constantly spreading. It was vast and deep, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. Her words received the approval of many people, and they planned to leave this place quietly. Although the Taisha diagram was precious and was a rare treasure, one still needed to be alive to fight for it. They could already tell that the scholarly man would most likely die a miserable death here today. Although they were all from the upper realm, the white-robed man obviously would not leave anyone alive. Let's go. Be careful. Don't let that person notice us. Lin Wu nodded. He carefully concealed his aura, not daring to show the slightest abnormality. They still had other things to do. Since the white-robed man was taking the Taisha diagram, then they should take this opportunity to take the gourd of the spirit gourd venerable. The time was just right. Just as Lin Wu and the others were about to sneak away, above the heavens, the Taishan diagram made crashing noises. It was like a scroll painting, continuously extending and swallowing up the heaven and earth. Strange scenes were occurring within. The stars were destroyed, the moon was sinking, and the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Runes of the great Tao pulsated and appeared one after another. Endless radiance sprinkled down and pervaded the air. This was the truth of heaven and earth, and also the sound of the infinite Tao. In a trance, everyone saw a page of an ancient scripture that contains supreme essence appear between heaven and earth. And here, in the middle of the lake, Gu Chang'e stood quietly in front of the door of light. Every single inch of his skin was glowing like a flawless piece of jade, and even his hair was suffused with brilliant chaotic divine radiance. He did not care about the people around him. At this moment, in his eyes, the value of the Supreme Taishan was clearly much more important than the others. This thing clearly surpassed an emperor artifact. It had innate symbols. The flow of yin and yang, the distinction between black and white, was the evolution and display of Tao. This was an unimaginably terrifying sight. Clusters of flames seemed to contain supreme true worlds. They surrounded the area and bowed together. He calmed his heart and comprehended the essence of this, comprehending a kind of understanding of the Tao of the Most High. The great path was like a blade, and the Taishan was merciless. Roar! In the sky, the three-headed black dragon that was fighting with Chu Hao suddenly roared in anger. It felt pain, and blood kept flowing out because it was injured by Chu Hao. The two of them fought crazily, continuously displaying their respective moves and divine abilities. Its three bloody mouths spurted out various colored divine lights, enough to turn a mountain peak into ashes. Its cultivation was much stronger than Chu Hao, but it was still at a disadvantage. Its scales exploded, and blood rained down. It was not Chu Hao's opponent at all. Chu Hao's strength was very strange. His fist technique was unparalleled, and it was a peerless fist technique that had been lost for a long time. It even turned into an endless gale around it, causing its big claws to be badly mutilated and cracked. Even its horns were almost broken. Go to hell. It displayed its strongest divine ability. Its three bloody mouths opened as if it could even swallow the heaven and earth. However, there were three different kinds of techniques that were evolving. They turned into red flames, purple lightning, and black hurricanes, all of which rushed towards Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao was unmoved, and his eyes were extremely cold. In the next moment, golden light surged, and his blood was like smoke. The golden fist covered the sky, and forcefully broke the three-headed black dragon's huge mouth. Blood rained down, and the three-headed black dragon was in great pain. It let out an angry roar, but it could not block Chu Hao's fist at all. Many of its bones were broken, its scales exploded, and it was dripping with blood. It did not have any of its previous majesty. This guy. He's actually so strong. I'm not his opponent. If this continues, I'll be killed by it. There was a hint of fear in the three-headed black dragon's expression. It originally thought that Chu Hao was easy to deal with, so it volunteered to kill him with Gu Chang'e. In the end, it was not Chu Hao's opponent at all. It was continuously suppressed by him, and almost died. When it thought of this, it quickly retreated. It did not dare to continue fighting with Chu Hao, or it would definitely die. Where are you going? However, Chu Hao's eyes were cold, and he did not plan to let it go. He was disturbed time and time again, and it really made him angry. He could not wait to kill the three-headed black dragon in front of him to vent his anger. Although Lin Wu and the rest left secretly, they were still paying attention to the situation. Chu Hao's strength had really shocked them, and they could not calm down at all. This was another person that they had underestimated. They had long heard of the three-headed black dragon's bad reputation. It was considered an overlord in the Supreme Being realm, and it was difficult to find an opponent. However, it was severely injured by Chu Hao, and was not his opponent. Previously, they even wanted to snatch the Supreme Taishang diagram from Chu Hao. Now that they thought about it, they were really overestimating themselves. At this moment, the three-headed black dragon that was running away saw Chu Hao coming over with a cold expression. It could not help but feel scared, and it could not help but shout, "Mister, save me." Hearing this voice, even Chu Hao, who was coming over with a cold expression, was stunned. He knew that there was another figure on the scene, but he was focused on dealing with the three-headed black dragon. He did not care and did not ask. Now, the three-headed black dragon that was in the Supreme Being realm actually called that person Mister. This made his heart tremble. Then, he connected it to the nether metal figure that suddenly came over, and his heart sank. At this moment, Chu Hao had a strange feeling in his heart. Almost immediately, he felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the figure standing in the middle of the lake. You can't even kill him, so what's the use of keeping you alive? At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who was in the middle of the lake, also opened his eyes and sighed softly. The three-headed black dragon was trembling at this moment. It did not dare to refute Gu Chang'e's words at all. It quickly knelt down respectfully and said, "I can be your steed." Lin Wu, Lu Luo and the rest who were running away secretly could not help but tremble when they heard these words. They felt a chill down their spines. This feeling was not controlled by them at all, and it was hard to suppress. A terrifying beast in the Supreme Being realm actually said that it was willing to become someone's steed. This was simply inconceivable to them. However, it happened right before their eyes. Was this the invincible power of the leader of that world? It's you. Gu Chang'e. At this moment, Chu Hao finally saw the face of the figure in front of the door clearly. His pupils contracted, and he could not believe it. Why are you here? It seems that you were not killed by the red-robed female demon, and you actually managed to escape. He had always thought that Gu Chang'e was doomed. During the calamity of the divine city, the red-robed female demon had killed many of the strongest people. Gu Chang'e was among them. In the end, he did not expect to appear in the 8 Desolates 10 regions after such a long distance. I can see that you seem to be a little disappointed. Gu Chang'e's face was filled with an understatement expression. Chu Hao's expression was very serious. When he noticed the Tai Tu that was slowly descending from the high space, his expression became even more unpleasant. This was the result of his painstaking efforts to appease it. In the end, Gu Chang'e took advantage of it. If he did not have the technique of the Taishang Grotto Heaven, he would not have been able to calm the Tai Tu down. You stole my love and destroyed my ancient kingdom. Today, I'll settle the score. Gu Chang'e, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hatred appeared on Chu Hao's face. He was almost gnashing his teeth. At this moment, he did not hide it at all. He could not forget how his beloved Tang Wan was forced to leave by Gu Chang'e. If Gu Chang'e had not interfered, how could the ancient kingdom of Phoenix have been destroyed? How could Tang Wan have left him? All of this was caused by Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, he could not wait to cut Gu Chang'e into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones into dust. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the rest did not expect that this terrifyingly powerful elegant man would have such a deep-rooted hatred for Gu Chang'e. Even Lin Wu found Chu Hao pleasing to the eye. After all, both of them had the same big enemy. Although both of them were on different sides, they were the same in this aspect. What a coincidence. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Gu Chang'e said calmly without much anger. I just don't know where you get the courage to say such words to me. Courage? You'll find out soon. Chu Hao said coldly. He knew that Gu Chang'e was very powerful. However, during this period of time, his cultivation had improved a lot. Moreover, he had cultivated a few ancient heavenly techniques in the Taishan Grotto heaven. His strength had increased by another level. Even just now, he had not used many techniques, including the Taishan furnace. Facing Gu Chang'e, it was not as if he did not have the strength to fight. Oh, then I'll wait and see. Gu Chang'e smiled calmly. Standing in the middle of the lake, there seemed to be an invisible golden path appearing under his feet. He walked towards the shore step by step. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Taishan furnace in the sky with a rumbling sound. The Taishan furnace was incomparably violent before, with terrifying energy intertwining. However, it was very docile now, quietly floating in the sky. However, when Gu Chang'e's hand was about to reach it, traces of black and white divine light appeared on the surface of the Taishan furnace. The Tao Law flickered and obliterated his palm. This scene made Chu Hao feel slightly relieved. He could not help but laugh coldly. Gu Chang'e, give up. The Taishan furnace is the treasure of the Taishan Grotto heaven. It's not something that an outsider like you can take away. It doesn't matter. After I kill you, I have all the time to refine it. Gu Chang'e said calmly. Since the Taishan furnace still had the intention to resist, he would put it aside for the time being. After all, he would not escape to other places in this place. Kill. At this moment, Chu Hao's essence, qi, and spirit had reached an unprecedented peak. He charged towards Gu Chang'e. Golden light surged all over his body. The Taishan furnace floated above his head. When the lid was opened, a vast amount of crimson-blue flames rushed out. It could burn everything. Even the heavens and the earth were blurred, and the void collapsed. At the same time, he roared and performed the terrifying fist technique just now. Moreover, he deliberately performed a secret technique to increase his attacking power. The power of qi and blood spread out from the top of his head. Almost every punch caused the void to collapse and explode, turning into dust. This kind of strong power was more than a level higher than before. Even the mountains and rivers would be turned into ashes in an instant. The place resonated. Large cracks spread out from behind him in all directions. Chaotic qi rushed out from them. His strength has become even stronger than before. Lin Wu and the others were shocked. From this battle, they deeply felt that kind of invincible aura. This was the peerless genius of the upper realm. He was not very old. However, this kind of indomitable and indestructible aura made them respect him. They originally planned to retreat quickly, but now they could not help but slow down their footsteps. They wanted to witness this peerless battle with their own eyes. For a moment, the fist light covered the sky and blasted towards Gu Chang'e, who was still walking towards the shore. Chu Hao did not know how many punches he had thrown in an instant. Each punch could cause an ordinary supreme to cough up blood and be severely injured. The void collapsed, and the rules shattered. However, there seemed to be an eternal chasm between him and Gu Chang'e. He could not get close at all. All the fist light disappeared into thin air when they were about to land in front of Gu Changa. It was as if there was an invisible space in front of him that could isolate everything. It was as if there was a world between Gu Changa and him. He could never cross the distance in between. This was a scene that made one feel hopeless. No matter how Chu Hao roared or what kind of terrifying secret technique he used, he could not cross that step at all. This was the difference in level. It was not something that could be made up for by cultivation base. Even the divine fire in the revered furnace was quickly annihilated when it was about to land in front of Gu Changa. It could not even cause a ripple. Is this what you call courage? You really disappoint me. Gu Changa walked over unhurriedly without any movement. Again. I don't believe it. Chu Hao was shocked and angry. He hated himself for being powerless. He could not even get close to Gu Changa when he attacked with all his strength. The real difference in strength was probably even more difficult to make up for. This time, he burned his blood essence and used his strongest divine ability. At the same time, he activated the revered furnace and activated its boundless intent. It was as if it could swallow the world and engulf Gu Changa. You can feel hopeless. With your strength, you are no match for Master. I advise you to just stick out your neck and wait for your death. Who knows, you might be able to die quickly. The three-headed black dragon could not help but mock. It was extremely happy as the injuries on its body healed quickly. Is this the power of the leader of the upper world? This difference is really hopeless. Many young men and women from the 8 Desolates 10 regions turned pale. They were deeply shocked by this scene. Their lips were trembling. It was too surreal. They felt that Chu Hao was invincible just now. However, in front of this person, they did not even have the chance to get close. He was so powerful that it made them feel hopeless. The other party had not made a move since the beginning. He was calm and aloof, looking down on everything from above. Lin Wu, Goddess Lulua looked at Lin Wu worriedly. She was afraid that he would be shocked. This was because the person in front of them was the enemy who killed Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang. How was he going to get his revenge? I'm fine. Lin Wu clenched his fists and teeth tightly. He deeply felt his weakness and powerlessness. His strength was far from enough. It's time for this game to end. At this moment, Gu Changa, who looked calm and had not made a move, suddenly stretched out his right arm. He opened his 5 fingers and clenched them forward. The rules of heaven and earth suddenly condensed and turned into a golden spear. It pointed diagonally to the south and stabbed forward. The void froze. A terrifying power swept across the sky like Wang Yang. It landed on the revered furnace in front of Chu Hao with a boom. Boom! Divine waves surged into the sky, covering the sun. The furnace was special. Endless divine talismans burst out in an attempt to resist. However, it was still sent flying and fell to the ground with a boom. After losing his resistance, Chu Hao's expression changed drastically. Cold air swept through his body. All of his strength gathered on his body, wanting to shatter the spear. However, it was useless. Gu Changa still stabbed forward calmly. There was no smoke or fire aura, but all of his techniques were destroyed. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, including white bone fragments. It exploded in the void. No, how is this possible? How could I die here? Disbelief and despair appeared on Chu Hao's face. He was unwilling to accept this, but he was easily pierced by the spear. All of his techniques, including the Dharma weapons, Tao arts, and divine powers, were destroyed. In the next moment, as Gu Changa's right arm shook slightly, Chu Hao suddenly exploded into pieces. Chapter 450. The golden spear seemed to have materialized, shining in golden light and surging with divine light. It was extremely sharp, but at this moment, it was stained with blood and pierced through Chu Hao. Drops of blood that contained divinity fell from the sky, smashing a bottomless pit in the lake. Bloody mist drifted in the air, mixed with a few sparkling white bone fragments that splashed in all directions. This was a shocking and frightening scene. Gu Changa pointed to the south. With a slight shake of his right arm, Chu Hao's body exploded into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Even his spirit was wiped away by him. Chu Hao, the son of fate, fell just like that. There was dead silence all around, one could hear a pin drop. Lin Wu and the rest could not help but shiver. They did not expect this to be the outcome. Someone as strong as Chu Hao could not even get close to his opponent when he gave it his all. He was easily killed in the void. Such strength was really despairing, and they could not even muster up the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They are all from that side, and yet they killed each other. This person is too terrifying. Do we have any strong people who can defeat him? Let's leave quickly. The young man with long red hair, Huorong, could not help but speak. His voice was very soft and trembling, and fear grew in his heart. The rest nodded and held their breaths. They silently retreated into the distance, not daring to show any signs of abnormality. Lin Wu, Lulua, and the rest were silent, and their hearts were heavy. This was the enemy they would face in the future. Even such a terrifying strong person like Chu Hao did not have the slightest resistance in front of him. They did not dare to imagine, if they were to face Gu Changa, what were their chances of winning. This was really despairing. What will the heavenly treasure chest be this time? Gu Changa looked in the direction where Lin Wu and the rest left, but he did not care. Although this space was vast, no one could escape from his eyes. Since Chu Hao came here to find the Taisheng, then the son of fate from the 8 barren 10 regions should be looking for another treasure. Therefore, he still needed him to help him find that treasure. Besides, Gu Changa felt that this son of fate from the 8 barren 10 regions could be used more. He could be a useful chess piece for him to explore the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Before killing Chu Hao, Gu Changa had already plundered all of his luck points. Therefore, in the next moment, a faint purple heavenly Dao treasure chest that only he could see dropped from Chu Hao's corpse. There was a hazy purple intent that pervaded the air. It was rather simple and unadorned, appearing extremely mystical. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Changa kept the heavenly Dao treasure chest. Then, he turned to look at the people from the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. Chu Hao's death shocked all of them. The manor head is dead. Gu Changa killed the manor head. Now, his eyes were almost bloodshot, and his entire body was shining. He seemed to have gone mad, and was using all his means to take revenge for Chu Hao. Boundless fluctuations engulfed the heavens above and earth below. They all activated all types of magical artifacts. Divine light shone brilliantly as they descended. However, Da was terrifyingly powerful. Even when facing so many people, he still had the upper hand. The black spear swept across like a heavenly blade. Strong winds raged in all directions. Puff! Everyone coughed out blood and retreated. Their bodies were in intense pain, and many of their bones were broken. Gu Changa noticed that there were 2 supremes who were the most powerful among them. They were also the ones who had been bitterly holding on. Buzz! In the next moment, he squinted his eyes and struck out with his palm again. The void seemed to have frozen. An enormous golden brilliance condensed into a golden palm. Runes flickered and descended upon them. It was going to kill all of them. This palm was like a millstone that could destroy the world. It was terrifying, majestic, and incomparable. No one could stop it. Boom! Along with screams, everyone was in despair. They exploded under this palm. They could not resist at all. Soon, they were torn into pieces. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Master. Da put away his black spear and stood respectfully. The three-headed black dragon also knelt respectfully at the side. The surroundings finally returned to silence. "I'll leave these to you." Gu Chang'e nodded. Then, he looked at the Taishang Tower. With a thought, a majestic divine consciousness swept out. It was like the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. With an irresistible will, it suppressed everything. The Taishang Tower rustled. It was like a big star was rotating. Mountains and rivers were manifested. Streaks of terrifying blade chi appeared and slashed toward him. It seems that the innate blade chi is only one of the methods. Gu Chang'e looked thoughtful. When he knew about the Taishang Tower, he had already guessed its origin. He wondered if the Taishang Tower was related to the innate Tai Chi diagram in the legends. After all, they were black and white. They divided yin and yang. They could level heaven and earth, water, wind, and fire. With his promise, Ada opened his mouth and roared. He began to devour the blood mist that filled the area. Although many people's Tao techniques had been shattered, their cultivation base was still contained within the blood mist. Now, at least the life origin of an emperor realm existence was useful to Gu Chang'e. Therefore, he did not plan to devour the life origin. He might as well leave it to Ada. After all, Ada was born from a drop of his true blood. If he had not been trapped in the demon abyss for so many years, he would not only be a first heaven boundary emperor. Under Gu Chang'e's forceful refinement, although the Taishang Tower resisted, it gradually weakened. Strands of divine light fell. Black and white chi shrouded it. It was vast and boundless. Then, it fell on Gu Chang'e's head. With a thought, the Taishang Tower also transformed into a vast scene. The space in front of him seemed to be able to be devoured and turned into reality. It was indeed extraordinary to have both offense and defense. I wonder what will be in the heavenly Tao treasure chest after killing Chu Hao. After keeping the Taishang Tower, Gu Chang'e took out the heavenly Tao treasure chest that was glowing with purple light. A burst of purple light flashed, and a sparkling and translucent ancient mirror appeared from within. There were many ancient patterns on the back. He did not know what era it was from. "This is the mystic mirror." Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He was a little surprised. Then, he carefully read the introduction of this ancient mirror. Since ancient times, there had been no mystic mirror. This was a mysterious secret treasure. It could reflect many mysterious scenes. This mysterious scene could be the legendary Netherworld, the Nine Heavens celestial world, or the traces of the long river of time. As for what effect it would have after it was reflected, Gu Chang'e had no idea. She begged for fresh flowers. However, he thought of another item, the space-time steel. If it was used together with the mystic mirror, would there be any magical effects? The next day, Gu Chang'e went to find the revered furnace that Chu Hao had left behind. After sealing it, he found a place to break through his cultivation. Although the revered furnace was magical, it was not very useful to him. Therefore, Gu Chang'e thought for a while. He planned to go to the Purple Pole Elixir sect when he had time and give this furnace to Lin Qiuhan. She had talent in alchemy. In her hands, this furnace would be more useful. The next day, there was a burst of divine light that shot into the sky. The light was hazy and celestial mist lingered. Fragments of the great Tao fell continuously and turned into a big white cocoon on the surface of Gu Chang'e's body. Chaotic light spread out from it. The sound of blood flowing in the blood vessels was like rolling thunder. It was as if the sky was splitting open. After killing Chu Hao and changing a few transcendence bones, his cultivation naturally broke through to the boundary emperor realm. If not for the fact that the heavenly tribulations had disappeared for countless eras, the momentum of his breakthrough would definitely be vast and boundless. Shocking the past and present was not just a saying. This momentum did not last long. Soon, the brilliance of this place dissipated. The big cocoon wrapped in chaotic light cracked open. Gu Chang'e's figure walked out from it. Someone has come to this space again, it seems like there are two groups of people. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt a faint fluctuation in the space. Then, he took a step forward and appeared on the head of the three-headed black dragon. He tore open the void in front of him and quickly disappeared. According to the news sent by Miss and the others, the void space they should have entered is here. In a mountain ridge not far from here, there was a group of powerful cultivators on their way. One of them was frowning and whispering. The others were also carefully sizing up this strange and vast space. Back then, Venerable Spirit Gourd's supreme treasure was left here. It's a pity that after so many years, we didn't know. An old man with red light flowing on his body said. His eyes were filled with emotion. He came from the ancient fire tribe of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. The ancient fire god's blood flowed in his body. Compared to the other world, what we lack is not geniuses and blood, but experts who stand at the peak. If we have one more supreme treasure, we have a higher chance of winning. Next to him was a tall man wearing armor. Hearing this, he nodded and said. His name was Lin Yunxiao. He was an expert of the Dragon Blood tribe's Lin clan. At the same time, he was also Lin Wu's uncle. The other experts also nodded and glanced around. However, according to Miss and the others, the cultivators from the other world are also silently sneaking into this place. What's there to be afraid of? Since they dare to come to our world, they should be prepared to be destroyed. This group of damn bandits, burning and killing all the way. How many of our warriors have died tragically in their hands? Some people were angry and their killing intent was boiling. When they mentioned the upper realm, they wanted to go to the battlefield and kill the invaders from the upper realm. To them, the upper realm had repeatedly invaded and destroyed their peaceful environment. Over the countless years, many warriors were buried on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, leaving their wives and daughters alone in their mansions. How could such hatred be easily resolved? Ordinary. Chapter 451. Someone's coming from behind. At this moment, an old woman with dark green eyes abruptly turned her head and looked in a certain direction as she shouted in a low voice. Dark green light rose from her body as if there was life flowing around her. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then quickly reacted. They took out all kinds of weapons and waited, staring at the void behind them. The old woman was called Granny Lu Chui. She was a super powerhouse of the Green Clan and had the bloodline of the god of life. She had a natural perception of all things in nature. Therefore, in a place like this, she could see all kinds of plants as her eyes, and she could see things that others of the same realm could not. Hearing what she said, no one dared to underestimate her. They all stared behind them cautiously. Shining brilliantly, divine weapons appeared in the sky one after another. They took out their powerful weapons and were ready to attack at any time. To appear here at this time, it could only be a cultivator from the upper realm. Who are you? Hiding your head and showing yourself. Don't dare to come out. The old man from the Fire Clan had a bad temper. Red divine light shone in his eyes. He waved his hand and turned into a sea of fire, falling toward the void behind him. Good senses. You know we're here. In the next moment, along with a cold laugh, behind a rock not far away. A large group of cultivators and creatures appeared. Their bodies were shrouded in divine light, and they wore all kinds of clothes. They came from different forces of the upper realm. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. His face did not look like a human, and there were gray horns on his head. At the same time, he waved his hand and attacked, blocking the attack of the old man from the Fire Clan. You really are from the upper realm. You sneaked here. The rest of the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions stared at the people who suddenly appeared in front of them. They were murderous, and their faces were cold. Granny Lu Chui's heart sank. She glanced at the cultivators and creatures in front of her. Judging from their auras, there were people from all kinds of clans and orthodoxies. The young men and women walking at the back were obviously much nobler. They were protected by the powerhouses in front of them. Especially a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Her hair was soft, and her face was flawless. Her eyes were big and bright, and her body was graceful and charming. The rest of the young men looked at her with gazes that contained faint admiration. The 8 desolates and 10 regions are desolate places. Sooner or later, we will conquer them. What's the point of talking about here and there? The middle-aged man who had just attacked let out a cold laugh and glanced at the people from the 8 desolates 10 regions with disdain. This was the attitude of the various races in the upper realm towards the 8 desolates and 10 regions. This was because whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, the 8 desolates and 10 regions could not be compared to the upper realm. In the eyes of many young supreme martial artists from the upper realm, the 8 wastelands and 10 regions were just desolate places that could be invaded at any time. Hearing this, the old man from the fire tribe and Granny Lu Chui both had anger in their eyes. The group of young heavenly talents behind them were also incomparably angry, being looked down upon by the people of the higher realms. They were young and full of vigor, especially when the other party had barged into their territory so naturally. Being so arrogant in their territory really made them furious. They were so angry that they wanted to go crazy. What? Did I poke your sore spot? The middle-aged man who spoke just now was very contemptuous and disdainful. Among the experts on your side at the same level, who would be our match? Could it be that you forgot how many of your people died in the previous battle? Hearing this, the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions were even more furious, their faces ashen. This was a scar that was difficult to erase. Now that it was mentioned again, how could they not be angry? The older generation could still endure it, but the younger generation could not. Being mocked again and again, how could they endure it? You all are courting death. Several young men and women shouted angrily, about to stand out. However, they were stopped by several elders at the side, not allowing them to act rashly. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were still in the 8 desolates and 10 regions territory. However, this group of people from the upper realm clearly came prepared, they could not be careless and underestimated. What? You all want to die? Seeing this scene, several young men from the upper realm also stood out, indifferently asking. Their chi and blood were powerful, their bodies surrounded by precious splendor. Some people's bodies were hazy with black light, their true appearances unable to be seen clearly, a sign of powerful cultivation. Since they were able to come here, it meant that their cultivation was not simple. In the upper realm, they were all famous young supreme martial artists. Humph! The young men and women from the 8 desolates and 10 regions' faces were all spitting out flames, forcefully suppressing themselves. Don't be rash. Wait until we figure out their trump cards, then we'll consider making a move. Since this is our territory, we definitely won't let them act too arrogantly. An elder's eyes flickered with radiance, transmitting his voice to those people. He had a plan in mind. After all, this void space was within the 8 desolates and 10 regions. Back then, just in case, they even brought along a forbidden artifact that could connect to a supreme treasure from the outside world. When the time came, that supreme treasure would release a destructive strike, destroying this void space. None of the people inside would be able to escape death. They did not fear death, but they did not know if the people from the upper realm had this type of courage. We came here to search for that supreme treasure, not to start a conflict with them. I wonder what young Lady Gu plans to do. At this moment, on the upper realm side, a young man slightly shook his head, waving his hand to stop the others, speaking like this. His facial features were handsome, his figure tall and straight, faint starlight swirling about his body. As he spoke, he looked at the woman in the blue dress, revealing a slight smile, looking very elegant. The woman in the blue dress nodded slightly, saying, "Then we'll do as Brother Song says." Hearing this, the others also nodded and quieted down, no longer mocking the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions. The young man who spoke just now was obviously quite prestigious. His name was Song Yunfei, and he was a young supreme being from the Taishan Grotto heaven. When he was in the upper realm, he was also quite famous, and was invincible. He obviously had some kind of pursuit and admiration for the woman in the blue dress. That was why he took this opportunity to reveal the secret of the Taishan Grotto heaven, planning to bring people here to search for it, and to make the beauty smile. Song Yunfei knew that the mansion master Chu Hao was here with the powerful cultivators from the Taishan Grotto heaven. That was why he was not worried at all, and was not afraid that after he told the others about this, they would steal the supreme treasure of the Taishan Grotto heaven. However, he did not expect to meet the cultivators from the 8 desolates and 10 regions here. Following this, the two groups of people split up and did not fight, as they each had their own plans, and did not want to fight here. The people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions quickly headed in the direction of Lin Wu and the others. At the same time, they were worried that Song Yunfei and the others would attack them, thus they kept an eye on them. After seeing them heading in another direction, they were relieved. I feel that these people are up to something. They must be busy looking for something, which is why they purposely avoided us. However, Song Yunfei and the others did not go too far, and stopped midway. The woman in the blue dress frowned slightly, as she seemed to be confused. Song Yunfei said with a smile, "If that's the case, why don't we chase after them and see what they're up to?" He knew that even if they found the supreme totem now, they would not be able to take it away. Therefore, why not see what the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions were up to? The woman in the blue dress pondered for a moment, before nodding. She knew that since Song Yunfei was willing to tell her about the supreme totem, he was not afraid that she would take it away. Therefore, at this moment, it was more reasonable to look for another supreme treasure that was lost here. Could it be related to the inheritance of the mysterious powerhouse who died here after fighting with the supreme powerhouse of the supreme grotto heaven? The other young supreme being's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something. Let's just go and take a look. Could it be that they can still stir up some waves? Song Yunfei waved his hand, appearing to be quite confident. In front of a beauty, he tried his best to maintain his image. One had to know that the woman in the blue dress before him was a direct descendant of the Longevity Gu clan. She was beautiful and had a noble status, so it was rare to see her. If he could seize this opportunity to gain her favor and enter the Longevity Gu clan, it would be a great opportunity for him. What was the point of being a disciple of the Supreme Grotto Heaven? By now, all the orthodoxies in the upper realm knew that the Longevity Gu clan was mysterious and powerful. They had a long history and could be said to be unfathomable. At the same time, not far away from here, crimson rays of light intertwined in the sky, as if a blood cloud was shrouding it. There was a shocking murderous intent. It was more like an endless army of golden spears and armored horses charging out from it, transforming into a vast ancient battlefield between heaven and earth. This was a low valley, and the mountains on both sides were very tall and majestic. It was like the ancient divine mountains of the most ancient era, flickering with brilliant rays of light and surrounded by colorful mists. There were purple rays of light gushing out, and there were also golden rays of light spreading out. It was incomparably mysterious. If one looked at it from the sky, this place looked like the mouth of an inverted gourd. There were many gourd vines hanging on the mountains on both sides, taking root in the cracks and swaying in the wind. There were many gourds of different colors on top of it. They were the size of a palm and shone brightly. Now, light rushed out from this place, as if some supreme being was awakening here and was about to reappear in the world. This kind of terrifying pressure was simply like a surging ocean, like a surging wave, and it possessed a world-shocking aura of slaughter. Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others were standing at the location of the gourd cave, their expressions very solemn. This was especially so for the group of elders. They looked behind them with some uneasiness, worried that someone would rush here at this time. This was because the abnormality here was too shocking. It had probably shaken hundreds of thousands of miles away. They had never thought that coming here to find the mysterious gourd lost by the spirit gourd venerable would cause such a huge commotion. Lin Wu, enter the valley. We'll wait for you here. Goddess Lu Luo's expression was solemn as she said to Lin Wu. She knew that he was the one who had caused the abnormality here. Brother Lin Wu, be careful. You are our hope. The other young men and women also had serious expressions. Although they also wanted the item in the valley, they knew that they had their own limits. However, they also knew their own limitations. Among those present, except for Lin Wu, no one else had the qualifications and ability to do so. At this time, all they could do was stall for time for him. If someone sensed the commotion and rushed over, they would be able to stop them and stall for time for Lin Wu. Hearing this, Lin Wu nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, I understand. You must be careful. After saying this, his figure flashed and rushed into the gourd cave. At the same time, a yellow light appeared in his hand. It was a yellow gourd leaf that looked like it was carved from yellow jade. It gave off a faint light and looked very mysterious. It was this thing that had caused the abnormality here. This was the gourd leaf that Lin Wu had obtained by chance. It was said that it was the leaf of the mysterious gourd that the spirit gourd venerable had. Through this gourd leaf, he had been able to find this place. Now, he was very sure that the mysterious gourd that had been lost here was sleeping in the depths of the gourd cave. As long as he had some time, he would be able to find the mysterious gourd and bring it out. Chapter 452. After Lin Wu's figure disappeared into the entrance of the gourd cave, Goddess Lulua and the other young geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. They turned and stared into the distance with the other elders. They took out all kinds of divine weapons and felt uneasy. The commotion here was too shocking. They were worried that Gu Chang'e would sense the phenomenon here and rush over. In this void space, apart from Gu Chang'e, they didn't need to fear anyone else. However, Gu Chang'e's strength was too terrifying. They couldn't fight against him at all. After witnessing it with their own eyes, it left a terrifying impression in everyone's minds. I've already sent a message to my uncle. Once they know, they will rush over. When there are more of us, we'll be safe. There's no need to worry. The red-haired Huarong said as he stared into the distance. He seemed to be explaining to everyone, but also seemed to be reassuring himself. He was also a top genius in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Although he wasn't as dazzling as Goddess Lulua and Lin Wu, he couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the tribe behind him was the ancient fire tribe. They had a long history. He was also a genius with the purest fire god bloodline in this generation. He was very talented. Hearing this, the others also felt a little relieved. It was said that Huarong's uncle carried a precious treasure of the fire tribe. At critical times, it could draw on the power of the outer realm. If he came here, it would be a lot more reassuring. We must get the mysterious gourd of the spirit gourd supremacy. It belongs to us. In this battle, we obviously didn't have as many supreme treasures as the other side. If the other side gets it, our situation will be even worse. Goddess Lulua also spoke. Her facial features were beautiful, her figure was tall, her hair was like black, and her eyes were a faint dark green. At this moment, she looked very calm and composed, like a female general who was about to volunteer for the battlefield. When Lin Wu wasn't around, the other young geniuses all looked to her as their leader. It had to be said that she and Lin Wu were a good match. However, the situation in the 8 Desolates 10 regions was very bad. It wasn't the time to talk about love. Therefore, Lin Wu and Lulua restrained themselves. I hope Lin Wu can get that thing. Even if we die here, it will be worth it. The old men's eyes were filled with the intent of death. Their gazes were cold. They were planning to stall for time even if they had to stay here, so that Lin Wu could obtain the treasure. Hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Although this was the worst-case scenario, they still had to be prepared. So it's here. However, at this moment, a faint fluctuation suddenly came from the void. It was accompanied by the calm voice of a young man. Goddess Lu Luo and the others widened their eyes in shock. The space in front of them was suddenly torn apart, and a terrifying primal chaos chi spread out from it. Roar! A massive three-headed black flood dragon appeared, bringing with it a vast pressure that swept through the heavens and the earth. Its 6 pairs of eyes flickered with a cold bloodthirsty light. A young figure stood on its head. He didn't seem to care about the people in front of him. Instead, he looked at the gourd cave behind him. Misty crimson divine light soared into the sky. It was as if thousands of murderous intents were interweaving there, transforming into all kinds of peerless divine weapons. They could even vaguely hear the sound of weapons clashing, shaking the world and making the universe tremble. This was a terrifying power. Although it hadn't fully awakened, it was already shocking enough. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, but his expression was still calm. The moment Gu Chang'e appeared, the expressions of Goddess Lulua and the others changed dramatically. Fear filled their faces. Their bodies trembled, and even their souls seemed to be frozen. This was an uncontrollable fear. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. They really didn't expect this, so they prayed in their hearts that Gu Chang'e wouldn't find this place. However, he suddenly appeared and tore through space without any fluctuations. Even the few old men with the highest cultivation bases were clenching their teeth and trembling like a sieve. Not to mention the group of young men and women. Standing in front of Gu Chang'e was already the most they could resist. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, even if they didn't do anything, every inch of their skin could collapse the void and make it difficult to withstand the terrifying fluctuations. Obviously, in their eyes, Gu Chang'e had already reached this level. Every inch of his skin was filled with divine light and chaotic energy. His body was unbelievably strong. Gu Chang'e, at this moment, Goddess Lu Luo suppressed the fear in her heart and forced herself to calm down. She tried to speak to Gu Chang'e. She planned to stall for time. On one hand, she wanted to wait for Lin Wu to obtain the mysterious gourd. On the other hand, she wanted to wait for reinforcements to arrive. You know my name. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e retracted his gaze from the valley. He looked at Lu Luo, his eyes calm and deep without any ripples. Lu Luo couldn't help but pale. She felt that the other party's gaze was as calm as a bottomless abyss. This wasn't looking down, but a kind of pure disregard and indifference. It was as simple as looking at a speck of dust or a pebble beside his foot. It was just that simple. The other young prodigies didn't have the courage to look at Gu Chang'e. They felt that his gaze was more terrifying than any divine ability and could shatter their souls. Lu Luo suppressed the fear in her heart and said calmly, "That's what I heard that person call you." Before Chu Hao was killed by Gu Chang'e, he had called out this name. So she remembered it. After all, he was a leading figure in the upper realm. She naturally had to pay attention. "Oh, are you planning to stall for time?" Gu Chang'e saw through her plan at a glance and asked calmly. Lu Luo's face turned even paler. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling a terrifying sense of suffocation envelop her. The expressions of the elders changed drastically. They stood in front of her and tried to resist the terrifying pressure from Gu Chang'e. "What's the name of the person who went in?" Gu Chang'e asked calmly. Lu Luo braced herself and replied, "His name is Lin Wu." Lin Wu, Gu Chang'e nodded and didn't continue speaking. He didn't move to the gourd valley. Instead, he waited at the same spot. Because there was no need for that. It seemed that this son of destiny was quite fortunate to be able to help him bring out the treasure. Seeing this, the cultivators from the 8 desolates 10 regions couldn't guess what Gu Chang'e was thinking. They were terrified and didn't dare to say anything. Only Lu Luo was shocked. She could roughly guess Gu Changa's intention. He planned to wait for Lin Wu to come out and snatch the treasure from him. Her expression changed slightly, but she felt a lot more relieved in her heart. When the spirit gourd supremacy obtained the mysterious gourd, it was said that many people tried to snatch it, but they all failed in the end. That was because after the mysterious gourd recognized its owner, it would be difficult for others to activate it. Even if they obtained it, they couldn't do anything. As its owner, no matter how far away it was, he could retrieve it. Although Gu Changa's strength was terrifying, when the mysterious gourd fully awakened, it was still unknown who would be stronger. It wouldn't be easy for him to snatch it from Lin Wu. "What's your name?" While all sorts of thoughts were running through Luluo's mind, Gu Changa suddenly spoke and looked at her. Lu Luo's heart trembled again, but she didn't dare to hide it and replied, "Lu Luo." "Lu Luo." Gu Changa smiled faintly when she heard this. Then, she suddenly made a move. Her palm reached out toward her. Wind and thunder intertwined in the void. Runes flashed as if they had turned into a giant hand that easily covered the sky. Goddess Lu Luo, seeing this, the elders' expressions changed. They were shocked and furious, and they tried to save Lu Luo. They took out their artifacts to defend against this palm. Boom! However, following the explosion, terrifying shockwaves poured out. Under this palm, everything was covered. It was vast and boundless. Everyone's magical tools collapsed and exploded, turning into dazzling fragments that filled the sky. They all coughed up blood and their bodies were torn apart. They had almost died from the shockwaves. Everyone's expression was incomparably fearful as they felt a sense of hopelessness. Lu Luo's face was also pale. However, she knew that she couldn't resist, let alone escape. She could only accept her fate and close her eyes in despair, waiting for death. Stop! However, at this moment, in the distant horizon, a roar sounded. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard as several figures with powerful auras rushed over. The one who spoke was an old woman. She held a green snake staff, and with a wave of her hand, a dazzling green light bloomed, turning into the image of an ancient divine tree. It rushed towards the palm in an attempt to save Lu Luo. It was the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who had come to help. Seeing this, the other experts also attacked, shooting out divine lights of various colors. Dazzling spells and divine abilities intertwined in the sky, turning into dense chains of laws. However, before they could get close, a black spear suddenly swept through the air. It was accompanied by a torrential black light that swept through the world like a wave. Everyone's expressions changed, and they hurriedly defended. Boom! Suddenly, a vast and mighty aura erupted in this place, as if stars were exploding one after another. The attacks they launched were all turned into dust by the sweep of the black spear. Everyone retreated in horror, looking at the figure in the nethermetal armor that had suddenly appeared, somewhat frightened. "I won't kill you now. Why are you so afraid?" Gu Changa shook his head slightly, his tone somewhat strange. He grabbed at Lu Luo, who was standing there waiting for death, and directly sealed her spirit sea, placing a restriction on it, then threw her at his feet. Lu Luo fell to the ground, despair still remaining on her face. She didn't expect to survive. However, when she saw her cultivation sealed and thrown at Gu Changa's feet, she couldn't help but feel fear. In the end, no matter how calm and collected she was still a woman in her 20s. Today's matter had truly terrified her. She had truly taken a trip to the gates of hell. It was difficult for her to truly calm down. Let go of the young miss. Who are you? Seeing this scene, Granny Lu Chui, who had killed her way here, had a gloomy expression. Dense green light suffused the green serpent staff, and she was ready to attack at any time. Gu Changa's strength was very strong, and she couldn't see through him. However, that didn't mean that she would watch her young miss be humiliated like this. The other experts who had rushed over also looked at Ada in fear, feeling that his aura was very terrifying. Even Supremes weren't his match. Such an expert had actually infiltrated this place, which made them feel very uneasy. Granny, don't worry about me. None of you are his match. Lu Luo suppressed the fear in her heart and couldn't help but shout, worried that Gu Changa would suddenly kill Granny Lu Chui. Young miss. Granny Lu Chui's heart trembled, and her eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect Lu Luo to say this. For a moment, she was stunned, not knowing what had happened. This young man was clearly standing in front of them, but it was as if he was separated from all of them by a distant universe, vague and indistinct. If you don't want all of them to die here, then obediently listen to me. 527, maybe I'll let you live. Gu Changa didn't care about the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who had rushed over, and said to Lu Luo indifferently. In his eyes, other than the son of destiny Lin Wu and the mysterious gourd that was similar to the immortal slaying flying knife, the others were more important. He didn't care about the life and death of the others. It was just a matter of a few slaps. Yes. Lu Luo's heart was filled with fear, and she didn't dare to refuse. He's the one who manifested his Dharma body in front of the boundary monument. See. How is that possible? At this moment, someone behind Granny Lu Chui couldn't help but exclaim, and his eyes widened as he recognized Gu Changa. His expression was very shocked, as he never thought that he would see Gu Changa here. Although it was just a Dharma body separated by countless distances, its aura wouldn't change. It's him. Why is he here? Granny Lu Chui and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. They naturally knew that this matter could be said to be a serious blow to the morale of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. They knew that it was the doing of a leader from the upper world. But now, this person actually appeared in this world, and appeared here. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts, and they didn't dare to attack like before. Looks like he's coming out. He's quite fast, and he didn't let me down. Gu Changa ignored everyone's shocked expressions. Instead, he stared at the gourd valley with interest, and then smiled slightly. He felt that the vast aura inside was dissipating continuously. The murderous aura that filled the space before was now gathering continuously, as if it could break through the clouds at any time. Hum. In the next moment, a burst of murderous aura rushed to the sky, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, and it could cut down countless suns, moons, and stars. The inside of the gourd valley suddenly split open, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The mountains on both sides collapsed with a boom. Then, a yellow gourd filled with multicolored light rushed out from within, and chaotic chi intertwined. Streaks of sword chi swallowed and spat out, making clanging sounds. It was boundlessly terrifying, and a sword appeared, circling around the mouth of the gourd, surrounded by a terrifying red glow. It was a bloody glow caused by too many killings, and it had already condensed into a red glow. Very quickly, the streaks of sword chi flew back into the gourd, and the glow disappeared, becoming plain and simple. In the end, it fell from the sky into the hands of a young man below. I got it. After Lin Wu obtained this mysterious gourd, his face couldn't help but show some joy and excitement. Though the process was a bit difficult, and he almost failed halfway, he did it in the end and made it appear. The heavens don't disappoint those who work hard. I did it. At this time, Lin Wu still didn't know what happened in the outside world. After taking the yellow gourd, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a shadow and quickly ran out of the gourd valley. Chapter 453. Outside the valley, Lu Luo and the rest of the 8 Desolates 10 regions sensed the commotion in the valley. Mountain rocks tumbled down and the mountain range collapsed, turning into a terrifying great rift valley. Judging from the commotion, Lin Wu had most likely obtained the mysterious gourd from the spiritual gourd sage. Otherwise, the murderous intent that shrouded this place would not dissipate so easily. However, it was precisely because of that their expressions became very unnatural, and even somewhat nervous. After all, Gu Changa did not kill them. Thinking about it, he must have other plans. He was probably going to threaten Lin Wu to hand over the mysterious gourd. Apart from that, they could not think of any other reason why Gu Changa kept them alive. At this moment, not only did Lu Luo think of this, but the others also thought of this, their faces turning pale. Granny Lu Chui and the other supreme experts were also frowning with grave expressions. They were no match for Gu Changa. Even if they worked together, it would be difficult for them to escape in the end. The only way was to draw in the power of the stars from the outer realms and destroy this void space. At the same time, they would bury Gu Changa here. But in truth, no one was willing to die here. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for no reason until the last moment? But would Lin Wu be willing to give up the mysterious gourd that he worked so hard to get? Do you guys think that Lin Wu is willing to use the gourd to exchange for all of your lives? Gu Changa's gaze fell on the valley that was gradually collapsing. She seemed to be somewhat interested in asking. Everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions felt a chill. From his words, it seemed that Gu Changa had admitted his intentions. They could not help but waver. Would Lin Wu be willing to exchange their lives for the gourd? Was it worth it? Although Lulua and the others knew Lin Wu very well, they knew that he wouldn't ignore their life and death. But in this kind of righteous situation, it was very likely that it was not up to Lin Wu to decide. After all, the immortal slaying gourd did not belong to Lin Wu alone. It belonged to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. If it fell into Gu Changa's hands, Lin Wu would be the sinner of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. It was the same for them. Perhaps in the eyes of many cultivators, their lives were not as important as the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying gourd is the supreme treasure of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Don't even think about snatching it away. Keep dreaming. We would rather die than submit. At this moment, many of the experts of the older generation finally reacted to Gu Changa's sinister intentions and couldn't help but curse out loud, as if they would rather die than submit. Obviously, Gu Changa was trying to incite internal strife among them. If the people's hearts were in chaos, what would they use to fight Gu Changa? Oh, really? If that's the case, then all of you can die. Gu Changa glanced at them and sent a palm strike at them. The runes rolled back and a vast wave of energy swept out, causing the expressions of those who had just spoken to change drastically. They wanted to resist, but the divine ability they had just activated collapsed almost instantly. Then, in the midst of regret and despair, they exploded one after another, and their bodies and souls were obliterated. They didn't expect Gu Changa to be so ruthless. Just then, they were just saying those words. They wanted to maintain their dignity in front of everyone and weren't very stubborn. However, Gu Changa didn't care at all and directly killed them all. Seeing this, Lulua and the others couldn't help but turn pale. Gu Changa didn't mind and smiled, "Do you think you can leave here alive? The immortal slaying gourd will fall into my hands sooner or later. What's the point of resisting like this?" Hearing this, everyone's faces turned even paler. Their hearts were filled with fear and anger. Many of the younger generation's faces were filled with despair. If they fought against others of the same generation and died on the battlefield, they wouldn't complain. However, the gap between them and Gu Changa was simply too great. They were unwilling to die in such a humiliating manner. However, all of them neglected one thing at this time. In terms of age, they were about the same age as Gu Changa. Boom! At this moment, waves of fluctuations suddenly came from the distant sky. It was a series of divine rainbows that quickly flew across the sky and landed here. The leaders were several old men with profound cultivation bases. Their chi and blood surged, and they were even more terrifying than the young people. Their faces were very old. There were humans and foreign races, and they were all from various orthodoxies of the upper realm. That's young Lord Chang'e. Why is he here? The moment this group of people arrived, they recognized Gu Chang'e at first glance. The few old men in the lead were shocked and couldn't believe it. The young people behind them were even more shocked. They didn't expect to see Gu Chang'e in person here from hundreds of millions of miles away. In the eyes of many of the younger generation, Gu Chang'e's existence was almost equivalent to worship. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. At that moment, they couldn't care less about what happened here and immediately bowed to Gu Chang'e. Song Yunfei, who was in the crowd, was also extremely shocked. As for Gu Chang'e, they had only heard about him in rumors. They had never seen him in person. Previously, he even heard that their mansion master Chu Hao had a conflict with Gu Chang'e and had suffered a great loss at his hands. After returning to the highest cave abode, mansion master Chu Hao began to cultivate in seclusion and broke through to the supreme stage. It was just that he couldn't understand. It was rumored that Gu Chang'e had disappeared without a trace after the battle with the red-robed demoness. How could he appear in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, and in this void space? Chang'e. The lady in the blue dress beside him couldn't help but blink. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy, and she couldn't help but walk forward. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e turned around in surprise. He looked at her from head to toe and had some impression of her. Elder sister Yingshuang. The lady in the blue dress was the granddaughter of the Longevity Gu clan's third elder. Speaking of which, she knew Gu Chang'e as they were both direct disciples of the clan. Although she was slightly older than Gu Chang'e. Gu Yingshuang pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes curved as she asked, "Why are you here?" When she saw Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but think of the last time Gu Chang'e returned from the lower realm, before he was appointed as the young master. At that time, he was arrogant, powerful, and cold. He challenged all the geniuses of the clan alone. Everyone attacked together, but in the end, they were no match for him. At that time, Gu Chang'e even stepped on her face. No matter how tears welled up in her eyes, he didn't move his foot. Gu Chang'e's coldness and strength had always been deeply ingrained in her heart. At that time, she was still young and indignant about this matter. However, as she grew older, she gradually got over it. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's strength had already grown to the point where they couldn't see his back. It wouldn't be long before he succeeded the position of patriarch of the Longevity Gu clan. She no longer took this kind of small matter to heart. Moreover, she guessed that Gu Chang'e probably didn't remember such things either. I heard that the battle between the upper realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions was intense, so I came here to take a look. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He didn't expect to meet the Gu clan's disciples here. Gu Yingshuang walked to his side and looked curiously at Lulua and the others. Especially when she saw Lulua, who had been thrown at Gu Chang'e's feet. She paused and said, "Are these the geniuses of the 8 Desolates 10 regions?" She could sense the strength of this group of young people. Gu Chang'e nodded. In terms of strength, they should be considered geniuses. Song Yunfei and the others were shocked. They swept their eyes over Lulua and the others. They hadn't noticed this group of young geniuses just now. Moreover, the experts of the 8 Desolates 10 regions that they had encountered before had also appeared. They didn't dare to act rashly. It seems that because of young Master Chang'e, they don't dare to act rashly now. A skinny old man couldn't help but sneer. He swept his gaze over Lulua and the others with ill intentions. Granny Lulua and the others fell silent, their hearts heavy. I don't know if young Master Chang'e has seen the people from our most high paradise. Previously, our Manor Lord had already brought people here to retrieve the supreme treasure of our most high paradise. It's just that we haven't seen any traces of them yet. At this moment, Song Yunfei looked around in confusion and couldn't help but ask Gu Chang'e. Just now, when he saw the divine light erupting into the sky, he thought that the supreme treasure of the highest paradise had appeared, so he hurried over. Unfortunately, he didn't see Manor Lord Chu Hao or any of the elders here. This made him puzzled. "You're a disciple of the highest paradise?" Gu Changa looked at him and asked calmly. Song Yunfei didn't dare to look him in the eye, but he still nodded. He didn't know why Gu Changa asked this. "Yes. I wonder if young Master Changa has seen any traces of the Manor Lord and the others here?" Song Yunfei continued to ask. "I have." Gu Changa nodded. A look of joy appeared on Song Yunfei's face. He couldn't help but ask, "Then can young Master Changa tell me where the Manor Lord and the others are now? They've already been killed by me." Gu Changa said casually. His tone was very casual. "What? Young Master Changa, are you joking?" Hearing this, the joy on Song Yunfei's face suddenly froze. He couldn't believe his own ears. The Manor Lord of the highest paradise had been killed by Gu Changa? How was this possible? Guing Shuang and the others also widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. "They've already been killed by me." Gu Changa glanced at Song Yunfei indifferently and repeated. His tone didn't fluctuate much, as if he was talking about a small matter that had nothing to do with him. "The Manor Lord of the highest paradise, Chu Hao, colluded with the 8 Desolates' 10 regions and plotted against us, so I killed him. Are you dissatisfied with something?" "No. I wouldn't dare." Song Yunfei's voice trembled. He couldn't help but shiver. He only felt that his head was buzzing and blank. He didn't dare to believe it, but he also didn't think that Gu Changa would lie to him. How long had it been? Their Manor Lord, several elders, and a group of experts had been killed by Gu Changa. If this matter were to spread, who knew how big of a wave it would cause? Gu Changa said that they colluded with the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Who knew if this accusation was true? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Lulua and the others had personally witnessed Gu Changa's appearance and the entire process of her personally killing Chu Hao. When did he collude with the 8 Desolates' 10 regions? These words were without evidence. It was all Gu Changa's side of the story and false accusations. However, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were silent, not daring to say anything or ask anything. This scene made them shiver uncontrollably. They felt a suffocating sense of fear and despair. How terrifying was this power to make everyone so fearful? "What? You know this person?" Gu Changa noticed the slight change in Guing Shuang's expression and asked casually. Guing Shuang shook her head and smiled. "He's just a toad who wants to climb up the Gu clan." Hearing Guing Shuang's heartless and honest words, Song Yunfei's face turned even paler. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. However, he didn't dare to show it. He was disappointed. The other young heaven's favorites from the upper world were now a distance away from him. Just then, at the entrance of the Gourd Valley, a gray figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Wu, who went in to retrieve the immortal slaying gourd. He looked rather haggard. There were some wounds on his body. It was obvious that this trip didn't go well. However, the way he looked at Gu Changa was full of shock. Especially when he saw Goddess Lulua, who was thrown under his feet, his face turned green with anger. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart, making him clench his fists. When he entered the Gourd Valley, Gu Changa appeared and suppressed everyone. This was the cause and effect he could see now. Lin Wu, Lulua, Huarong, and the other young heaven's favorites from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions saw Lin Wu come out. They were worried that he would act rashly at this time. With the immortal slaying gourd in hand, even if Lin Wu couldn't fully control its power, it wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could deal with. As long as he used it a little, they had a chance of survival. Lin Wu calmed down quickly. He stared at Gu Changa and said, "Let them go. If there's anything, come at me." Gu Chang'e looked at him with interest and said, "You seem to hate me very much. You killed my brother. This hatred is irreconcilable." When Lin Wu heard this, his face turned even colder. He couldn't hide his hatred and said word by word. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said, "Who's your brother? I don't remember killing such a person. If I accidentally stepped on him, then it's a different story." Lin Wu was furious. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to not even know who his brother was. To Gu Chang'e, this was like trampling an ant to death. She wouldn't even remember which ant it was that was trampled to death. Chapter 454. Hand the immortal slaying gourd to me, and I can promise to spare their lives. Gu Chang'e then said. He reached out and grabbed Luluo, who was beside his feet, and lifted her up. Luluo's face was pale. Her magical powers were restrained, and she could not even commit suicide. He knew that this mysterious immortal slaying gourd needed to be subdued by special means. If he was too forceful, it would escape into the depths of the earth, and it would be difficult to find it. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e could just snatch it. With Lin Wu's current ability, it was impossible to stop him. Even if a miracle happened and the protagonist's aura activated, it would not work. Let go of Mississippi. Granny Lu Chui of the Green Clan gritted her teeth and shouted with a cold expression. She could not calm down at all. Luluo, who had been the apple of the Green Clan's eye since she was young, had never suffered such humiliation. Granny, don't worry about me. You are not his match. Luluo's face was pale, and she felt that she could not breathe. However, she was still stubborn and did not beg for mercy. However, this expression made Lin Wu's heart ache. The other young prodigies also fell silent. I don't have the best patience. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and said calmly, I don't like to repeat myself. Lin Wu's expression was uncertain, and he was very conflicted. The immortal slaying gourd's preciousness was needless to say. This was a supreme treasure that shone brightly during the battle with the upper realm. Many powerhouses of the upper realm were beheaded by it and buried in the boundary monument sea. How could he be willing to give it to Gu Chang'e? However, if he did not give it to Gu Chang'e, Luluo would definitely be killed. He had seen Gu Chang'e's ruthlessness with his own eyes. Even the most powerful powerhouses of their world were killed without batting an eyelid. What else in this world could he not do? Lin Wu, don't worry about me. The immortal slaying gourd cannot fall into their hands, especially Gu Chang'e's. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Luluo's expression was firm. She endured the fear in her heart and persuaded Lin Wu. However, she wasn't done yet. Gu Chang'e grabbed her chin and dislocated it with a crack. The pain caused her face to turn pale and her body to tremble. However, 527 was Gu Chang'e. His expression did not change much. He was indifferent and unperturbed. In his eyes, the worthless red powder was no different from a skeleton. Next time, it won't just be her chin that's going to be removed, Gu Chang'e said indifferently. Lin Wu's heart was filled with pain, and he wanted nothing more than to roar at the sky. In particular, when he saw Luluo's pained expression, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel moved. You, release Luluo, and I'll give you the immortal slaying gourd. But you have to swear on your Tao heart. Otherwise, I won't believe you. Lin Wu's heart was filled with pain and hatred. He forced himself to calm down. At this moment, he could not be impulsive. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Luluo was both touched and sad. She hadn't expected Lin Wu to actually agree. Now is not the time for you to negotiate with me. You don't have the right. However, Gu Chang'e did not agree. He still shook his head slightly. You, don't go too far. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. He was simply mad with hatred. After so many years of cultivation, he couldn't calm down at all at this moment. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent that made him feel helpless and desperate. Before this, no matter what kind of danger he encountered, he could always turn it into a blessing and turn it into a safety. And this time, it was clearly the biggest crisis he had encountered since he started cultivating. At this moment, the irascible old man of the fire tribe suddenly looked up at the space above. He was a little shocked. He didn't expect to sense the aura of that great treasure. If anything happens to us here, you definitely won't be able to leave this space. Now, our world has activated the great treasure, the divine mirror of universe, to gather the energy of 100,000 star regions. If there are any strange movements here, the divine mirror of universe will descend to destroy. Including you, everyone will be buried here. Our lives are worthless. It doesn't matter if we die, but for someone like you to die like this, you won't be willing to accept it, right? At once, he calmed down and felt confident. He sneered at Gu Changa. After all, he was going to die anyway. If they could drag Gu Changa down with them, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. With Gu Changa's strength and status, nobody in the upper world could compare to him. If he died here, to the upper world, it would be a terrifying blow. To the 8 barren 10 regions, it would be an exciting event. The divine mirror of universe, hearing this, everyone from the 8 barren 10 regions was stunned. Including Lin Wu, their hearts were in great shock as they suddenly remembered something. It was a treasure that was the result of the efforts of countless ancestors from the 8 barren 10 regions. It took millions of years to make. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. With a single strike, all living beings would vanish into thin air and be reduced to ashes. Even those who truly achieved the Tao wouldn't dare to say that they could take the attack head-on. With the power of the divine mirror of universe, it wouldn't be difficult for it to destroy this place. Therefore, when the time comes, they could just bury everyone here. With Gu Changa dying with them, what more could they ask for? The divine mirror of universe? So this is why you are so confident. But where did you get the confidence to think that it can kill me? Hearing this, Gu Changa just smiled faintly. Since he dared to show up in the 8 barren 10 regions territory, he wasn't afraid that they would team up against him. Though the divine mirror of universe's attack was powerful, it would be ridiculous to think that it could kill him. Even if you don't die, the people behind you won't be able to escape death. Lin Wu said coldly. He felt that someone like Gu Changa definitely had flaws. There was no way he didn't care about anything. Wasn't there a woman in a blue dress before him who was from the same clan as him? Do you think I care about that? Gu Changa continued to shake his head. His expression was mocking, as if he had just heard a very stupid and funny statement. Okay, then I will give you the immortal slaying gourd. Lin Wu's face was full of struggle and conflict. He was having a battle in his heart. In the end, he could only accept it unwillingly. Just as Gu Changa had said, he was not in a position to talk about conditions. Don't worry, I am a man of my words. When the time comes, I will let you go. Gu Changa still had a calm expression, not surprised at all. He knew that Lin Wu would give in. As the son of destiny, Lin Wu was still loyal and affectionate. However, compared to the so-called righteousness of the 8 desolates 10 regions, this was nothing. Then, Lin Wu clenched his teeth and no longer hesitated. He took out a yellow gourd the size of a palm. On top of it, there were strands of purple fog that were as sharp as swords. The fog seeped out from the mouth of the gourd and converged into it. From the outside, it looked very strange. There were mysterious vibrations intertwining. Suddenly, everyone saw a heavenly sword that was stained with blood and could be unsheathed at any time. Is this the immortal slaying gourd of the 8 barren 10 regions? Everyone from the upper worlds was shocked as well. They couldn't help but be attracted by this yellow gourd. Before this, they had only heard of the legend of this gourd. During the war against the 8 barren 10 regions, the immortal slaying gourd shone brightly. Many powerhouses were beheaded by that flying sword that was bound to draw blood. They lost their lives and were buried in the monument sea. Here. Lin Wu tossed the immortal slaying gourd to Gu Chang'e. He didn't dare to play any tricks because Lu Luo was still in Gu Chang'e's hands. He could kill her at any time. You sure are straightforward. Gu Chang'e smiled and took over the immortal slaying gourd. A black rune of the Tao landed inside. At this moment, he could clearly feel a terrifying resistance coming from it. Although it was thrown over by Lin Wu, it still resisted and didn't want to recognize Gu Chang'e as its master. This thing was indeed something born from nature. It contained an amazing spirituality and knew who to follow to avoid being enslaved. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to refine it now. After sealing it with a special method, he threw it into the Sumeru ring. After doing all this, he looked at Lin Wu with interest. Now it's time for you to redeem your promise. Lin Wu stared at him with fear, afraid that Gu Chang'e would go back on his word. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Gu Chang'e waved his hand, and the restrictions that fell on Huo Rong and the others were all removed. But when his gaze fell on Lu Luo, he stopped. What do you mean? Seeing this, Lin Wu was stunned, then he was puzzled and angry. He was very uneasy. Are you going back on your word? I can promise to let them live, but I didn't say I would let her go. Gu Chang'e's tone still didn't change in the slightest. Lu Luo was also stunned, then despair appeared in her eyes. You're despicable and shameless, Lin Wu was shocked and angry. He never thought that Gu Chang'e would let everyone go, but not Lu Luo. The others were also shocked, and at the same time, incomparably furious. If you want to save her, then come find me at the Boundary Monument Sea in half a month. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much. He looked up at the boundless sky, feeling the vast fluctuations gradually enveloping them. Then with a wave of his sleeve, a boundless golden fog rose, turning into a golden path that tore through space and took everyone away. Lu Luo, Lin Wu clenched his teeth, his eyes red with hatred. Especially when he saw Lu Luo's desperate expression when she was captured by Gu Chang'e. His heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife, as if it was being torn apart by thousands of cuts. Let go of Mississippi, Granny Lu Chui roared and chased after him. She waved the green snake staff, shooting out beams of light in an attempt to save Lu Luo. But Gu Chang'e didn't look back, as if he didn't hear her. Ada swept down with his spear, like a punishment from the heavens. The rumbling black light flooded over like a star, making her body tremble. She spat out blood and flew backward, almost exploding. And at the moment when Gu Chang'e tore through space, a terrifying and vast world-destroying pressure descended from the sky, turning into endless pillars of light that were about to blast this region. The universe mirror has awakened. It's planning to kill us all here. The people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions reacted to this scene and their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing the power of the heavens. What a cruel heart! Many people were furious and felt indignant. The cultivators from the 8 Desolation 10 regions were planning to sacrifice them to kill Gu Chang'e and the others here. Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e reacted quickly. The moment he sensed the aura, he tore through space and left. He didn't stay for long. Unfortunately, his reaction was too fast. He left just like that, and took Miss Lu Luo with him. Someone sighed. The vast energy wave in the sky slowly dissipated, but it didn't fall in the end. The universe mirror needed a huge amount of energy to awaken. After seeing Gu Chang'e leave, it obviously wouldn't waste another attack. Lu Luo, Lin Wu roared at the sky, his fists clenched and his hair stood on end. His eyes were as red as a beast's. Gu Chang'e, I'll kill you one day. He was angry at himself for being weak and powerless. If he was a little stronger, he wouldn't have to watch his beloved be taken away with his own eyes. Chapter 455 Above the border of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, an ancient and vast divine mirror was awakened. The divine light was sparkling and translucent, and endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gathering towards it. Black clouds rolled, and the stars in the outer realm trembled as if they were about to collapse. Because the energy that filled the air was too majestic. This was no longer like a mirror, but a majestic ancient continent that could fall from the sky at any time. Rays of dazzling and brilliant divine light intertwined, turning into a mountain ridge that was as thick as a small mountain that was about to crash down. At this moment, no matter what level of cultivator they were, they all felt a sense of fear. The divine mirror of heaven and earth was a treasure that belonged to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. It would only be awakened in the face of major events. Even though they had been fighting with the upper realm for almost half a year, they had never used the divine mirror of heaven and earth. The reason for that was because the energy required to activate it was simply too terrifying. The resources consumed every time were incalculable, and it had to devour the spiritual chi of many star regions. The awakening of the divine mirror of heaven and earth this time was the unanimous decision of many ancient families in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Because they had received news that the leader of the upper realm had suddenly descended to the 8 Desolates 10 regions, and his figure happened to appear at the place where the Honorable Spirit Gourd and the ancestor of the Taishan Grotto Heaven had fought. Because of this, they did not consider for long and unanimously decided to use the divine mirror of heaven and earth to destroy and bury him here, eliminating this great threat. Although there were other cultivators and living beings from the 8 Desolates 10 regions in that place. There were even many young geniuses who were outstanding figures of their respective clans, and could be called the seeds of the future. However, in order to destroy the leader of the upper realm, they could no longer care so much. It could be said that they did not hesitate. Gu Changa's threat to them was far greater than the other ultimate powerhouses. Moreover, it was said that he was only in his early 20s. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a talent could be described as one of a kind. If he continued to grow, he would definitely become a disaster for the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Once this news spread, it immediately caused a stir in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Many cultivators witnessed the divine mirror of heaven and earth for the first time. Such a vast and majestic scene could be said to be countless suns, moons, and stars gathered together, falling in a certain direction. Under such an aura, even those who had attained the Tao would not have much of a chance of survival. The Dragon Blood Forest clan, the Green Life clan, the Fire clan, and other ancient clans were all incomparably furious. He wanted to stop all of this, but there was nothing he could do. It was because the hope of their clan was still in that void, trying to find the immortal slaying gourd that was once lost there. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the pressure of the cosmos divine mirror dissipated and did not kill them. This saved the lives of the Sky Prides. This was because Gu Changa had already torn through space and left from there. Even if they bombarded him, it would only be a waste of resources and cause casualties for no reason. This matter caused a huge commotion in the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. Especially at the end, when many people found out that the immortal slaying gourd that was once lost was actually taken away by Gu Changa, it caused even more shocking waves. Lin Wu's actions made many cultivators furious. They felt that he was selfish, losing the immortal killing gourd because of love. With such a precious treasure in the hands of Gu Changa, it could be said that he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Gu Changa's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. Who could keep him in check in the future? As for the kidnapping of Goddess Lulua, the Pearl of the Green Tribe, although many young Sky Prides were enraged, no one dared to go to the Boundary Monument Sea to look for her. Not to mention that the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea was now almost filled with the army of the upper realm. Even if they found Goddess Lulua, who could be confident that they could rescue her from Gu Changa? This was an unsolvable situation to begin with. Meanwhile, in a remote town not far from the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, a wave of fluctuation came from the void, followed by a tear in the void. Gu Changa and the others appeared from within. We have troubled young Lord Changa for today's matter. Thank you for saving our lives, young Lord Changa. The people of various clans and orthodoxies were all frightened. They immediately opened their mouths and expressed their gratitude. When the terrifying wave of the cosmos divine mirror came, they thought that they would die and be buried in it. If not for Gu Changa's help, everyone would have died there. Therefore, they were very grateful to Gu Changa from the bottom of their hearts. Even Song Yunfei had mixed feelings. Even if the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven was framed for colluding with the 8 barren 10 regions, it was already set in stone and could not be changed. As long as the people in front of him were not stupid, they would know what to say when the time came. Should they offend Gu Changa for the sake of a faction that the Mansion Lord and the elders had already been destroyed? Or should they try to build a good relationship with Gu Changa? This obviously did not need to be considered. As for the truth of the matter, it did not matter. It was just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. With a slight smile on his face, Gu Changa waved his hand. The 8 barren 10 regions did not even care about their sky prides in order to kill you. Guing Shuang stared at Gu Changa and smiled. In their eyes, you must have attracted a lot of hatred. Everyone agreed with this. After all, even the cosmos divine mirror had been used. It showed how determined the 8 barren 10 regions were to keep Gu Changa there. The 8 barren 10 regions will be even more unwilling to lose the immortal slaying gourd. It will be a huge blow to their morale. Someone looked at the pale and despairing Lulua and said with a strange look in his eyes. They did not know why Gu Changa had captured her. Gu Changa's intentions were not something they could guess. Once the boundary monument sea dries up, the 8 barren 10 regions will definitely hide in Sky Deer City. With the help of the 9 mountains and boundary abyss, they should be able to hold on for a while. Gu Changa shook his head. He glanced at Lulua and said, let's go meet up with our clansmen first. The 8 desolaces and 10 regions matter right now. The final battle hasn't started yet. That's good. Then, everyone turned into divine rainbows and left the desolate town, heading to meet up with the upper world army. Along the way, Gu Changa inserted great Tao runes and continuously refined the immortal slaying gourd, reducing its resistance by quite a bit. As an innate offensive weapon, this item could devour killing intent and refine it into an immortal slaying flying sword. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. In the hands of different people, the effects it could play were also different. If Gu Changa took it out, even if he could not kill the arch in one strike, he would definitely be able to severely injure him. If he refined it again and refined the primordial true feather that he obtained from the demon world's Qi Shao demon emperor into it, its power would increase by several levels. As for the great picture scroll, it was a supreme treasure that was both offensive and defensive. Its offensive power surpassed many the arch weapons. In terms of defense, it did not lose to the Sky Palm Tower. Gu Changa counted his gains during this period. Apart from the providence points obtained from killing the Son of Destiny and the Heavenly Tao treasure chest, as well as the time-space steel and the mystic mirror, his gains were the great picture scroll. His greatest gains were the immortal slaying gourd and the great picture scroll. These 2 supreme treasures clearly surpassed many man-made arch weapons. They contained innate great Tao runes and innate Tao runes. Gu Changa even felt that their current level was not their limit. For example, the Xianyang Heavenly Saber and the Primordial True Feather were man-made. In terms of level, it was very difficult to have a major breakthrough unless one went against the innate or remodeled. Even the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts were mostly man-made. However, the forging method was rather special, causing their level to surpass many the arch weapons. However, their true power was still far from that of the arch weapons. This was because their level and power were not equal. Among them, the Sky Palm Tower and the Sky Palm Sword were said to be very special. This was because the Sky Palm Tower was an artifact that suppressed the foundation of the Immortal Palace. If its level was not high enough, it would definitely not be able to suppress it. As for the sky palm sword, it was an offensive artifact that controlled the immortal palace. It could even trigger the great Tao of heaven and earth, the earth, water, wind, fire, and thunder above the 9 heavens. At the shore of the boundary monument sea, huge waves surged into the sky. They kept crashing, making rumbling sounds that shook the sky as if an ancient world was rotating. In the sky, ancient warships that looked like ancient continents floated in the air. They were majestic, shrouded in chaotic fog. Specks of starlight could be seen in the distance, as if the Milky Way was flowing backwards. On the ancient warships, palaces and pavilions were everywhere. There were divine mountains and ancient mountains standing there. It did not look like a simple warship, but more like an ancient continent. There were many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies stationed here. Although it was difficult for supreme experts to cross over, the combat strength here was still not to be underestimated. Just their numbers alone were incomparably vast, and could be said to be endless. They were a black mass that covered the heavens like black clouds. The news of Gu Changa's appearance in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had spread very quickly. Therefore, many cultivators knew that he had come here and snatched a supreme treasure of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Previously, the universe divine mirror in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had been revived because of him. The moment Gu Changa arrived, several powerful and terrifying divine consciousnesses swept over and confirmed his identity. After all, they were now in the territory of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. There might be some spies, so it was better to be cautious. After confirming Gu Changa's identity, streak after streak of divine rainbows and great golden paths flew out from the ancient warships one after another, continuously extending, descending here. They were all the leaders of various clans. Greetings, young Master Changa. An old man with white hair was the first to arrive. He was an ancestral patriarch of the Yi clan in the primordial deity realm. She begged for fresh flowers. He valued Gu Changa very much and knew that Gu Changa's strength had reached a level that made them respect him. The people behind him were either from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain or forces like the Human Ancestor Palace. They had a long history and were not comparable to ordinary large sections. As for the people of Buddha Mountain, they were also stationed here, but they did not show themselves. Previously in the Divine City, many ancient monks died tragically at the hands of the red-robed female demon, but Gu Changa survived and came to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions without a word, stirring up a storm. This was unacceptable to the people of Buddha Mountain. They felt that the deaths of the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain were related to Gu Changa. They wanted to find Gu Changa and ask him what had happened that day. However, they also guessed that Gu Changa would not say anything, so they did not waste their efforts. Moreover, the whereabouts of the red-robed female demon had become a mystery. No one knew whether she was alive or dead. Why did young Master Changa suddenly come here? The people of various clans and orthodoxies were very interested in this question and could not help but ask. After I tore through space with a secret treasure to escape, I was hit by the red-robed female demon's palm and passed out. When I woke up, I was drifting in the boundary monument sea. As for what happened, I'm not sure. Gu Changa's expression did not change. He shook his head slightly and seemed to be a little regretful. I only just heard about the tragedy that day. I didn't expect that the others could not escape. At this point, he sighed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed and fell silent. They did not ask any more questions. They did not dare to question Gu Changa. It was hard to judge whether it was true or not, but they were all people who had lived for a long time. They would not believe Gu Changa's one-sided story so easily. After that, Gu Changa and the others talked about what happened in the void space, but did not mention the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven. As for the immortal slaying gourd, although everyone was envious, they knew not to ask. They did not have the guts and strength to snatch something from Gu Changa. After that, Gu Changa bid farewell to everyone and took the captive Lu Luo. He turned into a divine rainbow and went to the area where the Longevity Gu clan was stationed. When Guing Shuang came here, she was separated from him. Gu Chang'e did not plan to continue to care about her. Lu Luo went from despair to realizing that Gu Chang'e did not care about her and treated her as air. She gradually calmed down. After all, she was going to die anyway. There was nothing to be afraid of. Now that she saw this terrifying scene, she could not help but tremble. There was a kind of fear that came from inside out. This was the power of the upper realm. Almost every orthodoxy could easily send out tens of millions of troops. She even suspected that when the final battle came, the orthodoxies of the upper realm would be able to send out hundreds of millions of troops. This was unimaginable. If not for the orthodoxies of the upper realm fighting for themselves, the 8 desolates' 10 regions would have been conquered long ago. Do you think that your sweetheart will come here to save you in half a month? At this time, Gu Chang'e's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Lu Luo had already let go of the fear in her heart and was much calmer now. She said calmly, I believe that Lin Wu will come to save me, but I don't want him to take the risk. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, what a touching couple. It's a pity, what's a pity? Lu Luo looked up at him, her eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. What a pity, he will die here for you. Do you think he can save you? Gu Chang'e said casually. I think you don't want him to die either, right? A ripple appeared in Lulua's calm eyes. She did not want Lin Wu to die because of her. It was not worth it. If it wasn't for the fact that her cultivation was sealed by Gu Chang'e, she probably would have already destroyed her own meridians. What do you mean? She could not help but look at Gu Chang'e and ask. If you don't want him to die, then listen to me obediently. Not only will I let you live a good life, but I will also let him live a good life. Gu Chang'e smiled but did not explain anything. He then ordered someone to take her away. You. Lu Luo was a little frightened. She could vaguely guess Gu Chang'e's intentions and could not help but feel cold all over. After Lu Luo was taken away, Gu Chang'e dismissed everyone in the hall. He planned to enter the inner verse to see the changes in Chan Hongyi. However, before he could open the inner verse, he could feel a faint evil aura emanating from it. He could not help but frown. It hasn't even been a month this time. Is it difficult to continue suppressing it? Chapter 456. Within the palace, all of the servants had been dismissed, so it was rather quiet. However, there were traces of hostility emanating from the inner universe. It was like a crimson glow with a strong stench of blood. Gu Chang'e could not help but frown. Although this aura was very weak, the entire inner universe was under his control. How could he not sense it? According to his estimation, the duration of suppressing the hostility should be maintained for at least 3 months. However, this time had quickly shortened to a month. This could only mean that Chan Hongyi's recovery speed had exceeded his expectations. Of course, it could also be because Gu Chang'e had collected a lot of life origins during this period of time, allowing her to recover. Therefore, he was now considering whether to show himself and meet Chan Hongyi. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e had put in a lot of effort into the life origins that she had absorbed. This was to prevent her from going berserk. When the time came, he would have a plan to deal with it. However, if he fought with Chan Hongyi now, the fluctuations here would definitely spread and attract the attention of other orthodoxies. The degree of this evil aura isn't as strong as the last time, it seems that suppressing it is not useless. Compared to the last time, perhaps she is more clear-headed. With that thought, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and made a plan. Then, he waved his hand and sent out runes. Lines of Tao patterns spread out and sealed the palace to prevent any aura from leaking out. After doing this, he felt a spatial fluctuation in front of him. A glittering silver door appeared, seemingly leading to another mystical world. Gu Chang'e quickly stepped in and disappeared. Ever since the inner world had evolved into the inner universe, this space had undergone a huge change. Divine mountains were majestic, immortal islands were dazzling, and vast ancient forests were unfolding. There were countless immortal trees and divine vines, as if they had existed for countless eras. Rich immortal chi filled the air, and in the depths, there was a scene that resembled an ancient heavenly court. The heavenly palace was magnificent, and the palaces were splendid. It was magnificent and magnificent. The four poles of heaven and earth were like towering pillars that were as tall as heaven and earth. Golden light shone brilliantly, the great Tao surged, supporting the heavens from falling. In the depths of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars rotated. Ancient universes could even be seen rotating, emitting boundless and majestic sounds. Any living being that stepped into it would be instantly crushed into ashes and crushed into pieces. That was the vast and real power of the world, surpassing any level of power in this world. After entering the inner verse, Gu Changa did not stop. With a single thought, he appeared on top of a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was very flat, and there was a cold wind blowing. A simple house was built not far away. It was made of bamboo, quiet and unique. Bluestone floated in the air, forming stairs. There was also a cold pond next to the house. A silver waterfall fell from above, smashing into the pond, causing silver splashes to splash out. One after another, extremely rare divine fish swayed their tails in the cold pond. Her palm-sized body was slender and translucent, and there was an astonishing surge of chi and blood. Further away were medicinal fields, bird houses, and so on and so forth. It was peaceful and tranquil like a simple paradise. Somewhere on the mountain peak, there was a simple bluestone and a peach tree that was not very tall. After arriving and seeing this scene, Gu Changa's expression became a little complicated. Mas, Ter, it seemed to have sensed his arrival. In the house, a woman in red pushed open the door in surprise. She was tall, with black hair hanging down. Her face was like jade, fair and delicate, ethereal like dust. Her palm-sized face was adorned with exquisite and flawless facial features. Her eyes were like black gemstones, shining with a moving luster. At this moment, she was rolling up her sleeves, revealing her flawless, snow-white wrist as she dealt with a pheasant. "Did you arrange all of this?" Gu Changa nodded. He glanced at the house, the bluestone, and the peach tree in front of him and asked calmly. His deep gaze fell on Chan Hongyi, as if he wanted to see through her. Seeing Gu Changa's expression, Chan Hongyi seemed to think that she had made him unhappy. She could not help but shrink back and explain in a panic, I remember, when I lived with Master, it was like this." Gu Changa nodded and said, "You are very thoughtful." Hearing that Gu Changa did not blame her, Chan Hongyi seemed to be secretly relieved. Then she handed over the cleaned pheasant and said with a happy smile on her face, "Mas, Ter, Hongyi, wants to make roasted pheasant for you. When did you learn all of this?" Gu Changa walked over and reached out to wipe off a little bit of ash on her nose. It was the uncle who hunted at the foot of the mountain who taught me." Hearing this, Chan Hongyi suddenly felt a little uneasy, as if she was afraid of being scolded by Gu Changa. "Then why didn't you tell me before?" Gu Changa smiled and pinched her nose. "Mas, Ter, you would never let me learn such useless things. I was afraid of being scolded by you." Chan Hongyi lowered her eyes and explained with a faint blush on her face. "So this is my image in your heart?" Gu Changa seemed to be smiling. No, Master, you are the person who treats me the best in my heart." Chan Hongyi quickly shook her head like a rattledrum. "Is that so? Then I will try your cooking today." Gu Changa smiled with a gentle expression. Chan Hongyi's face was filled with happiness. She turned around and started to build the fire pit. Her clothes fluttered, and her figure was tall and slender. Because her head was tilted, her black hair cascaded down her shoulders, making her face even more perfect. She was so exquisite that not a single flaw could be found. Her beauty had already surpassed the words of the world. Gu Changa's gaze was deep as he watched her work alone. Then he shook his head and waved his sleeve. A light appeared in front of him, and a stone table and chair appeared. A wine cup appeared, and a rich wine aroma filled the air. Soon, a fire appeared, and the roasted chicken was pierced through by a bamboo pole. Chan Hongyi held it and rolled it continuously. Golden droplets of oil dripped down, making sizzling sounds. A rich aroma filled the air, making one's appetite wet. Chan Hongyi was very serious as she stared at the roasted chicken. The light from the fire shone on her face, giving her a warm glow. Gu Changa's gaze was on her, but he did not speak. It was as if he was waiting for her to finish cooking the roasted chicken. Moss. Master, the roasted chicken is done. Finally, when she felt that the roasted chicken was completely cooked, Chan Hongyi smiled happily and quickly walked over with the roasted chicken. It was obvious that she had cooked it carefully. Golden oil was still sizzling from the roasted chicken, and there was a brilliant glow gushing out. After all, this roasted chicken was not a simple one. Since it was kept in the innerverse by Gu Changa, it was not simple. The rich spirit energy and the glow intertwined, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the void. It was as if a single bite could make a cultivator ascend to immortality. It looks pretty good. Gu Changa smiled and took the roasted chicken from Chan Hongyi, but he did not taste it. Instead, he looked at her and asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Chan Hongyi did not seem to understand what he meant, and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Moss. Master, what do you mean? She shook her head and asked, puzzled. However, Gu Changa did not explain. Instead, he smiled and began to taste the roasted chicken that she had personally cooked. He ate very seriously and carefully, even appearing to be very leisurely, as if he did not want her painstaking efforts to go to waste. I didn't expect Hongyi to have such skills, Gu Changa ate as he raised the white jade wine cup and took a sip. He could not help but sigh in admiration. At this time, Chan Hongyi watched him eat the entire roasted chicken, leaving nothing behind. She could not help but fall silent. Master, is it delicious? She asked. As long as it's made by you, it's delicious to me. Gu Changa smiled and then unhurriedly poured a cup of wine. However, before the wine cup could reach his mouth, a stream of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not seem to care, or perhaps he had already expected it. His expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, he calmly took out an embroidered handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the blood was like a reservoir that had been opened, and could not be stopped at all. Soon, large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from his mouth, dyeing the clean and white embroidered handkerchief black. It was to the extent where even the lapels of his clothes were dyed black, revealing a terrifying jet black color, giving off a decaying aura. You already knew. Seeing this scene, all the expressions on Chan Hongyi's face disappeared, and she became cold and emotionless as she stared at him. Gu Changa nodded. Her smile was still as light as the wind and clouds. He was not surprised and did not show any emotions. How could you hide such a small trick from me? However, I am quite gratified by your caution. A lion will naturally use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. With your current strength, you actually used poison to kill me. It seems that I did not teach you for so many years in vain. As he spoke, he sighed, and blood flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. It seemed that his injuries were quite serious. This is the demon-dissolving water that has been accumulated at the bottom of the demon burial abyss for countless eras. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are poisoned by it, there will be no chance of survival. Chan Hongyi's eyes were cold and emotionless, and her tone was extremely emotionless. It could be said that his appearance was completely different from before. So it's the demon-dissolving water. I was wondering why it was so painful. Gu Changa smiled, his expression still as light as before. It seemed that he could not feel any pain. This pain is far less than what I have endured all these years. Chan Hongyi's expression was still cold and emotionless, without any change. Gu Changa was still smiling, and said casually, "Didn't you want to kill me for revenge? Now that I am poisoned and right in front of you, why don't you dare? What is there to hesitate about? You can rest assured that I have not prepared any backup plan." When Chan Hongyi heard his words, a shocking viciousness suddenly appeared in the depths of her eyes. "You want to be killed by me so badly? You know it is poisonous, but you still ate it?" Her voice was bone-chilling. Gu Changa said indifferently, "What's wrong with killing me as you wish? Do you think that after I kill you, the hatred between us will end? Let me tell you, that is impossible. You know that the road ahead is full of darkness, and there is no light, so why do you give me hope again and again? But you shatter it again and again." Chan Hongyi's eyes were overflowing with viciousness. Scarlet color spread to the bottom of her eyes, and her hair fluttered in the wind, looking extremely terrifying. "Is that so? Hope and darkness are not necessarily at odds with each other." Gu Changa's expression did not change. "I will kill you, but not now. I will let you experience the despair that I once felt over and over again. I will let you know what I have experienced over the countless years." Chan Hongyi's tone was filled with endless coldness. She suddenly stretched out her white jade-like hand and tore apart Gu Changa's chest. With a hiss, black blood splattered out. Every bone was crystal clear, and one could see the texture of divine gold. There was a Taoist rhyme intertwined, and chaos filled the air. Gu Changa looked at her calmly and did not resist. His eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss. Whoosh! In the next moment, the space of the inner verse was suddenly torn apart, and a terrifying crack stretched across the horizon. Chan Hongyi took a step forward and disappeared. The overflowing viciousness gradually calmed down with her departure. The huge and terrifying crack also closed, and it became deathly silent. She didn't kill him in the end, right? That's a little surprising. Gu Changa's eyes were deep and calm as he watched Chan Hongyi disappear. Then, he looked down at the wound that had almost torn his entire body apart. His expression did not change at all. It was as if the injury did not happen to him. If Chan Hongyi had killed him, he could guarantee that the person who left the inner verse in the end would not have been her. Soon, strands of divine light appeared in the wound, and like life chains, they mended his torn body. The terrifying injury also quickly healed. After devouring the Nirvana green lotus, Gu Changa was almost immortal. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as there was enough time, it could be healed. However, what made him feel a little troubled was the poison of the demon-dissolving water. Chan Hongyi clearly knew that he could devour everything in this world, including all kinds of poison. However, she still chose to poison the roasted chicken, which was enough to show how overbearing the demon-dissolving water was. This was because it was condensed from the poisonous chi of the demon lord's true blood, and it could dissolve all demons in the world. Although the demon-dissolving water did not affect him, it still consumed some of his origin source, so Gu Changa pondered for a moment before leaving the inner verse. There are no signs of damage to the restrictions in the palace. It seems that Chan Hongyi did not leave this place. Gu Changa scanned the various arrangements in the palace. The runes that he had inserted earlier did not change much. This meant that Chan Hongyi had left through another space without alarming anyone else. From this, it was enough to see that she had recovered a lot and was not as reckless as before. Otherwise, no matter how strong she was, she would have been surrounded and killed sooner or later, just like what had happened in Divine City. Ada. After changing his clothes, Gu Changa called Ada, intending to order him to capture some people. "Master. You seem to be injured." Ada quickly appeared and greeted him respectfully. However, he was very surprised. With his keen senses, he could sense that Gu Changa was abnormal. He was now even taller, and his nether metal armor flowed with radiance. He looked like a terrifying god of war standing in the mortal world. After all, he was a first firmament quasi-emperor, an invincible force that was hard to find in the current boundary monument sea. Gu Chengde nodded. There was an accident. Go and capture 10 supremes for me, no matter which realm they are from. Yes, master. Ah Da's expression turned solemn. After receiving the order, he quickly left. His figure was shrouded in a misty black light as he stepped into the void and quickly disappeared. 10 Supremes' origin sources should be enough. Now that the various races of the upper world have gathered here, including the 8 desolates and 10 regions, it won't be difficult to find them. Gu Chengde softly muttered to himself and quickly put this matter aside. The consumption of the demon-dissolving water did not affect him much. However, he did not want to leave any damage to his body. In the next few days, there was another massacre at the boundary monument sea. The armies of the 8 desolates and 10 regions had arrived. Several powerhouses carried artifacts. Vague and terrifying phantoms appeared between heaven and earth. Strand after strand of natural laws slashed down like heavenly blades, powerful and fierce, making one feel horrified and shocked. They planned to launch a sneak attack while the sky was dark. They wanted to give the orthodoxies of the upper realm a heavy blow. The leader was a supreme realm ancestor of the Green tribe. He wanted to save Lulua, who was captured by Gu Chengde. This battle started very quickly, and at the same time, it also ended very quickly. The upper realm's armies were gathered. They came from various orthodoxies and were endless. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun. Under such a powerful force, even a sneak attack would result in a crushing defeat. They quickly collapsed and fled. There was no other outcome. The several Supreme Being leaders were all suppressed. However, during this battle, some people realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another force hiding in the dark. The Supreme Realm leaders of a few orthodoxies from the upper realm were ambushed and went missing. The sneak attack is fake. The real thing is that they are secretly plotting against our Supremes. These 8 desolation 10 regions deserve to die. How dare they hide in the dark? Do they really think that our army won't fill them up? This caused many orthodoxies stationed at the boundary monument sea to be furious. They felt that the 8 desolation 10 regions had been plotting for a long time. The sneak attack was just a cover. The purpose was to kill their supreme realm existences. This was enough to prove that there were powerhouses beyond the supreme realm hiding in the 8 desolation 10 regions. Once this news spread, it immediately caused the upper realm to be furious. More armies were crossing the boundary monument sea. During this time, the death of Chu Hao and the others in the 8 desolation 10 regions also caused a lot of commotion. Some said that they colluded with the 8 desolation 10 regions and tried to destroy the orthodoxies of the upper realm who were searching for the Taishang supreme realm. Unfortunately, their scheme was seen through and they died tragically there. Some said that they were ambushed by the 8 desolation 10 regions and couldn't escape. In the end, they died. Many rumors were true and false. It was difficult to distinguish between the truth and lies. The tragic death of the new Taishang Supreme Cave Master in the upper realm made the old Taishang Supreme Cave Master furious. He brought many powerhouses and tried to come here to find out the truth. Chapter 457. Gu Chengde, you actually hid so deeply, ah. In the dark and deep dungeon, a series of terrified and furious screams rang out. Gu Chengde slightly closed his eyes, his expression calm and emotionless. His palm slapped the forehead of a supreme being of Buddha Mountain. Wisps of black qi slowly and methodically permeated, like flowers of the great Tao, taking root and blossoming. Very quickly, they penetrated his skin, flesh, lungs and bones, probing into his source. Bursts of dazzling divine light erupted, like the last dazzling fireworks, and then gradually returned to deathly stillness. The exhaustion is more or less healed. Gu Chang'e slowly opened his eyes, and with a jolt of his magical power, the already withered corpse in front of him exploded with a bang, turning into dust that filled the air, dissipating into the air. He turned his head to look at Lulua, who was imprisoned on the other side. Her expression was terrified, she could not help but tremble, and her face was pale. "So you've woken up." Lulua's face was pale, and she could not help but tremble. She did not expect to see such a scene the moment she woke up. This really frightened her, and she felt a deep sense of uneasiness. On the day she was imprisoned in the dungeon, she had fainted due to exhaustion. Therefore, she did not know what had happened during this period of time. But just now, a supreme being was killed in front of her eyes by Gu Chang'e. His source was completely devoured, turning into dust that dissipated into thin air. This made her involuntarily recall an ancient and terrifying rumor. I didn't see anything." Her face was pale, her voice trembling, and she did not dare to look straight at Gu Chang'e's eyes. Gu Chang'e smiled. "It doesn't matter even if you saw. Calculating the time, it's about time that your sweetheart came to save you." Lulua's body shook. She did not expect to be unconscious for so long. But would Lin Wu really take such a huge risk to come to this tiger's den to save her? Even if he was willing, the people behind him would not. And how could he possibly bring her away from this place, unless Gu Chang'e was willing to let her go? But how could Gu Chang'e be willing? Despair appeared in Lulua's eyes. "I heard that in Sky Deer City of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the core of the formation array of the past masters of Sky Deer City is sealed. It is the greatest barrier of Sky Deer City. As long as he's willing to open the core of the formation for me, I can spare your life, and I can spare his life as well. The clans behind you can even be brought to the upper realm and become a subordinate force of the Gu clan. You'll be protected by my clan. Rather than staying in the 8 Desolates 10 regions and being exterminated sooner or later, why don't you submit to my race and enjoy eternal immortality?" Gu Chang'e leisurely walked towards her, a faint smile on his face. But this only caused Lulua's body to tremble even more intensely. Her face was pale, and her heart was filled with fear. Her head was buzzing. She didn't even dare to think about these words on a normal day. The core of Sky Deer City's spirit formation was the greatest barrier protecting Sky Deer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions behind it. How could it be opened? This type of action was no different from betraying the 8 Desolates 10 regions. It would cause the 8 Desolates 10 regions to fall, be broken through by the higher realms, and plunge all life into misery and suffering. If she dared to do so, she would definitely become a sinner that could not be redeemed even with 100 deaths. Even if the clans behind them were brought to the upper realm, this would become a humiliation that could never be erased. Furthermore, with their status, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the core of the formation. "You just kill me, I won't betray the 8 Desolates 10 regions. I won't betray our realm." Lulua gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. She would not compromise just like this. "Think about it carefully. This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you don't want to send Lin Wu to his death, I advise you to think about it carefully." Gu Chang'e was not surprised that she would say this. He just smiled, then turned and left the dungeon. As the iron door slammed shut, the place returned to its dark, cold, and damp state. Lulua couldn't help but shiver. Her mind was still replaying what Gu Chang'e had just said. Her face was filled with despair. After leaving the dungeon, Gu Chang'e went straight to the main hall. He planned to discuss the matter of attacking the 8 Desolates 10 regions. He did not plan to use the magic bottle of speed to control Lulua. This was because she did not fear death. Even if he controlled her life, she might not necessarily do as he told her to. And Lin Wu's existence was a suitable entry point to make Lulua under his control. After some time, she would think it through. There was no room for refusal. The main hall was filled with the upper echelons of the Longevity Gu clan who had come to the Boundary Monument Sea this time. They held great authority in the clan and their strength could not be underestimated. Chang'e, you came at the right time. After the failed sneak attack, the 8 Desolates 10 Regions army retreated. Now, there are no creatures from the 8 Desolates 10 Regions near the Boundary Monument Sea. Do you think we should choose to camp here and wait for the army to arrive, or do you think we should pursue and kill? Seeing Gu Chang'e arrive, the eyes of the upper echelons lit up and they could not help but ask. Now, Gu Chang'e's power in the upper realm had reached the point where he was on equal footing with many sect leaders of the imperishable sects. That was why they were now faintly seeing Gu Chang'e as their leader. At this time, they naturally had to listen to his opinion. I think we should put the matter of the 8 Desolates 10 Regions aside for now. Now that the army has not arrived, the 8 Desolates 10 Regions have retreated to Sky Deer City. The Boundary Abyss and the 9 Mountains are difficult places to conquer. Since ancient times, many powerhouses have died there. If we go now, we will only cause unnecessary casualties. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He planned to let the Gu clan camp here first. Before the Boundary Monument Sea completely dried up, it would be a waste of energy to attack. Not to mention other things, just in terms of the general strategy, it was very rare to succeed on the first attack. The retreat of the 8 Desolates 10 Regions this time was a ploy to lure the enemy in. Moreover, compared to the upper realm, the 8 Desolates 10 Regions were obviously more united and had a mysterious blessing. That was why he did not plan to let the Gu clan attack now. If they had the time, it would be better to occupy this place first and then plan slowly. Then let's do as Chang'e said and let the other orthodoxies test it out first. After all, it is indeed impossible to break through Sky Deer City's defense in a short period of time. A few of the higher-ups nodded and looked at each other in agreement. Oh right, Chang'e, do you have any ideas about Sky Deer City's barrier this time? At this time, one of the higher-ups' eyes flashed and could not help but ask. This was because they knew that Gu Chang'e had captured a woman from the 8 Desolates 10 Regions. After thinking about it, they finally thought of this possibility. The upper realm is the best target for many of the tribes in the 8 Desolates 10 Regions to rely on. When the time is right, many tribes will definitely lean towards this side. That is why we don't have to worry about Sky Deer City's barrier. That is not a problem that we need to worry about. Gu Chang'e only smiled and did not explain much. You're saying that the tribe behind that woman is the key? Hearing this, a few of the higher-ups' eyes flashed and their hearts shook as they pondered. Then, they admired Gu Chang'e even more. In such a short period of time, he had already thought so far ahead. Sky Deer City's barrier had always been a headache for the various orthodoxies. Judging from the current situation, Gu Chang'e had already thought of a way to break through the barrier. With Chang'e around, why should the Gu clan worry about not being able to last through the ages? They looked at each other, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. At the same time, in the 8 Desolates 10 Regions, Sky Deer City. This was a majestic and ancient divine city. It was majestic, vigorous, and full of vicissitudes. It looked as if it was made of countless stars. Huge stars floated in the sky, intertwining with each other and shining brightly. It was extremely dazzling. In the distance, a vast amount of chaotic chi could be seen surging, forming a terrifying array that surrounded the entire Sky Deer City. The Milky Way fell, filling the air with a misty silver light that scattered everywhere. From afar, it looked holy and otherworldly. As the biggest barrier in the 8 Desolates 10 Regions, Sky Deer City had stood tall for countless years and had never collapsed. Even when the upper realm cultivators came knocking, they would unleash an endless amount of divine power to block them outside the city. In the eyes of countless cultivators and living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 Regions, Sky Deer City was their guardian. Of course, the many soldiers and living beings guarding Sky Deer City were also unable to break through, and they rushed over one after another. Apart from Sky Deer City, there were two other barriers in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. One was the 9 Mountains. Legend had it that they were 9 immortal mountains that had split off from a certain place in ancient times. They were extremely mysterious and hard to find. The 9 mountains had a supreme position in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. At the same time, they were the most mysterious and unfathomable. Their location was not the same. Instead, they drifted around the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. Once, there were cultivators who mistakenly entered and were bestowed with immortal spells, becoming the strongest of their generation. They established their own sects and spread their influence. Over time, the 9 mountains became the symbol of immortals in the eyes of the cultivators and living beings in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. When the upper realm invaded, the 9 mountains would appear. They would either send out immortal guards or send out their descendants to fight against this disaster. In this era, although no traces of the 9 mountains had appeared, in the eyes of many living beings in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. In the most dangerous times, the descendants of the 9 mountains would appear in the world. Apart from Sky Deer City and the 9 mountains, the last barrier was the Empyrean Abyss. That was a strange place formed by the spatial turbulence between the 8 Desolates' 10 regions and the upper realm after the two regions split. This strange land was right outside of Sky Deer City. If one wanted to pass through this strange place, they would definitely be attacked by Sky Deer City at the same time. It was extremely dangerous. Without a specific route, it was impossible to pass through the Empyrean Abyss. In the end, one would get lost there. Even those who had attained the Tao had to be careful and not rashly enter. On the streets of Sky Deer City, a man with a worried expression was trudging through the streets. The city was extremely spacious, and the streets were endless. There were even stars that had once fallen, densely covered with the marks of swords, spears, and halberds. However, it was very quiet now, and there were few traces of people. Because of the great battle, Sky Deer City could be said to be in a state of panic. Half a month has passed. Will that guy make things difficult for Lulua and kill her? What do I have to do to save Lulua? The man walking on the streets was Lin Wu, who had returned to Sky Deer City. However, his expression was very ugly now, and he was full of worry. He was not as confident and steady as before. Thinking about Lulua, he could not help but clench his fists, hating himself for being weak and powerless. Not only did he lose the immortal slaying gourd, but he also caused Lulua to be captured by Gu Changa. He wanted to go to the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea alone to save Lulua. However, he could not go to the Boundary Abyss outside Sky Deer City alone without someone to lead the way. Furthermore, even if he could reach the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, he did not have the strength to save Lulua. Even if he could save her, could he escape? This was an unsolvable situation. Even the family behind Lulua had given up on her life and death, not wanting to interfere. Lin Wu hated himself for being so weak and powerless that he could not even save the person he loved. At the same time, he hated Gu Changa for being despicable and not keeping his promise. He had said that he would let everyone go, but he went back on his word and did not let Lulua go. Damn it, Lin Wu strolled on the streets, unable to think of any way to save Lulua. It was not that he did not want to save her, but there was no other way. Even the family behind him advised him to give up. Of course, if he insisted on going, the family would still send experts to go with him. After all, Lin Wu was the most outstanding genius of the Lin family. At this moment, the streets suddenly fell silent, and an inexplicable atmosphere shrouded the area. It was as if the world had suddenly separated, and it was incomparably deep and quiet. Lin Wu noticed this abnormality and could not help but frown as he looked forward. You are? He could not help but ask, looking at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him in shock. This woman was dressed in white, and she looked ethereal. She stood there quietly, and there seemed to be a divine light in her eyes, as if she did not exist in this world. Lin Wu. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The woman in white smiled, giving off a gentle and natural feeling. Her figure was very slender, taller than the average woman, and incomparably beautiful, like a Buddhist lotus. She walked in this world, as if she was experiencing the world. There was a kind of holiness and transcendence that no one dared to ignore. "Who are you?" Although Lin Wu knew that the other party had no ill intentions, he was still cautious and continued to ask. This was because he sensed that the other party's cultivation was unfathomable, and was not someone he could fight against. "I am the Empyrean dear mystic maiden." The woman in white smiled, and her voice was magnetic, moving one's heart. Her beauty was otherworldly, as if she was not from this world, but from the legendary celestial world. "Empyrean dear mystic lady." Lin Wu's heart trembled, and his eyes widened. "You are this generation's Empyrean dear mystic lady?" He knew that there had always been an Empyrean deer mystic lady behind Sky Deer City, and she was in charge of protecting and maintaining the city's operations. However, this Empyrean deer mystic lady was very mysterious, and no one had seen her before. He did not know who this Empyrean deer mystic lady was. Was it the previous Empyrean deer mystic lady or the current one? This was because in every generation, a suitable woman would be chosen to take on this role to protect Sky Deer City. There was once an era when the army of the upper world came. A ferocious primordial race and a powerful person who had attained the Tao knocked on the door, and they were invincible, looking down on the world. However, the Empyrean deer mystic lady, who had come out of seclusion, killed him in front of Sky Deer City, causing a sensation at that time. Is it important which generation's Empyrean deer mystic lady I am? What's important is that I can help you save your sweetheart. The woman in white continued to smile, but she did not reply. Lin Wu's heart trembled again, and he could not believe his ears. He was a little emotional, but he calmed himself down and said, "Are you really willing to help me save Luluo?" Seeing that Lin Wu did not shout and quickly calmed down, a look of admiration flashed across the woman's eyes. "Of course I am willing to help you," she replied with a smile. Chapter 458. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy was very beautiful. She was tall and slender, like a Buddhist lotus. His features were peerlessly exquisite, and his entire body flowed with divine light. He was emitting a type of brilliant divine light, causing others to be unable to overlook his existence. However, on this street, other than Lin Wu, the rest of the people seemed to have turned a blind eye to her. Around her body, there was a special field. Unless it was someone she wanted to see, no one could see her. This was not only a sign of a profound Taoist technique, but also the manifestation of a mysterious supernatural power. The history of Heavenly Deer City was very ancient. It was said that it had existed before the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions and the upper world split. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy was even harder to find. Over the course of countless eras, the number of living beings and cultivators who had seen his true appearance could be counted on one hand. "I want to know why you want to help me." Now, all the forces in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions think that Lulua has fallen into the hands of the upper world and can no longer be saved. No one will choose to help me at this time. Lin Wu saw that the Empyrean deer mystic fairy's attitude was sincere. He gradually relaxed and smiled bitterly, but there was still some doubt in his heart. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy smiled. "Let's talk as we walk. It has always been our responsibility to protect the safety of Heavenly Deer City and all the living beings in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. What's there to be confused about?" The street was quiet and spacious. It was foggy, and there were traces of war. In some places, there were still some motionless figures who seemed to be sitting cross-legged, but there were no signs of life on them. For countless years, Heavenly Deer City had stood tall between heaven and earth, resisting the invasion of the upper world. "I understand." Lin Wu nodded and silently followed behind the Empyrean deer mystic fairy. His heart suddenly felt heavy. There were not many people on the street, and many of them were familiar faces to Lin Wu. But now, when they looked at him, their expressions were full of sympathy and pity. The news of the immortal slaying gourd being stolen by the upper world had caused a stir in heavenly Deer City. Many people thought that Lin Wu's actions were too selfish. He saved a small number of people, but many more would be sacrificed in the future. However, some people knew that this matter was not up to Lin Wu. Even if he did not hand over the immortal slaying gourd, it would have been useless. Because Gu Chang'e was simply too strong, many people guessed that his strength had already surpassed the sovereign realm. With such a huge gap between them, did Lin Wu have any other choice? In the end, even his beloved was taken away. He is also a pitiful person. I just don't know what he will choose to do. Many people sighed in their hearts as they watched Lin Wu's figure gradually disappear. However, they did not see the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden walking in front of Lin Wu. Soon, Lin Wu and the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden arrived at a pavilion. This was one of the most famous ancient pavilions in the Sky Deer City. Beside him, there was a spiritual spring gurgling, water vapor rising, immortal mist dense, multicolored light flowing nearby. A young woman had been waiting here for a long time. She was also dressed in white and had a beautiful face. She had a similar temperament to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. When she saw Lin Wu and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden smiled and waved her hand, indicating that she did not need to say anything. Lin Wu was also a little confused. This young woman in front of him looked to be about the same age as him. However, he had never seen this face before. He was very tactful and did not ask any more questions. Sit. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden gestured for him to sit before walking to the other side. At the same time, she waved her hand and a faint light sprinkled down, enveloping the ancient pavilion to prevent the commotion here from spreading. Lin Wu looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden in front of him in confusion. He wanted to know what she was planning to do that required her to be so cautious. The Sky Deer City is actually not safe. There are many spies in the upper realm. In fact, they have already planted people here without us knowing. So it's better to be careful. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden saw that he was a little confused and could not help but explain with a smile. Lin Wu was shocked. He did not expect the upper realm to have spies in the Sky Deer City, which he thought was the safest. Since the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said this, it could not be false. There was probably no one in this world who knew the Sky Deer City better than her. I understand. What do you need me to do? Lin Wu's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice. 3 days later, I will leave the Sky Deer City with you and go to the Boundary Monument Sea to save your sweetheart. Before that, don't reveal my whereabouts, and don't mention this to anyone. I need you to promise me this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said as she looked outside the ancient pavilion, seemingly in the direction of the Boundary Monument Sea. Lin Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and promised, I can do this. I believe you. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's expression was very gentle as she continued, in that case, 3 days later, let's meet outside the Sky Deer City. During this time, you can find someone you trust to help you. With that, she waved her hand again. A misty light sprinkled down, but Lin Wu had already disappeared and reappeared outside the ancient pavilion. Such a mysterious method made his heart tremble. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden just now did not seem to be simple. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt more confident in his heart. Liu Luo, wait for me. I'll come and save you immediately. Then, Lin Wu strode away, his heart filled with excitement and nervousness. He rushed to the Lin family's encampment, intending to gather help. At the same time, he sent a message to Granny Lu Chui, asking her to go with him to save their young miss. After Lin Wu's figure disappeared, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden in the ancient pavilion no longer had a gentle expression on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. Master, are you really going to the Boundary Monument Sea? The young woman behind her had a look of doubt and worry on her face. She was very uneasy. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden nodded, an inexplicable Tao aura appearing on her face. Then, she sighed and said, I don't know if I will live or die this time. The road ahead is boundless. If I can't come back, then I'll leave the safety of the Sky Deer City to you. You don't have to take revenge for me. If even I can't solve this problem, then it's useless for you to take revenge for me. So, it's better for you to stay in the city and cultivate properly. Her words were very calm, as if she had already known all of this. Hearing this, the young woman's face was filled with sadness and reluctance. She said in a trembling voice, Master, even you aren't confident. She knew that with her master's personality, she would not easily say words like her last words. This could only mean that even she was not completely confident in going to the Boundary Monument Sea this time. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled faintly. She was still very calm, as if she already knew what she was going to face. I've divined that Gu Changa a total of 10 times, and 9 times, I've suffered backlash. Even once, I only managed to see a patch of darkness. Master, you know how strong he is, so why do you still want to go? The young woman's lips were pale and trembling slightly. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden shook her head. As the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, this is our destiny. You don't have to be too sad. Actually, I should have given you the identity of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden a few years ago. But you're still young, and your cultivation is not up to par. Also, the upper realm is invading, so I'm really worried. But now that things have come to this, it's no longer up to you or me. You also need to grow up gradually and shoulder the responsibility of your own destiny. If the city exists, you will. If the city dies, you will die. I understand, Master. Hearing these words, the young woman knew that it would be difficult to persuade her master. She could not help but nod heavily with reddened eyes and a choked voice. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden revealed a gentle expression and patted her head. Don't be so dejected. What if I can come back? Although she said so, she was also not confident. Back then, when the immemorial royal family of the upper realm came knocking and killed their way to Empyrean Deer City, she was completely confident that she could kill them. However, when facing a peerless genius of the era, she felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. She had no confidence at all. Not to mention, the Boundary Monument Sea was now a tiger's den with various orthodoxies and countless experts. Once her whereabouts were exposed, she would definitely be hunted down by everyone. However, in her opinion, this was also the only chance to get rid of Gu Changa. A direct confrontation would not work, so she had to catch him off guard. Soon, 3 days passed. At the gates of Empyrean Deer City, in front of a majestic ancient altar, Lin Wu led many living beings and cultivators to wait. Every cultivator and living being was shrouded in divine light and wearing battle armor. Their auras were powerful. Apart from him, there was also Granny Lu Chui and the others from the Green Clan who had escaped with him. However, the most powerful cultivators were only supremes. There were only 2 of them. One was Granny Lu Chui, while the other was an old monster from the Lin clan who had been sent to protect Lin Wu. This time, the rescue of Lu Luo was extremely dangerous. At first, no one was willing to go along. Even if a supreme being were to go there, it could be said that there was no chance of survival. However, considering Lin Wu's identity, the Lin clan still sent some people to accompany him. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's faces were silent and solemn, as if they had already expected the outcome. That was because Lin Wu had not mentioned the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's existence to them as promised. He also knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden's existence was like a trump card that could not be exposed easily. Around the teleportation altar, many young living beings and cultivators stood, watching everything with complicated expressions. Among them, there were young geniuses from the 8 desolates 10 regions who were extremely talented. Some were even comparable to Lin Wu. Their bodies were shrouded in divine light, and there were golden flames jumping on their shoulders. Some of them also wanted to rush to the boundary monument sea with Lin Wu. However, they were all persuaded by the clans behind them. At this moment, they were all silent as they sent Lin Wu and the others off. At this moment, a faint fluctuation came from the void. Divine light filled the air, and an inexplicable rhythm spread. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden appeared. However, apart from Lin Wu, the others did not notice her. She was still wearing a spotless white robe, ethereal and ethereal. Her entire body was shining brightly, accompanied by a fragrance, as if she was a celestial being. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled at Lin Wu. She was clearly standing there, but no one could see her. This method caused Lin Wu to be even more confident in his heart. Let's go. Soon, the teleportation altar lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Lin Wu led everyone and stepped into it. A wave of spatial fluctuation spread, and then everyone seemed to be shuttling through a universe tunnel. Many stars could be seen floating, and the Milky Way rolled, filling the sky with silver light. In the sky, a brilliant divine light could be seen. It seemed to have torn the universe apart, turned into a tunnel, and landed in the direction of the distant boundary monument sea. At the shore of the boundary monument sea, chaotic fog flowed on a majestic and ancient warship, surrounded by colorful clouds. Palaces and pavilions stood tall, as if the divine world's treasures had fallen here. A black mass of troops was stationed here. Their chi and blood surged into the sky, and the murderous aura filled the 9 heavens. The terrifying murderous aura turned into banners that fluttered between heaven and earth. This was a terrifying force. Just the murderous aura that spread out caused many ancient worlds to tremble. Even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away, the 10 regions in all directions were terrified and did not dare to approach. They could only watch from afar, guarding against a sudden attack. Although many orthodoxies chose to camp here, waiting for more troops to arrive. However, there were also powerhouses who led their cavalry to charge forward without any hesitation. They were like a torrent that swept through everything in their way, and no one could stop them. However, in front of that seemingly boundless chaotic abyss, he stopped in his tracks. Over there, even those who had attained the Tao had to be careful, not daring to be careless, because there was a risk of getting lost. Moreover, there were countless storms of the great Tao, void turbulence, and chaotic seas. It could be said to be terrifying, and could easily shatter one's bones. As the first barrier of the 8 desolates 10 regions, there was no need to talk about the dangers of the boundary abyss. It would take a lot of time to decipher the correct route. During these countless years, changes were happening in the boundary abyss all the time. Even the cultivators of the 8 desolates 10 regions had to pay attention at all times to find the correct route. The mighty army stopped in front of the boundary abyss. Some powerhouses began to deduce, trying to decipher the correct route. And somewhere in the boundary abyss, a blurry light flashed. On an ancient altar, several figures appeared, then broke through space and disappeared again, not causing any commotion. At the same time, in a dark and damp dungeon, Lu Luo's face was slightly pale. Looking at Gu Chang'e who opened the door and walked in, she could not help but shiver. I gave you 3 days. Have you thought it through? Gu Chang'e casually glanced at her. He estimated that when Lin Wu arrived, it should be about time. Don't even think about it. I will not betray my world. Although Lu Luo's expression could not hide the fear, she was still very stubborn and did not yield. Is that so? If that's the case, then do you plan to watch Lin Wu who came to save you die here? Gu Chang'e didn't take it seriously and smiled. Then, outside the dungeon behind him, a tall woman with pale moonlight white skin walked in. There was a faint golden pattern between her eyebrows. Her facial features were beautiful, and she was quite charming. What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Lu Luo did not understand Gu Chang'e's intentions, but uneasiness rose in her heart, and she could not help but retreat. Let's begin. Gu Changa did not pay attention to her, but said to the tall woman behind him. Yes, young Master Changa. The tall woman was very respectful to Gu Changa. Hearing this, she walked in front of Lu Luo and, ignoring her frightened and uneasy expression, placed her hand on her forehead. Whine! In the next moment, a burst of multicolored light appeared, like a hazy divine light interweaving. The tall woman became blurry, and her bones, flesh, and lungs seemed to be remodeled. Her facial features, figure, aura, and temperament were all changing. This was not a simple disguise, but a body that melted away all the bones, flesh, and blood, and then remodeled. In almost the blink of an eye, she had changed into Lu Luo's appearance. Apart from some differences in her dress, the rest looked like they had been carved from the same mold. They were practically identical, and no differences could be found. Even the expression of fear and uneasiness was imitated perfectly. You, who are you? What do you want to do? Lu Luo's face was pale as she looked at the woman in front of her who looked exactly like her, and the fear in her heart deepened. She could vaguely guess Gu Changa's intention. Not bad, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm afraid you can't hide from the universal mirror. But it should be enough to fool that guy called Lin Wu. Gu Changa did not pay attention to Lu Luo. Instead, he carefully looked at the woman in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. The woman in front of him was called Shin Chun, and she was the favored one of the Shin demons. He had sent people to find her. This was because the Shin demons were the best at disguising themselves, especially those who had cultivated the Shin pearl. They could hide their original aura very well, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, it would be difficult to sneak into Sky Deer City because of this. This was because the universal mirror was suspended in the air and could reflect the true form of the living beings in the upper realm. The environment of the two realms was different, and the rules of the Great Path were different. It was easy to detect the difference. However, it should not be a problem to fool Lin Wu in a short period of time. When Lin Wu comes to save you, do you think he will know that he is saving an impostor? Gu Changa looked at Lu Luo and smiled faintly. But even if he knows, he won't dare to do anything. After all, you are still in my hands. You are a devil. Hearing this, Lu Luo finally understood Gu Changa's sinister intentions. Her voice trembled, and her heart was filled with fear and sorrow. It turned out that he had never planned to let Lin Wu save her. He planned to use her to force Lin Wu to do things for him. To her, this was torture, and torture that was worse than death. How could she stand by and watch Lin Wu being used by Gu Changa? Just as Gu Changa had said, she had no other choice. However, she did not expect Gu Changa to do this. Lu Luo's face turned pale. However, Gu Changa had already left with Shin Chun and did not care about her who was paralyzed on the ground. If Lin Wu dares to show up this time, it means that he has someone backing him. The backing of the Son of Destiny should not be too simple. Lin Wu is not a stupid person. Without confidence, he would not come to save this woman. Then, it seems that I have caught a big fish. Soon, the space in front of them was torn apart. Gu Changa's eyes were strange. He brought Shin Chun and stepped into it, heading towards the boundary monument sea. He was actually curious to know how many Dao attainments were left in the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions. After all, the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions were not like the upper realm. Dao attainments were almost the most powerful. Even if there were remnant immortals, they had not appeared for countless years. Chapter 459. Yellow sand billowed, white bones flew, and the setting sun was like a full moon, giving off a bloody aura. Rays of light sped across the sky, rushing to this place. Lin Wu's hair billowed behind him, and his body was like a dragon, streaking across the sky. He had a shocking chi energy. His cultivation was among the top of his generation in the 8 barren 10 regions. Right now, he was not much slower than the older cultivators. He was angry and unwilling, but more than that, he was worried and uneasy. After leaving Sky Deer City, they passed through the boundary abyss and left quietly, then rushed to the boundary monument sea. They did not stop at all along the way. However, what they saw made them bristle with anger. The 8 barren 10 regions were now occupied by the orthodoxies from the upper world. Many places were still burning, and it was difficult to put them out. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land were barren, and there was no sign of life. However, in the face of such a situation, they were powerless. They could only watch helplessly and then quietly leave. Those damned beings from the upper world, burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes. They won't stop until they break through Sky Deer City's defense and kill their way into the 8 barren 10 regions. What kind of grudge do we have against them? Some cultivators' faces were red because they could not control their anger. They were filled with hatred, but at the same time, they felt a deep chill. Because the people they were about to face were thousands of times more terrifying than the orthodoxies they saw on the way. On this journey, there was no chance of survival. They were already prepared to die. After saving your sweetheart, you can take them and leave. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had been following behind Lin Wu and the others. Hearing this, she could not help but sigh. She remembered an ancient secret, and her expression became complicated. Then, she said to Lin Wu. She did not want these people to die for no reason. Lin Wu was stunned, then he asked, "What about you, Mystic Fairy?" He respected the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy from the bottom of his heart. Because of what happened during this time, she was so dedicated to the safety of Sky Deer City that she did not hesitate to go to the Boundary Monument Sea. Even if her life was in danger, she could not escape safely. This kind of kindness and benevolence, working hard for the countless cultivators and living beings in the 8 desolates 10 regions, really made him admire him endlessly, and he had no way to repay him. "I'll stay behind and cover your retreat. At the same time, I'll get rid of the 8 desolates 10 regions' greatest threat," the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden said with a smile, giving people a natural and refined feeling. It was as if this was just a small matter. Lin Wu remained silent. He wasn't strong enough to help the Empyrean Maiden right now. This made him clench his fists and feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Soon after, at the limits of heaven and earth, the sound of great waves crashing into the heavens could be heard. The momentum was tremendous and incomparable, as if one world after another was being pushed and smashed over. This was the world strength of the Boundary Steel Sea. It was said that a single wave was formed from broken ancient worlds and universes. One could even see small worlds tumbling about within it. After arriving here, he could feel the murderous aura surging into the sky, spiraling between heaven and earth. Countless experts had fallen here. The resentment of their deaths shrouded the heavens and the earth, forming a gray mist. On the cliff in front of him, he saw 3 figures standing in the distance. They were very blurry, and there was light and shadow fading, as if they were separated by an ancient universe. Gu Chang'e. Lin Wu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He saw that young man from afar. He still had that calm and indifferent expression, looking high and mighty. His clothes were whiter than snow, untainted by a speck of dust. He looked like an immortal in the heavens, extraordinary and otherworldly. His entire body was enveloped in divine light, and chaotic chi swirled around him. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the center of all worlds, and even the void couldn't withstand it. He seemed to be calmly waiting for their arrival, giving people an incomparable sense of tranquility. He clearly had the face of an immortal, but his methods were cruel and indifferent, making people tremble in fear. Behind him, the great waves of the Boundary Steel Sea surged, but they collapsed behind him, turning into ashes that filled the sky. "Are you finally here? You didn't disappoint me." Gu Chang'e stood on the cliff, looking at Lin Wu and the many experts rushing over with a faint smile on his face. Gu Chang'e, I've come here according to your request. Quickly release Luluo. The figures of Lin Wu and the others descended from the sky. Everyone was on guard, staring at Gu Chang'e with vigilance. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Miss, Granny Lu Chui looked worriedly at Luluo, who had her cultivation sealed and was firmly bound to the ground. Lin Wu, why are you so stupid? I'm not worth you saving me. Although Luluo's face was pale, she couldn't hide her emotions. Her eyes were red, as if she could cry at any time. Luluo, are you okay? Lin Wu looked at her with concern, worried that she would be hurt during this period. However, although Luluo's cultivation was sealed, her aura wasn't chaotic, and her qi and blood weren't weak. This made him feel more at ease. I'm fine. Luluo shook her head. She looked both touched and worried. The two of you are so sincere. Even I'm a little moved. Gu Chang'e interrupted the two and waved his hand to signal Ada behind him to grab Luluo. Gu Chang'e, release Luluo and come at me. I've already come here according to your request. What else do you want? Seeing this, Lin Wu's expression changed again. He was very angry, and his eyes were almost spitting fire as he stared at Gu Chang'e. If it weren't for his low cultivation, he would have rushed up and fought a few hundred rounds with Gu Chang'e. You can release her. But you have to agree to one of my requests. Otherwise, if I throw her down from here today, I don't know if she can withstand the aura of the Boundary Monument Sea or if she'll be smashed to pieces. Gu Chang'e smiled casually and signaled Ada behind him to make a move at any time. A terrifying wind swept up from below the cliff. Even the older generation who had reached the Supreme Saint realm didn't dare to approach, let alone the younger generation. Luluo's expression turned pale from fear, but she clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. She didn't beg for mercy, as if she wasn't afraid of death. Gu Chang'e, stop. Lin Wu's expression changed. His whole body trembled as he clenched his teeth. He was going crazy with hatred. The experts behind him also changed their expressions. They were worried that Gu Chang'e would order his subordinates to throw Luluo down. Lin Wu, don't agree to it. He wants you to be a spy and open the formation core of Sky Deer City. I'm already very satisfied to see you come to save me. I can die without regrets. However, at this moment, Luluo revealed a satisfied smile. It was so beautiful that it was like the sunset that was about to fall into the horizon. Luluo, Lin Wu felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. His eyes were red and he couldn't calm down. Especially when he heard Luluo's resolute words. He felt like his heart was about to be torn apart. It hurt. What she said is my request. If you agree, I'll let her go. If you can't, then pray that you can see her in your next life. Gu Chang'e still had an indifferent smile on his face. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. He glanced at Lin Wu and then at a certain spot behind him. He seemed to be interested. Whoosh! At this moment, a sparkling rain of light sprinkled down. With a sizzling sound, it turned into terrifying stars that rumbled and covered the sky. The sky was filled with golden rays of light. With an invincible aura that was like the weight of a mountain, it rushed towards Gu Chang'e. Finally willing to make a move. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He didn't seem to be surprised. He merely pointed forward with his finger and the vast amount of energy was enough to crush the entire universe. All the stars in the sky crumbled. The heaven fell and the earth cracked. The entire universe trembled. Terrifying chi rolled out and pierced through the clouds. This was a chi that surpassed the supreme realm. The first thing it did was to charge out of the outer space. The life stars began to tremble one after another. They began to tremble, about to fall. Under this kind of aura, all living beings who were endlessly far away could feel it. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship this peerless monarch. What? Other than Lin Wu, everyone else was watching this in awe. They didn't think there would be such a powerhouse hiding in the dark. This chi also made them tremble uncontrollably. They couldn't help but to kneel down and worship this chi. That was an extremely slender white-clothed figure. She was like a Buddhist lotus, sparkling and resplendent. Divine multicolored light interweaved as she walked out from the void, causing others to suspect that this was a female immortal that descended from the immortal world. Her temperament was ethereal and divine. Her white hand moved, and hazy clear light appeared, producing all types of powerful divine abilities and magical techniques. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, great, 8 ancient characters. They were brilliant and dazzling, containing a mysterious natural luck aura. They slaughtered their way over. Luluo. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Wu shouted loudly, activating a forbidden artifact he had prepared for a long time. It turned into waves of terrifying symbols, carrying a world-shocking aura as it slaughtered its way towards Akda. When the others saw this, they all took action, displaying all types of powerful methods to save Luluo. Even though they were already prepared before coming here, they were still not Akda's opponent. He only raised his palm, sending it forward. Everyone coughed out blood and flew backwards, almost exploding. Even the 2 Supreme Realm existences weren't a match. They coughed out blood continuously, flying backwards, their bodies covered in blood. Lin Wu was the first to bear the brunt. With a muffled groan, his entire body was blasted apart, almost turning into powder. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, a green true dragon's figure appeared in his bloodline, as if it was reviving. An ancient aura surged, quickly healing his injuries. However, he was still severely injured and lost the ability to fight. Is this why you're so confident? Gu Chang'e glanced at Lin Wu and said casually, looking at the woman in white who appeared with interest. He knew that a big fish would appear, but he didn't expect it to be such a big fish. Judging from the energy waves just now, she had already surpassed the average Dao Attainment Realm cultivator. There weren't many Dao Attainment Realm cultivators in the 8 barren 10 regions who could be named, let alone a woman. I seem to have found out your identity. Gu Chang'e sized up the woman in white in front of him. Bright symbols flashed in his eyes like endless fragments of gold, crushing with the power of the great path, causing the void to rumble with muffled sounds of thunder. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. So what if you know? The heavenly deer mystic fairy glanced at the severely injured Lin Wu and waved her hand. Her expression didn't change as she spoke. Whoosh! The next moment, a golden Dao book appeared above her head, flipping on its own. With a series of rustling sounds, mysterious and sparkling lights flashed across the pages, flowing with the aura of the great path. It was a very mysterious treasure. The moment it appeared, it released a bright light that shrouded the world as if it had turned into a universe that was going to suppress Gu Chang'e. In this part of the universe, there were many stars, as if they could all be transformed with a single thought from her, turning into all types of divine abilities. There were brilliant immortal lights, as well as world-shaking immortal sounds. Under the crushing pressure, the power was incomparable. The void collapsed and the sun, moon, and stars in the outer region were affected and quickly fell here. The heaven-suppressing art. So it's the heavenly deer mystic fairy. I didn't expect to disturb you in order to kill me. This is truly an honor for me. But where did you get the confidence to kill me? Is it because of the ancient royal family that you killed in front of the heavenly deer mystic fairy? Gu Chang'e noticed her art and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. But his tone was still very casual, as if he didn't take it seriously. While speaking, he flicked his finger forward. A thick sword energy that was as boundless as a mountain range pierced through the cosmos. It was faintly dazzling, possessing exceptional sharpness that was so brilliant that the bottom couldn't be seen. It suddenly slashed forward. The stars exploded one after another, turning into ashes that filled the sky. Under the aftershock of the strand of sword chi, they turned into fine powder. We'll only know if I can kill you after the battle. The heavenly deer mystic fairy's eyes fell on his face and attacked again. It had to be said that her heaven-suppressing art was very mysterious and magical. It used the power of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars as the guide, and the golden page formed by the great path runes was the carrier. Whoosh! The golden page continued to flip and the sound shook the universe. The golden aura was majestic and heavy, like stars spiraling in it, rushing out divine light that was enough to drown the universe. Clang! Clang! However, Gu Changa still raised his hand and slashed out sword chi. He didn't use any superfluous methods and was very simple. The sword chi cut through the outer space, illuminating the deep and cold universe. It kept slashing down, slashing the runes formed by the golden page into ashes. Even the golden page was quickly dimming. The two quickly exchanged a few moves, but they didn't really use their strongest moves. The heavenly deer mystic fairy was testing Gu Changa's strength, but unfortunately, she didn't get what she wanted. She had attained the Tao countless years ago and thought that she had seen countless elites, whether they were from the 8 barren domains or the upper world. But she had never seen an incredible elite like Gu Changa. He was in his early 20s, but his cultivation was already at the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. He could even exchange many moves with her, a veteran Tao cultivator, and not be at a disadvantage. And until now, Gu Changa hadn't shown other skills, such as the immortal slaying gourd that he had obtained. If he was a real first heaven quasi-emperor cultivator, he would have been killed by her palm. You are indeed very strong. You are the most powerful elite I have ever seen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are unparalleled and unparalleled. The heavenly deer mystic fairy sighed softly, then smiled. Her face was peerless and sacred, and it was so bright that it made the sky pale in comparison. It was enough to make any living being in a trance and tremble. But Gu Changa's expression didn't change at all. Since the heavenly deer mystic fairy thinks so highly of me, why don't you come under me? After we conquer the 8 barren domains, I'll make you the ruler of the endless territories. You will have more freedom than staying in Sky Deer City. If you don't want to, I still need a concubine by my side. If the heavenly deer mystic fairy follows me into Sky Deer City, there will be a place for you behind me in the future. He smiled faintly and raised his hand to attack. With a buzzing sound, a golden spear flew over with a murderous aura that seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. It was formed by the runes of the great Tao and surrounded by countless laws. It was going to pierce the golden page of the heavenly deer mystic fairy. The heavenly deer mystic fairy's eyes didn't change. She just shook her head and said, "People of different paths can't work together. Gu Changa, you should forget about it." The next moment, she raised her hand and shot out waves of runes. The emperor's might was vast and the blurry airflow rotated. It was like a vast universe that drowned the world and neutralized Gu Changa's art. At the same time, its power didn't decrease and it continued to attack. And its target wasn't Gu Changa, but Ada, who was holding Luluo. She wanted to force Ada to retreat and save Luluo from him. Ada's expression changed slightly when he saw that. He didn't dare to take this art head-on and had to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, the heavenly deer mystic fairy's misty chaos chi turned into a jade-white hand that blotted out the sky and slammed down on him. Ada, who had already received Gu Changa's order, didn't hesitate to let go of Luluo and quickly retreated in another direction. The heavenly deer mystic fairy quickly waved her sleeve and pulled Luluo back. Luluo, Lin Wu and the others were a little surprised. They didn't expect the heavenly deer mystic fairy to save Luluo. They hurried forward. But before they got close, the heavenly deer mystic fairy shot out a beam of light that cut open the space in front of them and sent them all away. For a moment, only she and Gu Changa were left. Lin Wu and the others had already appeared 1,000,000 miles away in an instant. Gu Changge saw this and didn't stop them. He looked a little strange. Then, he shook his head and said regretfully, "Why are you doing this, heavenly dear mystic fairy? Are you going to sacrifice yourself to save them? I don't think it's worth it." The heavenly dear mystic fairy seemed to be relieved after doing that. Her eyes became calm again. "It's not about whether it's worth it or not. Besides, I can only deal with you after sending them away," she said. There was a bright light between her eyebrows and there was a fragrance around her body. That was the embodiment of the Tao entering her body and carrying the will of heaven. "Really? Deal with me? That's actually what I want." Gu Changge smiled, but the smile on his face quickly disappeared and he became indifferent again. The next moment, an overwhelming gray fog suddenly appeared behind him. It was surging like a deep sea, as if it had manifested from another unknown dimension. Time had dried up and lightning had turned into ashes. In an instant, it covered the endless sky and enveloped the universe. Seeing this, the heavenly dear mystic fairy seemed to have thought of something and her calm face changed. Chapter 460. At the edge of the boundary monument sea, on the cliff, Gu Changge stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was slender, and his white robes were whiter than snow. He was extraordinary, and his bones were divine. However, his expression was unusually cold. As he rolled up his sleeves, numerous large stars seemed to have descended from the universe outside the realm. Fire fell from the sky, and hurricanes appeared on the ground. Black Tao runes flooded over one after another. It was vast and endless, and one could not see the end of it. This was a vast and mighty force. Even the most ancient runes could not construct such a frightening scene. Countless living beings in this universe were frightened from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they were facing a demon that could destroy the world. As it whistled, it was as if there were hundreds of millions of heavenly demons roaring. The gray fog suddenly swept over and shrouded the heaven and earth. This was a fog that came from an indescribable and inconceivable latitude. Between heaven and earth, there was only a vast and endless gray. All kinds of chaotic auras were intertwined with each other. Under such an aura, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even supreme martial artists who had cultivated for tens of millions of years would be horrified. Their Tao hearts would be tainted by the demonic aura. The legendary 1,000 transformations demonic region is without a trace. It is one of the 9 unfathomable worlds. It is said that any living being who falls into the demonic region will eventually be lost. But from ancient times until now, there are very few cultivators who have seen the 1,000 transformations demonic region with their own eyes. I always thought that the 1,000 transformations demonic region was a mysterious space in the legends. I did not expect it to be a trick. And so, this is your hidden identity. I was too careless in the end. The heavenly dear mystic fairy looked at the gray fog that covered the heaven and earth. Her expression changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Zen and Buddha nature appeared on her body. She spoke softly and sighed. Then, a glow surged on her face, and she began to chant the ancient scriptures. Her celestial skin was sparkling and was accompanied by a fragrance. Runes evolved under her skin. They were like ancient celestial scriptures, shining brightly and dazzling. This was more like a Buddhist lamp in the darkness. It was solemn and could not be underestimated. It could expel the gray fog. But, it still seemed powerless and couldn't do much. This scene was like a candle flame in a dark abyss, but it could only illuminate a small area around her. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden frowned and became more cautious. She sat down cross-legged on the ground. All of the Kingese characters were imprinted in the air, trying to resist this power. At this time, she had already given up on the idea of attacking. She knew that with her current means, she could not contend against Gu Changge. The moment Gu Changge revealed his true identity, she already understood. Gu Changa's hidden methods were simply beyond imagination. They could no longer be judged by common sense. Ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators were definitely not his match. Your eyesight is not bad. You actually recognized the myriad transformation devil region. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly, but his expression remained cold. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of black rays of light condensed from his palm. Then, they pressed forward as if they could overturn the world. In the surging gray fog, there were two other colors mixed in. They were black and white, which represented life and death. Black and white swept across and turned into world-destroying millstones, flowing with a terrifying destructive aura. They crushed down from all directions. Within the myriad transformation devil region, Gu Changa was the absolute master. Even Tao enlightened cultivators could not sense the rules of heaven and earth, traces of the great Tao, or draw on any power. The terror of this power lay in the fact that it was constantly devouring the power, life, essence, and cultivation base of the cultivators within it. It could be said to be pervasive and permeated. There was no way to resist it. Many cultivators who did not know about it had always thought that the myriad transformation devil region was as unbelievable as the Yin sky. But what they didn't know was that this was only one of the forbidden demonic techniques. Moreover, the myriad transformation devil region that the inheritors of the demonic arts displayed was only a prototype. It was not comparable to Gu Changa's. Whether it was power or level, there was no comparison. Clang clang. Immediately, this place erupted with dazzling radiance. The power overflowed into the heavens and shook the heavens. All the fog was trying to engulf the heaven-dear mystic fairy and drag her into the abyss of eternal damnation. The myriad transformation devil region was not only filled with terrifying devouring power. There were also all kinds of demonic thoughts in the world. Even those with the strongest Tao heart would not be able to withstand it. How long can you last? Gu Changa stood in the distance and looked at her coldly. He did not do anything else. He was not in a hurry to kill the Empyrean fairy. Moreover, compared to killing the Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden, she was much more useful alive. The Empyrean fairy had controlled the array formation of Heavenly Deer City for generations. Therefore, if Gu Changa wanted to break into Heavenly Deer City and open the array formation core, he had to start with the Empyrean fairy. You can't mess with my Tao heart. The Empyrean fairy's face was slightly pale, but her expression was still calm. She was very confident in her Tao heart. After cultivating for countless years, she had seen all kinds of things in the world. Buzz. The void trembled. The Buddhist light and the Taoist rhyme were intertwining. There was an endless amount of light that appeared here. In the air around her, the Kingis lit up, and they kept burning. They wanted to destroy the fog that was coming for her. It was as if stars were falling one after another, colliding here and then exploding. The waves were so vast that it was as if the heavens were falling. Apart from those who had attained the Tao, no one could withstand it. Even her face was pale, and her body was trembling non-stop. Is your so-called Tao heart really that strong? Gu Changa was very cold. Almost in an instant, her figure appeared in front of her. He raised his hand and pressed forward. There seemed to be an ancient universe in his palm, and then it came down with a rumble. The aura was so terrifying that it kept destroying the regal runes around the Empyrean fairy. The light dimmed and quickly shattered. Vaguely, it was as if millions of heavenly devils were howling towards her, wanting to pass through her heart and spirit and enter her soul palace's Tao heart. Sizzle. If your Tao heart doesn't exist, how can you move forward on the path of cultivation? The Empyrean fairy's expression didn't change. She only gave a simple reply to Gu Changa. At the same time, she used another Tao skill. Clear light appeared in her sleeves, which turned into thousands of Tao swords. Each Tao sword was enough to destroy the sky. The thousands of swords fell together with an indestructible power to resist. At the same time, a peaceful and holy light appeared above her head. It was a lotus with 9 petals. It was golden and dazzling, and it contained a mysterious and unfathomable intent. This golden lotus was obviously some kind of connate object with connate patterns and runes. The Tao rhyme turned into chains and pierced through as if to subdue the demon. However, at this moment, one could clearly see strands of black chi flitting across her face. But it was firmly suppressed by her. The longer she stayed in the myriad transformed demon region, the more demonic chi she would be contaminated, even with her constitution. As time went on, she would be greatly affected. If she couldn't get out, she would be in danger. From the beginning until now, Gu Chang'e hadn't taken the initiative to attack. He just watched her resist. This made the Empyrean fairy's heart sink. Boom! I'd like to see how long your Tao heart can last. Gu Chang'e said calmly. He still shook his robe and shot out beams of divine light. They were like divine swords, heavenly knives, and heavenly thunders. They were extremely powerful and shot toward the Empyrean fairy. The regal glyphs around her dimmed quickly. The Tao swords were also collapsing. The light on her body was fading quickly. I don't believe you can maintain this myriad transformed demon region forever. The Empyrean fairy's gaze fell on his face. She was calm like an old monk who had entered meditation. But from what I can see, you're not in a good state right now. Gu Chang'e attacked again. Behind her, billions of gray fog surged and surged. It was incomparably vast and mighty, completely enveloping her. The Buddha shadow collapsed. The world fell silent as if they had fallen into endless darkness. This was an unknown power that was trying to drag her in. But the Empyrean fairy was still resisting. Billions of golden lotuses appeared behind her. The Buddha light shone, trying to drive away the darkness. Around her were numerous golden lotuses. It was extremely shocking. Each golden lotus seemed to have taken root in the universe. It was vast and boundless. For a moment, the area around her seemed to have turned into a Buddhist land. Heaven and earth resonated, and the light was hazy. Gods and Buddhas were chanting, trying to pull her in. One had to admit that the Empyrean fairy's methods were shocking. No wonder she was a veteran. If it weren't for the environment, perhaps she would have entered a higher level by now. She had resisted for so long in the myriad transformed demon region and even used powerful methods. What a surprise, but what's the point of this pointless persistence? Gu Chang'e's expression was cold and calm. He shook his head and reached out his hand again. This time, he didn't use any other methods. Instead, divine light shone in his hand and turned into a crystal-clear mirror. The mirror quickly expanded and finally reflected an image in the void space. What? The Empyrean fairy's expression changed when she saw the image. Just as her state of mind was shaken, all the demonic chi in the area surged and swept over. The Empyrean fairy finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her white clothes were dyed red, and the Buddha image behind her cracked inch by inch and turned into powder. Her body trembled slightly. The black chi became thicker and thicker, covering her entire face. It was dark and heavy as if she had been poisoned. But if one looked closely, they would see wisps of black chi running around her body. At this moment, she couldn't even see the scene in front of her clearly. Everything had become extremely blurry. She, who had been calm, couldn't hide her anger as she stared at Gu Chang'e. What's wrong? Isn't this a normal development? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh, but his eyes were still cold. You are really despicable. The Empyrean fairy's eyes were cold and angry. The image in front of her was of Lin Wu, Lu Luo, and the others, whom she had spent a lot of effort to save. However, Lin Wu and the others weren't in good condition now. They were either injured or dead. Especially Lin Wu, whose injuries were extremely serious. There was a wound in front of his body that almost tore him apart. His face was filled with grief, shock, anger, and disbelief. And the Lu Luo that she had spent so much effort to save was now another woman with an unfamiliar face. With a cold smile, she held a long sword and pierced through Lin Wu's body. The Empyrean fairy still didn't understand that the Lu Luo she had saved was just an impostor. Gu Chang'e didn't bring the real Lu Luo out, so she didn't know whether she was really dead or not. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so sinister and despicable. When she saved Lu Luo, she didn't think about this at all. But even if she was suspicious, it would be difficult for her to find anything unusual. With Gu Chang'e's shrewdness, she definitely wouldn't find anything unusual. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. Not only did she fail to kill Gu Chang'e, but she also dragged herself, Lin Wu, and the others in. "Tell me, how are you going to fight me like this?" Gu Chang'e's words were calm, but at this moment, it was as if billions of demonic shadows in the world were summoned, and they all rushed toward the Empyrean fairy. She vaguely saw a scene as terrifying as hell. Demons wreaked havoc, and heavenly demons wreaked havoc. It was a scene of devastation. The once prosperous and ancient heavenly deer city had been reduced to a pile of trash. There were corpses everywhere, and there were burning flames everywhere. The city walls had collapsed, and the pavilions had been reduced to ashes. Her disciple had died tragically in front of a pool of blood. His body was covered in wounds, and there was no sign of life. The army had arrived, and the 8 wastelands' 10 regions had fallen. Endless flames of war swept over. The ancient city, territory, and living beings that had been protected had been reduced to ashes. In this battle, they had been reduced to ruins. She even saw herself opening the enchantment of Heavenly Deer City with her own hands and destroying it. This was the scene that she didn't want to see the most. Although her heart told her that this was all an illusion, it didn't really happen. She still regretted it. It was as if she had predicted what would happen in the future. Impossible, this is all fake. I'm still trapped in the Great Destruction demonic zone, this is just one of your tricks. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy shook her head, as if telling herself what had happened. However, her face was full of black qi, and the light on her body was gradually dimming. The black qi wrapped around her, and she finally fell silent. She begged for fresh flowers. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. How can you be sure that what you see now is not a corner of the future? This so-called Tao heart of yours is actually just a flaw. Gu Chang'e's eyes were still cold. With just one slap, the imperial runes, Buddha shadows, and Zen statues around the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy broke apart inch by inch and quickly collapsed. Endless gray fog enveloped her from all directions, as if it had turned into a huge black cocoon. Strands of rules fell, and the great Tao rumbled. The momentum was shocking, and black demonic qi filled the air. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy looked up blankly, but her eyes gradually became clear. However, the golden lotuses behind her suddenly turned pitch black, giving off a sinister aura. The demonic qi had entered her bones. However, it was different from the Taoist heart demon. She was possessed by the Taoist heart demon. Although there was a difference of one word between the two, they were completely different, because the Taoist heart demon was caused by external objects and could be controlled by others. On the other hand, the Taoist heart demon was caused by one's own Taoist heart demon. It was deeper, and one could only act according to one's will. Looks like you've thought it through. Gu Chang'e looked at the woman, whose aura was completely different from the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy from before, and asked with interest. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy from before gave off a holy Buddhist aura. She was otherworldly and untainted, like a Buddhist lotus. But now, she had a completely different kind of evil. She was more like a demonic lotus, taking root and growing in the demonic qi. You're right. That scene can't be seen in the future. If we want to prevent all this from happening, the only way is to make the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy surrender and minimize the casualties. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy nodded, and her eyes returned to normal. If one didn't feel her aura, they would think that she was not much different from before. But I don't believe you. Hearing this, Gu Changa looked deeply at her, as if he wanted to see through her completely. Then, he smiled faintly. I'll use my actions to prove it to you. Zero, the heavenly deer mystic fairy, also looked at him calmly. Her eyes were calm, and there were not many ripples on her flawless face. Is that so? Gu Changa smiled, and then said, if you want to prove it to me, then go open the barrier of the heavenly deer mystic fairy now, and tell me the correct path to the Empyrean abyss. Otherwise, how can I believe you? No problem. The heavenly deer mystic fairy's eyes landed on his face. Hearing this, she nodded seriously without any hesitation or resistance. You agreed so decisively. How can I believe you? It wasn't easy to catch you. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Gu Changa was slightly surprised, but he still smiled. He didn't believe the heavenly deer mystic fairy's words. Even if she was tainted by demonic chi, it was impossible for her to change so quickly. If he were to let her go, then all his efforts would be in vain. As for control, how useful could it be when one reached the level of Tao attainment? Although the heavenly deer mystic fairy's Tao heart had turned into a demon, and her actions were quite different from before, her original goal was still the same. She wanted to stop the invasion of the upper world, and protect the heavenly deer mystic fairy and the 8 desolates' 10 regions. Then what do I have to do to make you believe me? The heavenly deer mystic fairy frowned, then relaxed, as if she was seriously considering this question. That's not what I need to think about. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to make me believe you? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows, then held her delicate chin, bent down, and stared into her eyes. Seeing that the heavenly deer mystic fairy's expression didn't change, and she didn't show any signs of resistance, he couldn't help but smile. You don't even know how to resist now. That's why I won't believe you. With that, he let go of her chin. With a wave of his sleeve, the monstrous gray fog that shrouded the universe also dispersed, as if it was all an illusion. The sky and earth returned to normal, and rumbling sounds came from the boundary monument sea not far away. The ripples from the battle here alarmed many cultivators and living beings. However, before they entered this place, they had already been killed by Atida, who had received orders to not disturb Gu Changa. The heavenly deer mystic fairy seemed to be in deep thought, and she was seriously considering Gu Changa's words. I'll convince the cultivators and creatures in the heavenly deer city to give up resistance and surrender to the upper world. But you need to promise that you won't hurt them, and that you'll minimize the casualties. Then she spoke again, and told him her plan. Do you think that's possible? Gu Changa was still smiling, and he seemed to be mocking her. Nothing is impossible when the city is about to fall, said the heavenly deer mystic fairy. In the end, you just want me to let you go? Before I trust you, I'd advise you to give up on that idea. Otherwise, I'll really kill you. Gu Changa frowned and glanced at her coldly. Why don't you believe me? The heavenly deer mystic fairy frowned. Gu Changa didn't believe her. She was just a prisoner now. It was only a matter of time before the heavenly deer city fell. Unless a miracle happened in this era, what she saw was the real future. If they wanted to save the people of heavenly deer city, they had to make sacrifices. I don't need you. I can take heavenly deer city. Gu Changa said indifferently. In his plan, even without the heavenly deer mystic fairy, he only needed Luluo. He could also force Lin Wu to submit. As the son of fate, Lin Wu could definitely come into contact with the formation core of heavenly deer city. Now that he had the heavenly deer mystic fairy, it was like having another bargaining chip. When the time came, how would Lin Wu choose? It wasn't hard to figure it out. For most of the sons of Providence, the importance of friendship was often reflected in themselves and the people related to them. The life and death of others didn't matter to them. And from the fact that Lin Wu was willing to hand over the immortal slaying gourd to save Lulua, one could see his personality. This time, the people who came to save Lulua didn't have any other clans or factions. They all chose to be bystanders. Even if Lin Wu didn't say anything, he probably had complaints in his heart. Fan. Chapter 461. Gu Chang's plan was very meticulous. Even if Lin Wu did not act according to his plan, he had other ways to take down Sky Deer City. After all, Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden was in his hands. Her life was in his hands. Since Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden accompanied Lin Wu to save Lulua, she must have been prepared to die. Thus, she must have made arrangements. She had a disciple or successor who would take over her identity and continue to guard the formation core of Sky Deer City. Gu Chang'e was thinking about this. Since Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden was in his hands, Gu Chang'e had a way to force her to submit. After all, there were very few cultivators in this world who could disregard their master's danger. Not to mention the disciple or successor who was personally nurtured by Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden. Even if their personalities were different, it would not be much different from hers. As the guardian of Sky Deer City, Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden had fallen into his hands. When the final battle broke out, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions would be in a perilous situation. Furthermore, there was no more suitable hostage in this world than Sky Deer Empyrean Maiden. Furthermore, no one in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions knew more about Sky Deer City and Jikong Abyss than her. It seemed that the correct route to pass through Jikong Abyss would have to start with her. After that, Gu Chang'e took the two of them and left. He planned to capture Lin Wu and start the next step of his plan. Who exactly are you? Where is Lulua now? At the same time, in a desert a million miles away from the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. Yellow sand billowed, revealing many skeletons buried under it. It was obvious that this was once a battlefield. A young man was filled with grief. His body was covered in blood, and his injuries were shocking. He was angrily asking the tall woman in front of him. The young man was Lin Wu. However, there was a wound on his body that was so deep that his bones could be seen, and blood was flowing out of it. The rest of the people he brought with him also surrounded the tall woman in front of him. Their expressions were also cold and angry. They did not expect that Lulua, who they had saved, would be an impostor. While Lin Wu was not paying attention, he had almost cut him in half. If it wasn't for Lin Wu's quick reaction that far surpassed the others and his powerful strength that allowed him to dodge quickly, that sword strike would have been enough to heavily injure him. The tall woman was Shen Chun, who was disguised as Lulua under Gu Chang'e's orders. At this moment, her expression was very cold and mocking. Even though she was surrounded by everyone, she was not worried at all. She seemed to be very confident. If you want to know whether that guy is dead or alive, then I advise you to be more polite to me. If something happens to me, then she can forget about living. Sha Chun said indifferently. He did not care about the murderous looks on everyone's faces. She was also holding a blood-stained longsword in her hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and a powerful aura was circulating around it. It was this sword that had almost pierced through Lin Wu. Damn it! Lin Wu was shocked and angry at the same time. His face was cold and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. However, he didn't dare to make a move against the tall woman in front of him for fear of harming Luluo. Before Lulua's life or death was confirmed, he couldn't relax. This feeling of his weakness being firmly grasped by the other party simply made him feel extremely depressed and resentful. In the end, all our efforts were in vain. I wonder what happened to that expert who attacked us. Granny Lu Chui and the others had bitter expressions. They did not expect things to turn out like this. They were very angry, but more than that, they were unwilling and fearful. They thought that the matter was over and they could escape back to Sky Deer City. Who would have thought that the young lady they saved would be an impostor? Gu Chang'e is really despicable. He looks so aloof, but he did such a repulsive thing. They kept cursing in their hearts. If cursing was useful, Gu Chang'e would have been killed by them countless times. At this moment, in the distant sky, a great path suddenly extended over, as if it was tearing the universe apart. Soon, it landed in front of everyone. Gu Chang'e. Lin Wu and the others could not help but be frightened as they looked at the young man who had crossed millions of miles in the blink of an eye. If it was not Gu Chang'e, who could it be? Behind Gu Chang'e, there were two other figures. One was Ada, wearing the dark metal armor. The other was naturally the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady. But what made Lin Wu feel incredulous and frightened was that the current Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady did not look much different from the one he had seen before. But her aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was strange and deep, with a frightening uneasiness. It was as if she was a completely different person. He could not help but be shocked. A great sense of absurdity and uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that something had happened to someone as strong as the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady and had become like this? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was his greatest support now. He thought that she could deal with Gu Chang'e, but who would have thought that she would become like this in the blink of an eye? Why did it become like this? Is Gu Chang'e really so strong that he is invincible? This made Lin Wu feel even more uneasy. He even felt helpless and hopeless. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady looked at Lin Wu and the others calmly as if she did not know them. The shock in Granny Lu Chui and the others was actually similar to Lin Wu, but they did not know the identity of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady. I didn't expect that the existence who saved us just now would be captured now. They felt bitter in their hearts, and waves of despair and powerlessness surged. Gu Chang'e, you can kill me or torture me as you wish. But you have to remember, even if you kill me, you can't make us surrender and beg for mercy. Lin Wu's expression was very firm at this moment. His eyes were full of cold hatred. He had thought everything through and calmed down. After all, he was going to die anyway. What else did he care? He was just short of cursing. The others were all silent. At this time, resistance was futile. In fact, before they came here, they were already prepared to die. But when they finally saw hope, it was destroyed again. This feeling was like falling from the clouds straight into the abyss. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill you now. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only glanced at everyone indifferently. His gaze stopped on Lin Wu. He was a little interested to see what kind of cheat he had. But before conquering Sky Deer City, it was better to let him live first. Behind Gu Chang'e, Ada saw this and shot out a black rune. It merged with heaven and earth and turned into bracelets and ankles, building a cage to imprison everyone. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to resist. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. He was sullen and angry, but because of the terrifying gap between them, he could only submit. If he resisted, he was afraid that everyone present would die. Then, Gu Chang'e rolled up his sleeves, and everything became blurry. The void was torn apart, and a passage through the universe appeared, bringing everyone imprisoned to the place where they were stationed. Senior Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady, what's going on? Lin Wu was imprisoned in the rune cage. He looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady in front of him and could not help but ask. Hearing this, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady looked at Gu Chang'e. Seeing that he did not care, she turned back and looked at Lin Wu. She said calmly, I want to save Sky Deer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Her words were short, and she did not explain much. Lin Wu was stunned. Judging from her expression and the way she spoke, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was obviously the same as before. But why did she say that? How could she save Sky Deer City and the 8 Desolates 10 regions? Was she going to feed the demon with her body? After saying that, a strange Taoist rhyme appeared on the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's face. Gradually, her face became blurry and could not be seen clearly. There were no restrictions on her body. She could move freely and was not suppressed like what Lin Wu and the others thought. Seeing this, Lin Wu was stunned and could not react for a long time. He had always thought that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was suppressed by Gu Chang'e and became a prisoner. But the truth in front of him made him confused. He could not figure it out at all. Compared to before, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's aura was obviously different. But her actions, the way she spoke, the changes in her expression, and the fluctuations of her cultivation were all the same. I thought you would beg me to let them go. As the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady, you don't care about their lives. On the golden path, Gu Chang'e looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady and smiled thoughtfully. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady shook her head. There is no point in doing that. If you want to save the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, there will definitely be sacrifices. So in your eyes, they have become necessary sacrifices? Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. Then, he looked at her seriously, as if he wanted to see if she was pretending or if that was her plan all along. To him, it did not matter if the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was pretending or if she was tainted by the demonic chi. It was the same. As long as she was in his hands, with such a hostage as bait, he could make the array defense of Empyrean Abyss and Sky Deer City useless. Moreover, after her demonic heart, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's attitude towards the invasion of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had changed greatly. The most fundamental reason was the tragic scene of the destruction of the city and the death of the people in the Great Destruction demonic region. Subconsciously, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady had already thought that it was a fact that could not be changed in the future, a manifestation of a fragment of the future. After all, at her level, she was very clear about the truth of many things. Even she thought that it was a fragment of the future, which was why she developed her current demonic consciousness. If sacrificing them can protect Empyrean Deer City and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, then it is worth it. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's voice was very calm. Gu Chang'e smiled. There was a strange look in his eyes, and he did not say anything else. Soon, the golden path extended and landed directly where the Gu family was stationed. Except for Lin Wu, everyone else was locked up in the other dungeons by Gu Chang'e, including the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady. As a captive, Gu Chang'e did not trust the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady. He still needed some time to observe. However, she was after all a person who had attained the Tao. The power of ordinary seals and restrictions did not have much effect on her. Therefore, the Gu family had sent more powerhouses to watch over them. If there were any unusual movements, they would know at any time. Finally, in the dungeons, Lin Wu and Lu Luo met again after a long time. Both of them had very complicated expressions. During this time, he did not make things difficult for you, right? Lin Wu was the first to speak. Looking at Lu Luo, who had obviously become much more haggard, he felt powerless again. Now, even he had become a prisoner. Lu Luo shook her head, her face pale. She noticed the injuries on Lin Wu's body and said worriedly, "Did that impostor hurt you?" Lin Wu smiled bitterly and nodded. "It's fine now. At that time, I did not know that the impostor was not you. I thought that I could escape with you, but in the end," he let out a sigh and explained the entire sequence of events to her. Of course, he did not mention the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's identity. This was also the reason why the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady did not ask him to reveal her whereabouts. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady's identity was very special and noble. If the 8 Desolates and 10 regions knew that she had fallen into Gu Chang'e's hands, it would cause a huge commotion and endless panic. At that time, if the other powerhouses knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady was by his side, they would definitely be shocked. They would never allow the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady to be in danger. Unfortunately, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady had also met with misfortune. Compared to before, she was very different. It even made Lin Wu feel that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady now was not the same person as before. After hearing Lin Wu's story, Lu Luo's face turned even paler. Especially when she heard that almost everyone in Sky Deer City had given up on her. It was the same for the family behind her. She couldn't help but tremble. Although she had guessed that this would happen, she still felt waves of sadness. It seems that what he said has happened. Lulua glanced outside the prison and saw Gu Changa, who had a faint smile on her face the entire time. She couldn't help but shiver in fear. From beginning to end, the development of the situation was exactly the same as what Gu Changa had told her. Even the attitude of the people in Sky Deer City towards her and Lin Wu was not bad at all. This method of guessing people's hearts made her uneasy. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Wu's heart was also very heavy. In this cold, damp, and dark dungeon, he could not see the slightest bit of hope. "Lin Wu, why don't we listen to Gu Changa?" Lu Luo's face was very pale, and her voice was trembling. It was easy to imagine how much decision and determination she had made when she said those words. "What did you say? Listen to Gu Changa?" When Lin Wu heard this, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if it had been struck by a giant bell. Suddenly, his mind went blank. He even doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Lu Luo, who should have viewed Gu Changa as her greatest enemy, was now saying that they should listen to Gu Changa. "Lu Luo, tell me, are you being threatened by Gu Changa? Or did he use some method to control you? Why are you saying this?" Lin Wu widened his eyes in disbelief. His voice was also trembling. 9" No. Nothing at all. Lu Luo shook her head, a bitter smile on her face. She said, "Now that we are in Gu Changa's hands, do you think the people of Sky Deer City will come and save us?" When he heard this, Lin Wu fell silent. Not only would they not, but they would also be worried that they would expose the many secrets of Sky Deer City. But that was something that could not be helped. At this time, whoever came to save them would face certain death. Was it worth it to pay such a huge price for two young prodigies? But this is not a reason for us to betray the 8 desolates, 10 regions and the families behind us. Lin Wu's face was filled with righteousness as he rejected. Lu Luo knew that it would be difficult to persuade Lin Wu. The family behind him valued him greatly. After Lin Wu displayed his great talent, they had poured in many resources. With Lin Wu's character, he would not betray his family. But Sky Deer City will be conquered sooner or later. All the powers will be drowned by the army of the upper world. Actually, we can bring the families behind us and submit to the upper world's powers. The longevity Gu family behind Gu Changa is the oldest power in the upper world. Its foundation is unfathomable. As long as we help Gu Changa, he can guarantee that our families will be safely transported to the upper world. Lu Luo said bitterly, saying this with difficulty. She had never planned to do this before. But after seeing Lin Wu today, all her plans were shaken. Her family had treated her well, so even after knowing that her family had abandoned her, she did not complain. But what had the powers of Sky Deer City and the sects of the 8 desolates 10 regions done for them? What right did they have to lose their lives in this dark place for the sake of those sects? And she knew that if Lin Wu refused, Gu Changa would definitely use other methods to force him. They had no other choice from the start. Chapter 462. What? Safely extradited to the upper realm? How could you say something like that? Lin Wu's body trembled as he stared at Lulua in a daze. Just now, he thought that Lulu only mentioned it because of her hatred for Heavenly Deer City. She wasn't serious about it. But when she said those words, his heart was shaken like waves, and he couldn't believe his ears. If he returned to the upper realm and persuaded the family behind him to become a subordinate of the upper realm, wouldn't that make him a sinner of the ages? The shame of betraying the 8 desolates 10 regions would forever be engraved on him and the family behind him. It could never be washed away. He suspected that Lulua was already controlled by Gu Changa. Even her mind had been cleansed. She was not the Luluwa from before. How similar was she to the heavenly dear mystic fairy now? Luluwa. You. Are you serious about all that you said? Lin Wu's expression was slightly pale. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him. But the exceptionally calm Luluwa asked sorrowfully. His heart twitched painfully as he recalled the first time he had met her. At that time, she was dazzling. She was the apple of the Green Life clan's eye. She had a noble status and was doted on by everyone. Countless geniuses chased after her. Her title as the goddess was peerless. But now, she was just a miserable prisoner in an enemy's prison. She was even considering betraying the 8 desolates' 10 regions. When had she ever been so down and out? Luluwa knew that Lin Wu would blame her wrongly. Especially when she saw his unfamiliar and pained expression. But her heart was exceptionally calm. She nodded lightly and turned her gaze to the young man outside the prison. She said calmly, Lin Wu, I'm sure you've seen Master Gu's strength. He's the same age as you, but his cultivation has already surpassed the supreme realm. And you're only a saint. The gap between you two cannot be estimated with words. The Longevity Gu clan behind Master Gu is the oldest clan in the upper realm. There's a bloodline that surpasses the immortal realm flowing in your body. Your future is limitless. If you follow Master Gu, when she said this, she actually couldn't bear it, so she had already thought of what kind of reaction Lin Wu would have. Her expression was very calm. It was as if he was stating a fact. Luluwa, you don't have to say any more. However, when Lin Wu heard these words, he was first stunned and somewhat dazed. Soon after, he waved his hand to interrupt her, a look of regret appearing on his face as he did not allow Luluwa to continue speaking. He really didn't expect that he would receive such an answer after leaving Heavenly Deer City to save Luluwa and almost losing his life. How could she say something like that to him? She persuaded herself to follow her enemy, Gu Chang'e. Did she forget that her brother, Lin Qingyang, was killed by Gu Chang'e? Luluwa couldn't bear to do this, but she thought of the consequences. She sighed in her heart, steeled her heart, and continued, You have to know that I'm saying this for your own good. I don't want you to die here because of me. I know, you don't have to say any more. Lin Wu's mouth was full of bitterness, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. In his mind, there seemed to be thousands of flashes of light flashing past. He suddenly understood Luluwa's intentions. She had said these words to make him resent her, so that he could stand on the side of justice with a clear conscience. Thus, even if he did not save her in the end, he would not feel any guilt. But in the end, the one to be sacrificed was her. In the end, how could he not understand Luluwa's pure and beautiful heart? Gu Chang'e, I want to talk to you. Thinking of this, Lin Wu took a deep breath and calmed down. He spoke to Gu Chang'e, who had yet to leave the prison. Gu Chang'e had heard the conversation between Lin Wu and Luluwa. In truth, he didn't expect Luluwa to say this to Lin Wu. However, it could only be said that Luluwa understood Lin Wu better than him and knew how to persuade him. From this, it could be seen that the more guilty Lin Wu felt towards Luluwa, the easier it was for him to control him. What do you want to talk to me about? Have you thought it through? Or are you planning to surrender to my clan? Gu Chang'e faintly smiled, walked over, and opened the prison door. Lin Wu stared at him, the hatred on his face difficult to conceal, but at this moment, he was firmly suppressing it. At this time, if he clashed with Gu Chang'e, Luluwa's efforts would be wasted. These words, I want only the two of us to know. Lin Wu glanced at Luluwa, who had lowered her head, and then looked at Gu Chang'e. He did not want to pressure Luluwa. Since even a woman like her could bear such responsibility, why couldn't he? Okay. Gu Chang'e smiled, and with a wave of his sleeve, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Space fluctuated, and in the next instant, Lin Wu appeared in a grand and ancient palace. The Ling Qi here was like a tide, and the light of treasures was faintly discernible. All kinds of divine weapons were hung on the walls, appearing very glorious and noble. On both sides of the palace, there was also a group of beautiful maids, their looks moving. However, as soon as Gu Chang'e appeared, she waved her hand and they all retreated respectfully. "Speak, what do you want to talk to me about? There are no outsiders here." Gu Chang'e poured himself a cup of wine, his appearance casual and natural, and smiled, indicating for Lin Wu to speak. Lin Wu looked around, but did not see anyone else here. He said with a solemn expression, "I want to know, what do you want Luluo to do for you?" Lin Wu knew that Luluo must have been forced by Gu Chang'e, or else she would not have made such a choice. He understood Luluo's personality very well, and knew that when she said such words, she would want nothing more than to die, to end this suffering and pain. But here, even her life and death were not her own, and were controlled by Gu Chang'e. Nothing much, just clearly explain the pros and cons of the situation to her, and let her know what she should do. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and placed the white jade cup next to his mouth, taking a sip leisurely. "What should I do?" "Tell Luluo to betray the 8 desolation 10 regions." Hearing this, Lin Wu couldn't help but be enraged. He gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to smash Gu Chang'e into pieces. "Is this how you talk to me?" Gu Chang'e frowned and glanced at him indifferently. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure swept over, causing Lin Wu's expression to change drastically, and coldness enveloped his entire body. Then, his legs buckled, unable to withstand the pressure, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, feeling extremely humiliated. It was to the extent where even his flesh was about to explode, producing cracks of bloody scars. "If that's the case, then kneel and talk to me." Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, deep in his eyes, there was not the slightest ripple of coldness. Lin Wu was beyond furious, and his eyes were red. Growing up, when has he ever been so humiliated? Even when he was at his most ordinary, he has never been treated like this. But the terrifying pressure was like a million mountains on his shoulders, making it impossible for him to even lift his head. His terrifying talent, powerful bloodline, and even the mysterious martial arts practice space were all useless in the face of absolute power. This terrifying and insurmountable gap caused Lin Wu to once again feel despair and powerlessness. "Gu Chang'e, as long as you let Luluo go, we can talk about anything. Whatever she can do, I can do. However, under someone else's roof, one has to lower their head." In the end, Lin Wu quickly suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and calmed down. He opened his mouth and stated his plan. He didn't want Luluo to bear all this alone. "Is that so? You said it yourself. Luluo wants the clan behind her to surrender to us and enjoy eternal life. She is missing something. Do you mean that you want to submit this proof of allegiance on her behalf?" Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows slightly and then said with a natural expression. "Proof of allegiance." When he heard these words, Lin Wu's heart shook, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "What is this pledge of allegiance?" "It's very simple. You just need to find the array core of Sky Deer City and open it." Gu Chang'e said with a smile. It was as if they were not talking about conquering the 8 wastelands 10 regions, but a trivial matter. The array outside Sky Deer City was the result of countless years of hard work by countless cultivators in the 8 desolates 10 regions. It was said that there were 9 major arrays in total, and they were located at the center of the array core. The array core controlled the 9 major arrays. Even if they only opened one of the major arrays and created a small gap, it would allow countless soldiers from the upper realm to attack. For countless years, cultivators from the upper realm had tried to find the array core, but to no avail. The array core, Lin Wu was shocked, and his face paled. He had already guessed that Gu Chang'e's intentions were related to conquering Sky Deer City. However, he could not believe that his target was the array core of Sky Deer City. It could even be said that the array core was the foundation of Sky Deer City's survival. If the array core was opened, it would only be a matter of time before Sky Deer City was conquered. Once Sky Deer City was conquered, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions behind it would be like ordinary people without armor and swords. They would be defenseless. How could the 8 Desolates' 10 regions resist the terrifying Upper Realm army? He was afraid that the only path they could take was destruction. What, you can't do it? Gu Chang'e asked as he looked at Lin Wu's pale face. With my status, even if I agree, I can't come into contact with the array core. Lin Wu forced himself to calm down, but his heart suddenly wavered. Even if he could do it, it would be tantamount to opening the door for the Upper Realm army and allowing them to invade. This kind of betrayal was more shameful and infuriating than bringing the tribe to surrender to the Upper Realm. The array core is in the hands of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady of this generation. Since you've already come into contact with her, how can you not find the array core? The Empyrean Deer Mystic Lady of this generation should have a successor or disciple. You might have even seen it with your own eyes. Now you're saying that you can't come into contact with it. How can I believe you? Gu Chang'e only smiled faintly. A strange aura appeared in the depths of his eyes, causing Lin Wu's face to turn paler. He could barely withstand this aura. If Gu Chang'e had not been restraining himself. Otherwise, with his current strength. Just a strand of his aura could cause Lin Wu to explode, destroying his body and soul. I understand. Lin Wu gritted his teeth. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and even the back of his shirt was wet. He did not forget the difference in strength between himself and Gu Chang'e. If he wanted to, he could kill him 1,000,000 times over without even lifting a finger. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your good news. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and retracted his aura. At the same time, he drew a line in the air with his hand. Bursts of golden light flashed, then turned into an ancient word seal that landed on Lin Wu's forehead. Chapter 463. What is this? Lin Wu felt his forehead heating up. There was a strange energy that was imprinted in his soul. Before he could figure out what it was, he felt the energy disappear. Furthermore, even his martial arts practice space did not have any reaction. This made his heart sink. He felt uneasy, as if his life was in Gu Chang'e's hands. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. After this is done, I will remove this inhibition spell for you. Plus, as long as you don't try anything funny, this inhibition spell will not activate. Gu Chang'e faintly smiled. His expression was natural and nonchalant. He did not care about Lin Wu's darkened face. Lin Wu was silent. He knew that it was impossible for Gu Chang'e to completely trust him. However, the situation was beyond his control. He could not refuse. Based on the current situation, it was not like he did not have a chance. I will give you half a year. In this half a year, do not try to remove this inhibition spell. In this world, other than me, no one can do it. If you still cannot do it after half a year, then the inhibition spell will activate. Not only will you die. Even your lover, Lu Luo, will be dragged down by you. Don't think that I will kill her. In this world, there are thousands of ways to torture a woman. A pair of jade arms for thousands of people to sleep on, a pair of red lips for thousands to taste. I don't think you want to see this happen. Then, Gu Chang'e continued. With Lu Luo as a hostage, he was not worried that Lin Wu would go against his orders. You are despicable. As a leader of the upper world, you act so shamelessly. After hearing these words, Lin Wu's expression changed rapidly, turning ashen. However, Gu Chang'e ignored him and ordered someone to send Lin Wu away. As for how to avoid the armies of the other orthodoxies and safely return to Sky Deer City, that was Lin Wu's problem. As the child of fate, if he could not even do this, then it would be Gu Chang'e's mistake. In half a year, the Boundary Monument Sea will welcome its last wave. Then, it will quickly dry up. In other words, within half a year at the latest, the upper realm would launch an attack on the 8 barren 10 regions. During this time, Gu Chang'e planned to arrange the forces under his control. Immortal Ancients clans, Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Absolute Beginning Divine Sect, all dispatched great armies here. The 8 desolates and 10 regions were related to the secrets of immortal ascension. He had to seize the opportunity first. Since the heavenly dear Empyrean maiden is in my hands, then the correct path to the Empyrean abyss will be obtained by me sooner or later. Now, all we need is to break the enchantment of Sky Deer City. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. He had other plans. Since the heavenly dear mystic maiden wanted him to believe her, then he could try using the matter of the Empyrean abyss. Then, Gu Chang'e pointed out with his finger. Multicolored light blossomed in front of him and a door appeared. Then, clear light filled the air continuously. It was very misty, as if it led to another world. The heavenly dear mystic fairy was a Taoist after all, so her imprisonment was naturally different from that of Lulua and the others. Gu Chang'e quickly entered. The small world was very dry. It was originally a small world that the Longevity Gu clan had seized from those experts when they were fighting in all directions. It was filled with traces of battle. The light was dim, and there was a lack of light. There was a gray mist flowing. 12 terrifying pillars could be seen in the distance. They were like pillars that supported the sky. All kinds of ancient runes were engraved on them. There were true dragons, white tigers, vermilion birds, kuanpengs and other creatures. There were chains made of immortal black iron on these pillars. They were as thick as an arm and surrounded by multicolored light. They could seal the most powerful experts. Greetings, young master. When Gu Chang'e appeared, the experts in charge of guarding the place all greeted him with respectful expressions. A Taoist from the 8 desolates 10 regions was currently imprisoned here. They didn't know much, but they knew that this powerful Taoist was personally suppressed by their young master. To have such terrifying strength at such a young age, he could be said to be looking down on the past and present. No one could compare to him. Leave this to me. You guys can go out. Gu Chang'e nodded and stepped forward, crossing over to the area where one of the pillars was located. A beautiful woman in white was sitting there with her hands and feet bound by the immortal black iron. She was exceptionally tall. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her white clothes were purer than snow. She was as beautiful as a dream, ethereal and ethereal. There were rays of multicolored light surging on her body. Wisps of black chi were hidden and couldn't be expelled. It seemed to have taken root in her body. As if sensing Gu Chang'e's arrival, she suddenly opened her eyes. Boundless white mist suddenly rushed out from her moving and beautiful eyes. Those were terrifying symbols that contained the most powerful divine splendor, annihilating the void. It was as if even the universe would be torn apart and collapse. This was a terrifying attack. It was as if endless galaxies were exploding, and it was going to kill Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e only raised his hand. Strands of crimson-colored divine clouds that were like smoke signals suddenly charged out from this place, and they pierced through the heavens and the earth like a sword of the heavens that swept out and eliminated this move of hers. You've been bewitched. Gu Chang'e walked forward with a strange look in her eyes. However, Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy didn't seem to hear it. Seeing that Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy was still going to attack, Gu Chang'e reached out with his hand. It seemed to have turned into a universe in his palm. Vast chaotic chi spread out, suppressing and refining everything. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy's eyes weren't clear, as if she was still in a certain state. She was just acting according to her instinct, but she was still extremely powerful. At the level of the Tao attainment level, she was able to dominate the world and was unbeatable. That was how powerful Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy was. The arrays, runes and even the immortal black iron chains here couldn't really suppress her. As Gu Chang'e attacked, he suppressed her energy. Her body glowed. Every inch of her skin seemed to be filled with a fragrance and became as smooth as jade. Her jade body was tall and slender, swaying back and forth in front of him. Her head of beautiful hair scattered down, her appearance extremely enchanting. Heavenly dear mystic fairy was in a strange state and her consciousness wasn't clear. Although she was looking at Gu Changa, she seemed to be looking at someone she didn't know. Her body glowed and a fragrance spread out. This aura was very breathtaking and even a little seductive. It was like a body fragrance. It wouldn't show on normal days, but now it was extremely charming. Gu Changa felt an inexplicable aura invading his sea of consciousness. Some charm appeared, which was enough to make many cultivators with weak states of mind lose themselves. However, his eyes didn't change much. He looked at Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy seriously and finally confirmed the fact. Su Chinga had the Taiyin mystic body, which was an extremely special cauldron physique. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy in front of him also had a very special physique. Although Gu Changa couldn't tell what kind of physique it was. But judging from the charm just now, it wasn't much different from the Taiyin mystic body. And because Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy had a high cultivation level, she was a Tao attainment cultivator. Her physique was so strong that the influence was obviously much deeper than Su Chinga's. If this situation happened in other places, it would definitely be a tragic scene that swept across millions of miles. The horror of this kind of physique was that it could hurt cultivators by their own charm. The fire in his heart burned, and his soul turned into ashes. He died silently. Thinking of this, Gu Changa had a strange look in his eyes. He attacked again and walked forward. Runes fell like a heavy rain from the sky, suppressing Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy's aura. She seemed to have noticed it as well. The confusion in her eyes was gradually dispersing as she began to suppress it. Not long after, Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy's eyes regained clarity. She looked at Gu Changa in front of her and then looked at her current posture. She gently tucked the hair in front of her forehead without any embarrassment. However, such an action was extremely seductive when she was doing it now. Thank you for what you did just now. She opened her red lips slightly. Her hair was soft like silk and very smooth. She said to Gu Changa, "You're welcome. After all, you've let me feast my eyes." Gu Changa smiled but his expression did not change. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy's gaze fell on his face. "Young Master Gu, you're calm and composed. I admire you." She knew that her physique was special. At this time, even a true Tao expert would find it difficult to remain calm. However, Gu Changa was only at the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, but his expression did not change and he was unmoved. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation but one's temperament and state of mind. She could not help but wonder if Gu Changa's heart was made of stone for him to be so unmoved. "No, I'm just worried that this is your trap." Gu Changa only shook his head slightly. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy's expression stiffened slightly. Then, she frowned and said, "Young Master Gu, do you not trust me that much?" Her hands and feet were still bound by the immortal mysterious iron and there was no way she could break free. How could she hurt Gu Changa at this time? Even at her peak, she was not Gu Changa's opponent, not to mention now. Caution is the parent of safety. What if I fall at your hands? Who knows? Gu Changa was still smiling and shaking her head. She had a stubborn look on her face. He wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could get information about the Jikanjayuan from Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy. Now, he naturally had to test her. Moreover, Heavenly Dear City was one of the oldest cities in the 8 wastelands. As its guardian, he did not believe that Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy did not have any tricks up her sleeve. There was nothing wrong with being a little cautious. The Heavenly Dear Mystic Maiden sighed. Then, she suddenly smiled. Her beautiful and dreamy face had a beauty that made one's heart tremble. "Young Master Gu is so careful of me, what is it about me that you don't trust?" Is it my identity or my methods? You locked me here, how can I prove to you that I'm trustworthy? She asked 3 questions one after another. Her eyes landed on Gu Changa's face. There was a demonic aura around her, completely different from the pure and holy aura she had at the beginning. The method is actually very simple. You just have to tell me the correct route to the Jikanjayuan. Gu Changa did not answer her question. Instead, he smiled and mentioned the Jikanjayuan. However, Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy seemed to have expected it. She said, okay, but it's useless to tell you the route to the Jikanjayuan. I have to personally lead you there to know. As if she was afraid that Gu Changa would be suspicious, she continued, because the Jikanjayuan changes almost every moment, the route is not the same. Every time you pass through there, you need a guide. Unless you can find the correct route in this world, you will be lost forever. Guide? Gu Changa frowned and looked at her. He was thinking if Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy was telling the truth. However, her beautiful eyes just stared at him without any other changes. It was hard to tell if she was telling the truth from her expression. In the past, when the upper realm invaded the 8 desolates and 10 regions and crossed the Jikanjayuan, they did spend a lot of time to deduce the correct route. However, that route could only be taken once. The second time, there would be changes. For example, when people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions returned to Heavenly Dear City, they would need a special method to receive them. It was very troublesome. If Master Gu doesn't believe me, then I can't do anything. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy nodded. Her temperament was completely different from before. There was a demonic nature. However, her mind was very clear and not chaotic. Her words were reasonable and hard to find flaws. So, if I want to pass through the Jikanjayuan, I have to rely on you. Gu Changa stared at her again. Divine light shone in his eyes, and the scene of reincarnation appeared. The world seemed to be hazy, and there was an inexplicable aura descending. His face became blurry, and light overflowed. It was as if a river that flowed through the heavens had appeared. The rain of light fell, causing the Tao of heaven and earth to become chaotic. The embryonic form of the long river of time. You've actually touched this level, Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy frowned. Then, she was very calm and allowed Gu Changa to examine her. She knew that this was one of Gu Changa's methods. It was very mysterious and profound. It could trace the traces of heaven and earth, including karma. Based on these things, Gu Changa could easily determine whether she was telling the truth or not. For a moment, the rules and order of this place and many of the chi of heaven and earth became blurry. Many scenes appeared in front of Gu Changa. Strange lines became clear, as if they were connected to the mysterious river. His brows furrowed tighter. All the brilliance in his eyes disappeared. I didn't lie to you. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy knew that Gu Changa didn't find anything. All her emotions disappeared, but there was still a faint smile on her face. It was as if she had expected this. What you said just now, you didn't lie to me. Gu Changa's brows relaxed. Then, he quickly reached out with his palm. A misty sword light appeared, and with a crack, the restriction on the undying dark iron was removed. It loosened from her hands and feet. Heavenly Dear Mystic Fairy saw Gu Changa unchain her so decisively. For a moment, she was still a little stunned. She obviously didn't expect Gu Changa to let her go so quickly. You finally believe me? She asked. It seems that I do need you to bring me to the Jikanjayuan, but not now. Gu Changa shook his head. His gaze was a little strange. He didn't answer her question. Chapter 464. Gu Changa naturally had other plans for releasing the Empyrean Dear Mystic Fairy. Just as she had said, it was not a good idea to keep her locked up in this place. When he asked her about some things and matters, she was able to answer them fluently without any flaws. There was still half a year before the upper domain would invade the 8 wilderness 10 regions. Therefore, it was better to let her prove it with her actions. The action that Gu Changa requested was actually very simple. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy had lived in the 8 wilderness 10 regions for countless years and definitely knew many friends. The cultivation of those friends should be similar to her, at the level of Tao attainment. Therefore, she could lure those friends out and Gu Changa could use this opportunity to capture them all. His cultivation had reached the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm and the origin of ordinary cultivators would not be of much use to him. Now, he could only rely on the Tao attainment experts or weaker quasi-emperors to find a chance to break through. How do you want me to prove it? The Empyrean deer mystic fairy had already regained her composure and there was a glimmer in her eyes that fell on Gu Changa's face. There was a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Her face was delicate and fair and her facial features were unparalleled. Her black hair was very smooth and shining with a moving luster. When she spoke, there was a kind of transcendence and demonic aura around her. These two completely different temperaments were now both on the same person. There was no conflict and awkwardness but instead it was very harmonious and natural. She knew that Gu Changa had already thought it through. After all, it was not a good idea to keep her locked up. Now that he had released the black iron chains on her hands and feet, he was giving her a chance to prove that she was trustworthy. Sleep with me or kill me, choose one. Gu Changa noticed her indifferent and confident expression and raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Then, he said with a calm expression. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy's faint smile suddenly froze and she lost her previous composure. Then, she suddenly frowned. I thought that young Master Gu's heart was as firm as a rock and would not be moved by external things. I didn't expect you to be such a vulgar person. She shook her head and sighed. On her fair face, she looked like she had misjudged Gu Changa. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Serve or kill? Gu Changa narrowed his 533 eyes. There was a dangerous look in his eyes as he sized her up. The Empyrean maiden's expression turned slightly serious, and then she said, kill. However, she didn't know who she was going to kill, but at this time, she couldn't choose to sleep with him. In that case, what was the difference between her and the so-called concubines? And Gu Changa was clearly not the kind of person who would show mercy to her just because she was a concubine. Of course, there was a more important reason. If she chose to sleep with him, with Gu Changa's level of caution, he would definitely be suspicious. That's good. Gu Changa nodded. He knew that she would make such a choice. As the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, whether now or in the past, she had always been extremely proud and confident. It was impossible for him to use his own body as a capital to obtain certain benefits. But, the current her was not so sure. Thinking of this, Gu Changa carefully looked at the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. Since she had a special constitution, she should know the consequences of being found out by him. But she didn't panic or feel uneasy at all. She was very calm, as if she had already expected this, or rather, had the confidence. This made Gu Changa pay more attention to the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. This woman made him a little confused. Did her temperament really become like this, or was it just a pretense to lower his guard? Young Master Gu, do you really want me to sleep with you? If you really want to, it's not impossible. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden noticed that Gu Changa was looking at her. Her eyes sparkled, and she didn't feel shy at all. On the contrary, she was very calm, and she tucked her hair behind her ear. She showed off her beautiful face and impressive figure to her heart's content, which was extremely seductive. I've never seen such a strange request. Don't tell me you want to rely on me. Gu Changa also looked at her seriously, staring at her exquisite face. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her slender waist. A burst of fragrance filled the air, which was very seductive. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden had a faint smile on her lips, as if she had expected Gu Changa's reaction. But she didn't expect that he would suddenly pull her over. Her face froze, and so did her slender waist. After cultivating for countless years, this was the first time the opposite sex touched her. She only felt a warm feeling, accompanied by a vast divine light that enveloped her whole body. However, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden didn't break free. Instead, her beautiful eyes shone brightly like fireworks. She looked at Gu Changa quietly, almost falling into his arms. She had a strange feeling in her heart, and a faint haze rose on her delicate snow-white skin. There's really something wrong with your constitution. I almost fell for your trick. But in the next moment, Gu Changa's regretful voice sounded. He shook his head slightly and let go of her. His figure appeared 3 feet away from the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. The moment he touched her, he had already probed. He felt that there was a vast and cold aura inside the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. It was motionless like the Milky Way, but as majestic as the sky, it could erupt at any time. Mr. Gu, are you afraid? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden didn't look shy like other girls. Her eyes were sparkling, and a faint smile appeared on her lips again. Her temperament was very calm, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was confidence, more like a faint mockery. You've got some tricks. If that's the case, won't you get what you want? Gu Changa shook his head and said regretfully, what a pity. I can only look at such a beauty, but I can't eat her. I thought Mr. Gu was brave and no one could compare to you. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. I've taken the initiative, but you don't dare to eat me. How disappointing. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden shook her head and said in a regretful tone. She knew that Gu Changa already knew what kind of constitution she had. So when she spoke, she didn't need to be so secretive like before. This was originally another plan she thought could save the 8 barren 10 regions. But now, it seemed that since Gu Changa had found out, it wouldn't succeed. Empyrean deer mystic maiden, you've really put in a lot of effort just to pin it on me. Gu Changa shook his head, unmoved. The 9 abstruse yearning body was a legendary constitution that came from the yearning red one. It was the symbol of unswerving loyalty. He didn't expect to encounter it on the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. He was just a little suspicious. But when he saw the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's expression, he was almost certain. The most special thing about this constitution was that it could live and die together. There was almost no solution. In other words, once he took the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's body, their lives would be tied together. Once the Empyrean deer mystic maiden committed suicide, he would be greatly affected, and his life would be in danger. Though Gu Changa had many trump cards, including 2 seals of samsara, he had several lives. But he didn't like the feeling of his life being controlled by others. With the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's personality, she would definitely sacrifice herself to kill him and save Heavenly Deer City and the 8 Desolation 10 regions. It seemed that in the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's eyes, he was the greatest threat to the survival of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such a big risk and left Heavenly Deer City to kill him in the cradle. If young Master Gu can promise to spare Heavenly Deer City and the 8 Desolation 10 regions, why would I do this? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden sighed, then her eyes fell on Gu Changa's face. Seeing that he was unmoved, she smiled and said, now that young Master Gu knows my biggest secret, shouldn't you believe me? One had to admit that as one of the most respected people in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, she had a very special status. Even if the Empyrean deer mystic maiden was tainted by the demonic nature, she still had a sense of holiness that couldn't be profaned. The 9 abstruse yearning bodies problem may not be impossible for me to solve. Gu Changa didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and said, you seem to be happy too early. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled faintly and said, then I'll wait for the day when young Master Gu solves this problem. She was very confident and didn't care about what Gu Changa said, which was why she said that. After all, she had studied her body many times over the past countless years. For men, the 9 abstruse yearning body was an unparalleled temptation. However, the problem of living and dying together was indeed unsolvable. At the level of an enlightened cultivator, she couldn't think of any solution. Although the Empyrean dear mystic maiden had never been born, once she did, she would be respected by countless cultivators and factions. However, Gu Chang'e was so cautious and even seemed to dislike her, thinking that she was going to rely on him. This made her speechless. Then, Gu Chang'e told her something else. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden was a veteran enlightened cultivator, and her cultivation was not weak. The cultivation realms of the friends she knew would not be too far off. Friends? After hearing this, the Empyrean dear mystic maiden looked deeply at Gu Chang'e and fell silent. She knew what Gu Chang'e was planning. Gu Chang'e's current cultivation had a lot to do with the identity he was hiding. Needless to say, the risk of this being exposed was that the entire upper realm wouldn't be able to tolerate Gu Chang'e, and he would become an enemy of the entire world. Even though his cultivation was strong, it would be difficult for him to fight against the entire upper realm. However, despite knowing this, the Empyrean dear mystic maiden didn't think that this would be used against Gu Chang'e, and he didn't care whether she knew or not. Now that Gu Chang'e had made such a request, it was clear that he wanted to devour the essences of those existences to cultivate. I don't actually know many friends, the Empyrean dear mystic maiden said. Many have already passed away, and many have gone missing. It won't be easy to find someone that can satisfy you, Sir Gu. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden thought seriously, and it didn't seem like she was just brushing him off. You can't find a single one. Gu Chang'e didn't believe her and smiled faintly. Why don't you use your identity to summon all the experts of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden? I think they can do it too. However, if you look carefully, you can find them. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden shook her head and said, How much do you know about the 9 mountains, Sir Gu? Aren't the 9 mountains the celestial mountains in the hearts of all cultivators in the 8 desolates 10 regions? It's said that there are traces of celestials there. Why, could it be that the person you're talking about is in the 9 mountains? Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden nodded. I don't think there's anyone more suitable than the 9 mountains. The 9 mountains were the 9 mysterious celestial mountains in the 8 desolates 10 regions. No one knew where they were, and they were located in an ethereal place. Ordinary people couldn't find them at all. Unless it was a fated person, other cultivators would never find the 9 mountains, even if they searched for their entire lives. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden suddenly mentioning the 9 mountains piqued Gu Chang'e's interest. He wasn't worried that the Empyrean dear mystic maiden would work with the 9 mountains to kill him. At this time, it wasn't a wise thing to do. If she really wanted to gain his trust, she would have to find a way to prove her worth. The upper realm was attacking the 8 desolates 10 regions. Sooner or later, the heavenly dear mystic maiden would be conquered. When that time came, it wouldn't be important whether the 9 mountains appeared or not. It wouldn't play a decisive role. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden should know this very well. She was a smart person and knew what to say at this time. According to the ancient records, the 9 mountains were extremely mysterious. When the 8 desolates 10 regions were invaded by the upper realm, there would be successors or disciples who would come down from the mountains with immortal edicts. However, to the upper realm, this didn't have much of an effect. On the contrary, from the 9 mountains' attitude towards the upper realm, it was obvious that they were more afraid of the upper realm. Chapter 465. How much do you know about the 9 mountains? Gu Chang'e asked. The 9 mountains have 9 mountain lords, from the 1st mountain to the 9th mountain. The 1st mountain lord is the most powerful, but he is always in seclusion and has not shown himself for many years. That is why I have never seen the real location of the 1st mountain. The 9 mountains now listened to the second mountain lord's orders. The heavenly deer mystic fairy spoke frankly, and there was a different emotion in her eyes. You have a grudge against the 9 mountains? Gu Changa caught the emotion on her face. It seemed that she wanted to use him to attack the 9 mountains. However, the heavenly deer city and the 9 mountains were both barriers that protected the 8 wastelands' 10 regions, but there was a conflict between them. This surprised Gu Changa. Yes, there was. The heavenly deer mystic fairy nodded slightly, and her eyes fell on his face. She smiled faintly. Are you planning to avenge me? I think it is better to take revenge for something like hatred yourself. If you want to do it, I don't mind sending some people to help you. Gu Changa just smiled and said. The heavenly deer mystic fairy knew that this was just an excuse Gu Changa made to not do it himself. If that is the case, thank you very much. However, she did not refuse. Although the 9 mountains were untraceable, the heavenly deer mystic fairy had a way to find its exact location. The Qingyun flying boat could take her to the Yunshan tomb in the 9 mountains. She happened to have a Qingyun flying boat that she had obtained many years ago. After that, Gu Changa arranged for many powerful cultivators to come. The weakest of them was at the Saint Realm, and they could form a formation to unleash more power. In addition, there were also a few Supreme Realm and Quasi-Emperor Realm cultivators. These powerful cultivators were all elites who had survived hundreds of battles. Their killing power was shocking, and it was hard to find a match for them in the same realm. 3 days later, there was a ray of light. A huge Qingyun flying boat appeared in the hands of the heavenly deer mystic fairy. It quickly enlarged, like a mountain range, and stretched across the sky. All the powerful cultivators received the order and turned into divine rainbows and descended. The void split open as a golden passageway appeared. The green cloud flying shuttle carried everyone and directly entered it, as though it was shuttling through the universe. This was a technique that could tear apart the universe. Using space, one could disappear a million miles away. This azure cloud flying vessel had a magnificent nebula as its lid, immortal gold and ancient wood as its beam, supreme immortal gold as its body, and 9-colored immortal light as its oars. It was vast and ancient. All the cultivators above even felt a sense of vicissitudes, as if they were struggling to cross the river of time. Back then, I obtained it by chance. I didn't expect that I would be able to use it in this life. Standing on the green cloud airship, the heavenly deer mystic fairy gently shook her head as if she was talking to Gu Changa. Serve the tea. However, Gu Changa did not intend to listen to her idle chat. He sat down at the stone table and ordered. Young Master Gu, are you really treating me like a servant girl? The celestial deer mystic maiden was dressed in a snow-white robe. Her body was glowing with wisdom and her face was peerless. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with an unconcealable demonic nature. Of course, Gu Changa said. The celestial deer mystic maiden nodded with a smile on her face. She did not refuse. With a wave of her hand, a jade tea set appeared and she began to brew tea. Her hair was soft and shiny, and there was a different kind of beauty to it. The other cultivators watched this scene from afar and could not help but click their tongues. The celestial deer mystic maiden's identity was so noble, but now she was reduced to such a state in front of the young master. A few days later, the azure cloud airship tore through the universe and went deep into a mysterious area. It seemed to have reached the end of the world. This place was boundless. The stars were like clouds and ancient trees covered the sky. They grew in the universe. The essence of heaven and earth was extracted. Every branch and leaf seemed to be able to hold up the world. The galaxy was incomparably thick, and it was surrounded by vast clouds and mist. It fell from the front. Rumble. The waves splashed, creating terrifying ripples in the universe. Every wave was like the convergence of countless small worlds. Looking at the waterfall that seemed to fall from the highest point in the sky, everyone was a little shocked. Is this where the 9 mountains are? the cloud tomb. Gu Chang'e looked up. Along the waterfall in front of him, he seemed to be able to see a vast continent hidden above. This place did not belong to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. To be precise, it was adjacent to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, but because of the terrain, it was rather mysterious and difficult to find. And here, Gu Chang'e clearly sensed a different kind of aura. In his opinion, the 9 mountains were a piece of fat meat. It was a pity that the upper realm had not noticed it for countless years. Apart from the most mysterious first mountain, the other 8 mountains are all here. After arriving here, the celestial dear mystic maiden's mood changed greatly. Divine light flowed in her eyes. To enter the 9 mountains, we must pass through the waterfall in front of us, she said. In the next moment, she cast out divine talismans and began to control the entire airship. It began to cross. The azure cloud airship was very simple and unadorned. Suddenly, a layer of immortal mist appeared on the surface, isolating everything. Then, it went against the waterfall. It seemed incomparably stable, like an ancient rock. Gu Chang'e noticed her actions. He felt a vast and boundless aura coming from above the waterfall. He ordered the many powerhouses behind him to be prepared. There might be a bloody battle when the time came. He just didn't know if the 9 mountains could give him some surprises. At the same time, above the waterfall was a magnificent and vast floating continent. There were many ancient fierce beasts and savage birds in the sky. Primitive ancient forests were densely covered, the mountains were grand, and the palaces were ancient and mysterious. The chaotic waterfall fell, flying between the mountains. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light intertwined. There were thousands of rays of auspicious light and thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. This was like a real paradise, a paradise on earth. The creatures here had a kind of immortal charm, and their auras were exceptionally powerful. It could be said that they were completely different from the people outside the world. All kinds of immortal medicines and divine springs were rare in the world. Inside, purple rocks towered, the cliffs were smooth, grass grew, ginseng was breathing, and auspicious beasts like cheilants were lying alone under the bluestone. Silver chains hung down one by one, dense steam rose, spiritual birds danced, and the fragrance of old medicines was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, one could see immortal mountains and divine peaks. In the distance, there were palaces and heavenly gates. It was magnificent. In the center, there were incomparably majestic mountains shrouded in immortal light. There were waterfalls around them, like islands scattered all over the place. Rays of divine rainbows swept across the sky. The cultivators were all dressed in feathered clothes and star crowns. They were shrouded in immortal light, and their Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. I don't know what the second mountain lord is thinking. He's actually planning to seal the mountain and not interfere with the affairs of the outside world. It's said that the second mountain lord predicted the disaster by chance through divination. I don't know if it's true or not. Now, several mountain lords have gone to the second mountain to discuss it with him. It's been a long time since the 9 mountains showed their holiness in the world. This time, when we heard that the upper realm is invading again, it's the time for us to show ourselves and absorb faith. It's a pity that the second mountain lord wants to seal the mountain at this time. A few cultivators with wide sleeves rode on long rainbows and swept across the sky. They were talking about something. Their faces looked very young, but their real age was not young. Occasionally, there was a sense of vicissitudes in the depths of their eyes. At this moment, as they spoke, it was difficult to hide their resentment towards the second mountain lord who wanted to seal the mountain. Of course, Master's words have a deeper meaning. Aren't you afraid that Master will punish you when he finds out that you're talking nonsense behind his back? She begged for fresh flowers. At this moment, a burst of divine light came, and a golden passage suddenly appeared in the sky. A beautiful woman walked out. Her features were picturesque, and her skin was snow-white and sparkling. She was like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Unfortunately, her expression was very cold, and she gave people an unapproachable feeling. Hearing her words, the cultivators who were talking could not help but change their expressions. They hurriedly said, "Please forgive us, eldest senior sister. We know our mistake. We won't dare to do it again." The beautiful woman glanced at all of them indifferently and said, "Don't do it again. Don't let me hear you speak ill of master behind his back again." "Yes, yes, yes. We understand. Thank you, eldest senior sister." The cultivators hurriedly replied. They were very respectful towards the beautiful woman in front of them. Then, they hurriedly left the place, not daring to stay for long. The beautiful woman watched until their figures disappeared before she retracted her gaze. She could not help but frown and murmured, "During this period of time, the resentment towards master from the various mountains has become more and more intense. There are even many people who are against him." Indeed. The invasion of the 8 desolates and 10 regions from the upper realm is the time for the disciples of the 9 mountains to gain fame and gain faith. Yet, master wants to seal the mountain. This is really puzzling. Eldest senior sister Suyun is right. Second Mountain Lord's current actions are really puzzling. At this moment, a man's voice was heard. Accompanied by a faint light, it was as if a figure had condensed between heaven and earth. This was a man wearing golden armor. He was very tall and straight. Even his hair was golden, as if there was a divine light circulating on it. There were vertical pupils in his eyes, and they were light gold. He looked like a young god, giving people a feeling of unparalleled power. Behind the man in golden armor, there were a few cultivators following. There were both men and women, and it seemed that he was the leader. Chen Suyun greets the Taoist. Seeing the man in golden armor, Chen Suyun's gaze did not change. Then, she bowed gently. "Eldest senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are both disciples of the 9 mountains. There's no need to be so polite." The man in golden armor smiled when he heard this. He seemed very gentle and polite. The 9 mountains were different from the other forces. Here, apart from the mountain lords, there were no elders. Seniority was determined according to the cultivation time one had entered the 9 mountains. For example, Chen Suyun had entered the 9 mountains longer than the others. She was the rightful eldest senior sister. The man in golden armor in front of her was called Gu Wudi. He was the Taoist of the 9 mountains, or in other words, the successor. From his name, one could see his ambition. He had the heart to be invincible in the world and sweep through the ages. He entered the 9 mountains later than Chen Suyun and the others. However, because of his powerful talent, his cultivation surpassed everyone and became the Taoist of the 9 mountains. He was in the limelight for a while. In the 9 mountains, apart from the mountain lords, his status was the most respected. Even the personal disciples of the mountain lords had to bow to him when they saw him. Therefore, he was obviously not as respectful to Chen Suyun as the others. His attitude was very natural. "By the way, eldest senior sister, since you're here, why don't I see little junior brother? I remember that the 2 of you were inseparable. Wherever you went, he would follow you. Why don't I see him now?" Gu Wudi looked behind Chen Suyun, seeming to be a little surprised. He asked as if he already knew the answer. "Little junior brother is now by master's side. Perhaps master is giving him some instructions." Hearing this, Chen Suyun shook her head and said calmly. "Is that so? Originally, I had some things to discuss with little junior brother, but I didn't expect him to not be here." "Forget it then." Gu Wudi smiled. There was a trace of malice in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Fan. Chapter 466. The little junior brother that Chen Suyun and Gu Wudi were talking about was called Xiaoyan. More than 20 years ago, Chen Suyun happened to see him under the waterfall of the 9 mountains and brought him back to the mountain to cultivate. At that time, Xiao Yang, who was still a baby, was placed in a basket. He was covered in blood and on his last breath, carrying an ancient jade with 2 ancient words written on it. It was because of those 2 ancient words that she knew Xiao Yang's name. After that, Xiao Yang was pitied by her master, the second mountain master, who felt that he was lonely and had no one to rely on, so he took him in as a disciple. Xiao Yang became the youngest disciple in the 9 mountains, and everyone called him the little junior brother. As for why Xiao Yang was abandoned under the 9 mountains, it had always been a mystery, and no one knew. Xiao Yang's background was still a mystery, and some people felt that he carried a deep hatred. But now, not many people paid attention to it. In many people's opinion, since he could find the 9 mountains, it must be fate between him and the 9 mountains. In addition, Xiao Yang was likable, hardworking, and talented in cultivation, so he was very likable. So, as long as the disciples in the 9 mountains knew him, they would have a good relationship with him. Chen Suyun and Xiao Yang were also like sisters and mothers. After all, Xiao Yang was raised by Chen Suyun, and many of the ways of the world and cultivation methods were taught by her personally. Taoist, you want to ask Xiao Yang about the 9 mountains immortal seal, right? It's useless for you to ask him. You have to ask Master. Little junior brother has only been in the 9 mountains for more than 20 years. How would he know about these things? Seeing Gu Wudi's expression, Chen Suyun frowned and said calmly. Gu Wudi coveting the 9 mountains immortal seal was no secret in the 9 mountains. However, the second mountain master had clearly said that Gu Wudi was not suitable to take over the 9 mountains immortal seal. Instead, for countless years, only little junior brother Xiao Yang was the most suitable. Chen Suyun naturally did not doubt her master's words. However, Gu Wudi was proud and could not accept that the 9 mountains immortal seal fell into the hands of someone who was not as good as him. One had to know that the 9 mountains immortal seal was the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. It gathered the faith, karmic luck, fate, and so on that the 9 mountains had accumulated over countless years. It could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable. Ever since the first mountain lord had gone into seclusion, the second mountain lord had been in charge of the 9 mountains immortal seal, maintaining the stability of the 9 mountains array formation, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the laws of heaven and earth, the environment of the great Tao, and so on. Senior apprentice Sister Suyun, why do you say that? My master said that the 9 mountains immortal seal should be taken over by a virtuous person. Back then, when the great mountain master gave up the 9 mountains immortal seal, it was for the other mountain masters to fight over it. My teacher, the third mountain master, was one step behind and lost to the second mountain master. That was how the great seal of the 9 mountains ended up in his hands. Today, how could there be a decision to directly hand over the 9 mountains immortal seal to others without giving their disciples a chance to fight for it? I'm afraid that this method won't convince the public, and I can't accept it either. Hearing this, Gu Wudi's expression was somewhat displeased. He frowned, his heart filled with unwillingness. If it was a fair duel and he lost to Xiao Yang, then the 9 mountains immortal seal would be taken by Xiao Yang, and he would have nothing to say. But now, without even giving him a chance to fight, they thought that he wasn't suitable to take over the 9 mountains immortal seal. How could he accept this? Gu Wudi was prideful and thought highly of himself. He had cultivated in the 9 mountains for many years, and his cultivation had already caught up with many disciples who had entered before him. This method was tantamount to thinking that he was inferior to Xiao Yang, who had only entered the 9 mountains for 20 years. This is Master's decision. If you have any opinions, you can tell Master. Moreover, your current cultivation has already surpassed junior brothers by a lot. If it's a fair decision, then who is fair to? Chen Suyun said indifferently, her brows still tightly furrowed. Gu Wudi was indeed very talented, and could be said to be the most outstanding disciple of the 9 mountains in recent years. But he was too arrogant, and always thought that he was invincible. His usual gentle appearance was just a disguise. I can suppress my cultivation to the same level as Xiao Yang. If you still think it's unfair, then I can give him a big realm. Or if we're in the same realm, he can withstand 3 of my moves. How about it? Gu Wudi's expression was very sinister, and his words were very impolite. How many years have you cultivated? How can junior brother compare to you in terms of divine powers and comprehension of laws? Originally, it was unfair for you to fight him. Chen Suyun's expression was still unmoved, and she said indifferently, and this is master's decision. It's only useful if you tell him. After all, she had watched Xiao Yang grow up, so from the bottom of her heart, she was very partial to Xiao Yang. And now, Gu Wudi was already in the supreme realm, and had cultivated for millions of years. Xiao Yang had only cultivated for 20 years, so how could the two be compared? Good, very good. Gu Wudi's expression was completely gloomy, and he had already torn off the disguise on his face. He said coldly, in that case, don't blame me. With that, a golden light appeared under his feet, and he left with the cultivators behind him, unable to hide his anger. Chen Suyun shook her head, thinking that Gu Wudi was just talking and didn't take it to heart. Then, she turned into a divine rainbow and left this place, heading towards the second mountain. In the vast clouds, the azure cloud airship broke through the waterfall and flew towards this place, resisting the terrifying pressure. The immortal fog was dense, and the runes flickered, unmoving like a rock. The cloud tomb was also known as the cloud tomb of no return. It was said to be the burial place of all the clouds in the world. It was easy to get lost in this place, and even cultivators with high cultivation would find it difficult to find the right exit. Therefore, the 9 mountains used the cloud tomb as a natural barrier to isolate it from the outside world. However, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden clearly had a special method to pass through this area. Steering the azure cloud airship, they quickly crossed the waterfall. It seems that the 9 mountains are very confident. They don't even have disciples guarding it, and there's no protective array. Gu Chang'e stood on the airship, his white robes and hair dancing in the wind. He looked into the distance, feeling a little strange. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden nodded. Because the 9 mountains know that not many people in this world can find this place. Really? Didn't you find me anyway? Gu Chang'e smiled, and then said somewhat mockingly, tell me about the enmity between you and the 9 mountains. I'm suddenly interested. Young Master Gu, are you planning to avenge me? I really don't know how to repay you. It's a pity that you don't want my body. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden controlled the azure cloud airship as she replied. There was a faint smile on her lips, calm and composed. However, her words seemed to be mocking. If someone who knew her was here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. They wouldn't dare to believe that this woman before them was the holy, dignified, and aloof Empyrean deer mystic maiden. Why can't I devote myself to you? Even if I can't warm your bed, I can still be your servant. Gu Chang'e smiled. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's smile didn't diminish in the slightest. She said, I didn't think there would be a day when the great young Master Gu would be so afraid of me. As she spoke, she combed the hair in front of her forehead, appearing extremely seductive. Gu Chang'e was already very familiar with her repeated seduction. He knew that the Empyrean deer mystic maiden was doing this on purpose, whether it was because her Tao heart had changed, revealing her true nature, or because she was pretending. However, this couldn't hide the fact that he couldn't devour her. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden wasn't surprised that Gu Chang'e ignored her. She continued, back then, one of my senior sisters betrayed Sky Deer City, betrayed me and my master, and finally came to the 9 mountains. She didn't say who that senior sister was, but at this time, the more casual she appeared, the more it showed the seriousness of the feud. Gu Chang'e was somewhat interested. Now, that senior sister of yours has become the mountain master of the 9 mountains? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden shook her head. Her talent is far inferior to mine. Now, she is at most in the quasi-emperor realm. The mountain master of the 9 mountains is at least in the Tao attainment realm. That's a really generous amount of resources. Gu Changde couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden glanced at him. Cooperating with such a terrifying person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. She also didn't know whether her choice at that time was right or wrong. Soon, the azure cloud flying ship passed through layers of clouds and mist. Suddenly, an ancient and majestic continent appeared in front of them. Who are you? Almost instantly, a cultivator there noticed the azure cloud flying ship and couldn't help but shout, turning into a divine rainbow and flying over. In this world, only the azure cloud flying ship could find the cloud tomb. However, before that person could get close, a giant golden palm had already reached out from the azure cloud flying ship, covering all directions, grabbed him, and brought him over. This scene alarmed Gu Wudi and the others, who were planning to return to the second mountain after falling out with Chen Suyun. Who dares to trespass into the 9 mountains? Gu Wudi had been suppressing a lot of anger in his heart and was unable to vent it. Suddenly, he saw someone trespassing into the 9 mountains and immediately took the initiative to attack. A wave of golden sword chi intertwined, gushing out from the weapon in his hand. It was incomparably mighty, slashing towards the azure cloud flying ship in front of him. The other cultivators also took out their own techniques. A wave of blazing light flew out, as if a large galaxy was drowning out. However, on the azure cloud flying ship, there was still only a giant golden palm that descended, as if it was condensed by golden runes. It was the hand of the celestial emperor, capable of suppressing eternity. Whoosh, whoosh, all the brilliance was annihilated, instantly turning into ashes. What? Gu Wudi's expression changed. He didn't expect the person who attacked to be so terrifying. Just one palm was enough to destroy all their techniques. Moreover, the remaining power did not diminish and was still falling towards them. The skin of the others almost burst open, and blood was already oozing out. Stop! He snorted coldly, and his aura changed. A true dragon appeared behind him, and primal chaos mist spread out in all directions. His golden battle armor made him look like a golden god of war, looking down disdainfully at the mortal world. Gu Wudi displayed the terrifying strength of a supreme and charged towards the azure cloud flying ship. However, the palm did not stop at all. Chaotic chi filled the air, as if heaven and earth had fallen, directly covering his body with a poof, causing the true dragon behind him to collapse. He coughed up blood, and his body almost exploded. How is this possible? Gu Wudi was shocked. Sensing that the situation was not right, he turned around and tried to escape. However, the palm seemed to have turned into a universe in the palm, suppressing him within, making him unable to move. At this moment, in the deepest part of the continent. In the majestic and ancient Second Mountain's main hall, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. The main hall was grand, with white jade as the pillars and colored glass as the roof tiles. A misty immortal light filled the air, just like the legendary immortal palace. A white-robed old man with white hair and a slightly stooped figure was standing there. He was squinting his eyes and bending his back, saying something to the others in the main hall. Behind the white-robed old man stood a young man with a delicate face, a tall and straight figure, and a faint green light in his eyes. He seemed to have achieved a high level of cultivation. Second Mountain Lord, please forgive me for not agreeing with this decision. Now that the 8 desolates and 10 regions are in great trouble, and the upper world's army is pressing in, it is the best time for the disciples of the 9 mountains to come out, travel the world, and gather faith. How can we seal the mountains because of this? If we miss such a heaven-sent opportunity, we will regret it for life. Opposite the white-robed old man, a black-robed old man frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair, and his spirit was vigorous. When he opened and closed his eyes, chaotic light filled the air. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was the current third mountain lord of the 9 mountains, and also the master of Taoist Gu Wudi. The white-robed old man was the current second mountain lord, and the young man standing behind him was his youngest disciple, Xiaoyang. There were other mountain lords of the 9 mountains in the main hall, both men and women. Their figures were blurry, and their auras were powerful. Their qi and blood were like a terrifying cosmic furnace, making people's hearts palpitate. It could be said that all the strongest people of the 9 mountains had gathered here. At this moment, after hearing the third mountain lord's words, the other mountain lords all agreed, expressing their dissatisfaction with the second mountain lord's decision to seal the mountains. Only a small number of people remained silent. They felt that the second mountain lord's decision was not without reason. A while ago, I used the 9 mountains deity seal to perform a divination and peered into the river of time. The result showed that the 9 mountains are facing a crisis of destruction, and it is imminent. The only solution is to seal the mountains. I am doing this for everyone. This time, it is not only a disaster for the 8 desolates and 10 regions, but also a disaster for the 9 mountains. Hearing this, the second mountain lord could only shake his head and sigh softly. He was somewhat helpless. How many times have you said this? Every time the upper realm invades, you say that a great disaster is imminent, but in the end, it is all bark and no bite. When have the disciples of the 9 mountains ever encountered danger? Do you know that if we seal the mountains this time, the prestige and faith that the 9 mountains have accumulated over countless years will disappear? How will the cultivators and living beings of the 8 desolates and 10 regions view us? Will they think that we are afraid of the upper realm and are retreating? When the third mountain lord heard this, he could not help but laugh coldly. He was quite disdainful of the second mountain lord's divination methods. For, 9 as soon as he said this, the great hall instantly fell silent. Even the second mountain lord opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words and sighed. However, he felt that the situation shown by the divination this time was different from the past, which was why he was so cautious. However, the others did not believe him. Furthermore, this time, I can't agree to your insistence on giving the 9 mountains deity seal to Xiaoyang. Wudi is far superior to Xiaoyang in terms of cultivation and ability. Why won't you give him a chance? If the 9 mountains deity seal was fought over fairly, I have nothing to say. However, since you are so biased towards your little disciple, I have to fight for Wudi. The third mountain lord continued to speak. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the second mountain lord in front of him. He wanted to seek justice for his disciple. When the other mountain lords heard this, they nodded in agreement. Master, the third mountain lord is right. Senior brother Wudi is far superior to me in terms of cultivation and ability. Senior brother Wudi is more qualified for the 9 mountains deity seal. Furthermore, senior brother Wudi is already a supreme martial artist. How can I be his opponent? Therefore, Master, please take back your order. It is more suitable to give the 9 mountains deity seal to senior brother Wudi. At this moment, the young man who had been standing silently behind the second mountain lord suddenly spoke. He rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. He looked as if he was not capable enough and had to consider the big picture. Xiaoyang, you, the second mountain lord turned around and shook his head. He did not say anything. However, at this moment, the others understood Xiaoyang's words. Their eyes flashed. It sounded like he was being modest, but in reality, he felt that this was unfair to him. Xiaoyang was not old, but his shrewdness was not simple. Chapter 467. Xiaoyang was tall and straight, with delicate features. His entire body was shrouded in a faint green glow. When he spoke, there was a bitter smile on his face. He rubbed his nose out of habit, as if he didn't see the strange looks the other mountain chieftains were giving him. Humph, what a scheming fellow. You're obviously saying that it's unfair. That Wudi is bullying you. Since you want to be fair, it's simple. I won't take advantage of you. 3 days later, you will fight with Wudi. He will suppress his realm to the same level as yours. If you can withstand 3 of his moves, then Wudi will admit defeat, and the 9 Mountain Celestial Seal will be yours. What do you think? The third Mountain Lord and the others were all shrewd people who had lived for countless years. How could they not understand the meaning behind Xiao Yang's words at this moment? He immediately waved his hand, snorted, and made his request. When the other Mountain Lords heard this, they all had different expressions and emotions. As the youngest junior brother of the 9 mountains, Xiao Yang was highly regarded by the second Mountain Lord. Although he had only been in the 9 mountains for 20 years, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. He had also learned all of the second Mountain Lord's skills. Gu Wudi was the publicly recognized Taoist of the 9 mountains and the third Mountain Lord's proud disciple. Except for a few disciples who had cultivated for a long time, the others were not his match at all. Now, Gu Wudi's cultivation was already at the supreme stage. Xiao Yang was only at the saint stage. The difference between the two could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. If Gu Wudi wanted to, he could even crush Xiao Yang with a finger. A 3-move agreement? When the second Mountain Lord heard this, his furrowed brows relaxed. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded. However, he still asked Xiao Yang, who was beside him, "What do you think of the third Mountain Lord's request? Can you accept it?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Since the third Mountain Master has said so, how could this disciple refuse? Although I'm not as talented as senior brother Wudi, I'm still confident in myself." As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but reveal the vitality and confidence of a young man. This was also his goal. If he really fought with Gu Wudi, how could he be a match for him? When the Mountain Lords saw this, they all nodded inwardly. They felt that if Xiao Yang was given more time, his future achievements would not be lower than Gu Wudi's. Alright. If that's the case, then let's meet at the second mountain's plaza in 3 days. The third Mountain Master coldly harumphed. Then, he did not linger. His figure blurred as he disappeared from the hall. When the other Mountain Masters saw this, they also bid farewell to the second Mountain Master and planned to leave. As for the matter of sealing off the mountain, they had not yet made a decision. Right now, the most important thing was to decide the ownership of the 9 mountains immortal seal. The distance between each of the 9 mountains was 1,000,000 miles, and between them was a vast sea of stars. However, with their cultivation, it only took them a short while to return to their original mountain range. Soon, the hall quietened down. Only the second Mountain Master and Xiao Yang were left. "Actually, you didn't have to say anything just now. As long as I continued to suppress them, the third Mountain Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Right now, the 9 mountains immortal seal is in my hands. If we were to fight, he would not be a match for me." A warm smile appeared on the second Mountain Master's face as he spoke to Xiao Yang. "Your disciple doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Furthermore, your disciple is confident about the pact of 3 moves." Xiao Yang replied with a smile. He appeared to be very confident in himself. "Since you said so, your master is relieved." The second Mountain Master smiled with relief. Suddenly, he lamented, "In the blink of an eye, you've grown up. Your master still remembers that when I first saw you, you were still in swaddling clothes." When Xiao Yang heard this, he asked curiously, "Master, are you saying this all of a sudden because you want to tell me about my past?" He understood the second Mountain Master's character. Normally, he would not say such things. Actually, when the upper realm invades the 8 desolates and 10 regions, I should have let you come out. However, the outside world is unpredictable. With your current cultivation, it's difficult for you to do anything. The second Mountain Master nodded. His gaze was complicated as he stared at Xiao Yang. Your disciple can understand that master is thinking for your disciple. Xiao Yang smiled. Although he also wanted to come out and see the outside world, he could understand his master's painstaking efforts. Do you know why I said that the nine-mountain celestial seal is more suitable for you and not Gu Wudi? The second mountain master asked again. Isn't this because master is biased towards me? Xiao Yang was a little surprised when he saw the second mountain master shake his head slightly. He thought for a while and said seriously, Gu Wudi's character are incompatible. He is headstrong and self-opinionated. It will be difficult for him to achieve great things. The most important thing is that if he takes control of the nine-mountain celestial seal, the nine mountains will be in danger. Besides, the third mountain master is ambitious. He doesn't want the nine mountains to live in seclusion. As his disciple, Gu Wudi will definitely listen to the third mountain master. You're smart. Hearing this, the second mountain master nodded and praised him. However, he quickly changed his tone and his expression turned serious. After you take control of the nine-mountain celestial seal, I will seal the mountain and send you out. The outside world is your home, what? Master, what do you mean? Please forgive me for not understanding. Hearing this, the smile on Xiao Yang's face suddenly froze. He was a little confused. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. Master wanted to send him out to the world and then seal off the mountain. But he said that the outside world was unpredictable. For a moment, Xiao Yang's mind was a little confused. He couldn't understand. Haven't you always wanted to know your background? The second mountain master seemed to have expected this. He sighed, and with a flash of light, an ancient jade pendant appeared in his hand. This jade pendant was only 2 fingers long, and ancient and complicated patterns were carved on it. It didn't belong to this era. On the other side, 2 ancient words were carved, Xiao Yang. This is the jade pendant you're wearing. It is also the origin of your name. All these years, this jade pendant has been in my hands. The second mountain master explained and handed the jade pendant to Xiao Yang at the same time. I know. Xiao Yang took the jade pendant with a complicated expression. He knew about this because Chen Suyun had mentioned it to him before. She said that this jade pendant might very well hide his background. However, he hadn't investigated it all these years. The reason why your family left you outside the 9 mountains is actually related to this jade pendant. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple is actually because I owe the owner of this jade pendant a favor, the second mountain master said again, revealing a fact that shocked Xiao Yang. All these years, master, you haven't told me. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly, rubbed his nose, and said, are you telling me now because you want me to find my family? He didn't blame himself for being abandoned by his family. When Chen Suyun saw him under the 9 mountains waterfall, his life was in danger, and his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that the people who had escorted him all the way here had experienced many dangers. They didn't want to abandon him, but had no choice. You have the blood of the protectors flowing in your veins. When the 8 desolates and 10 regions encounter a great calamity, the protectors will reappear. I don't know what happened to your family, but you must know your own identity. You will face all of this sooner or later. The second mountain master's expression gradually became serious. The blood of the guardians. Xiao Yang's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered the strange dreams he had during this period of time. It was as if there was an ancient and indestructible heroic spirit calling out to him, wanting to fight side by side with him. It turned out that it wasn't a dream, but an indelible inheritance in his blood. He fell silent. The second mountain master looked at him and sighed. All these years, I have taught you what I should. You are very talented, and your blood contains unparalleled power. However, you still can't fully use it. I believe that one day, you will let the glory of the guardian spread throughout the 8 desolates and 10 regions once again. Just as Xiao Yang and the second mountain master were talking, at the edge of the continent thousands of miles away. The azure cloud flying ship stretched across the sky like a mountain range. It was incomparably tall and ancient, hidden in the boundless clouds. Unless a cultivator came here personally, they wouldn't be able to discover the azure cloud flying ship's existence. At this moment, on the azure cloud flying ship, Gu Wudi and the others were covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. Their hands and feet were chained, and their cultivation was sealed. They were thrown on the ground. Apart from Gu Wudi, everyone else had a look of fear and shock. Their souls were trembling, and their bodies seemed to be about to explode. This feeling was even more terrifying than when they faced the mountain master. Their legs couldn't help but go weak, and they were about to kneel on the ground. The white-robed man in front of them looked like an immortal. Although his expression was calm, he was like a supreme being who sat at the top of the universe, overlooking the vicissitudes of time. Even the void around him seemed to be about to collapse. Divine light shone brightly, and chaotic chi surged in his hair. In his eyes, it was as if the universe was about to be destroyed and turned to ashes. This was the sign of an unfathomably terrifying Tao. He could shatter the universe and tear the heavens apart with a flick of his finger. Even someone as strong as Gu Wudi was suppressed by the white-robed man in front of him with one palm and captured. The 9 mountains had existed for countless years, but this was the first time they had encountered an invasion. This was simply unimaginable before. Everyone felt a chill. They couldn't help but tremble, not daring to raise their heads. Who are you? What is your purpose in invading the 9 mountains? Gu Wudi's golden armor was shattered, and his injuries were severe. He was almost killed by one palm. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, but he forced himself to calm down and asked about Gu Changa's background. After all, this was the 9 mountains territory. If there was a commotion, or if the mountain masters sensed that their chi had disappeared, they would quickly find this place. His heart calmed down a little. Who I am is not important. Gu Changa lightly shook his head. His expression was calm. If you don't want to die, then answer my question obediently. What if I don't agree? Gu Wudi stared at him coldly. He could feel that the Gu Changa in front of him was actually not that old. At most, he was about the same age as his little brother, Xiao Yang. But the opponent almost killed him with one palm. That terrifying power made him feel like he was facing a mountain master. If you don't agree, then I will kill you and search your soul. After all, I will destroy the 9 mountains behind you very soon. Gu Changa's expression did not change much as he spoke lightly. Annihilating the 9 great mountains sounded like it was the same as stepping on an ant. There wasn't much difference. This caused everyone to shiver involuntarily and feel a bit terrified. Gu Wudi's expression also changed. He gritted his teeth. He could feel Gu Changa's disdainful attitude. If the opponent didn't have complete confidence, he wouldn't say such a thing. He wouldn't have barged into the 9 skies without considering the consequences. This is the token of the path, he should be the descendant of the 9 mountains. Just then, the heaven's dear mystic maiden, who had been behind Gu Changa, walked over. Her gaze landed on the jade token hanging on Gu Wudi's waist. She recognized that token. It was the symbol of the descendant of the 9 mountains. But in this life, before the descendant of the 9 mountains was born, he was captured by Gu Changa and suppressed here. This made her gaze strange. It was like she was mocking, but also disdainful. Token of the path. Gu Changa frowned slightly. Just now, he felt that there was something different about the 9 mountains. It was the feeling of the son of destiny. He thought that the son of destiny this time would be the descendant of the 9 mountains, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Although Gu Wudi's cultivation was not bad, his luck points were far from that of the son of destiny. He couldn't even be considered a person of great luck. At most, he could be considered a promising genius. And judging from the degree of decline of his luck, he might have formed a grudge with the son of destiny. You're the heaven's dear mystic maiden. At this moment, Gu Wuti carefully stared at the heaven's dear mystic maiden as if he was seriously sizing her up. Then, his expression changed drastically as he blurted out in shock. He had seen the true appearance of the heaven's dear mystic maiden from Chen Suyun. Because Chen Suyun had almost become the heaven's dear mystic maiden, she had a talented junior sister. Hearing this, the rest of the people of the 9 mountains also widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the beauty in white in front of them. Her beauty was indeed indescribable. Her beauty was unparalleled and her skin was glowing. It was almost dreamy, without a single flaw, like a fairy from heaven. Gu Chang'e stood side by side with her, like a pair of immortal companions. They didn't doubt Gu Wuti's words, but they didn't expect to see the heaven's dear mystic maiden here. And she was so close to the man in white in front of them. You recognize me? It seems that you have seen my portrait. Who is Chen Suyun to you? The heaven's dear mystic maiden seemed to be a little surprised when she heard this. She looked at Gu Wuti carefully and asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. However, when the others heard Chen Suyun's name, they couldn't help but shiver as they felt a terrifying chill. It was rumored that the eldest senior sister Chen Suyun and the heaven's dear mystic maiden had a deep grudge. When Chen Suyun left the heaven's dear city and came to the 9 mountains, there seemed to be some unknown secret. For a moment, everyone thought that the heaven's dear mystic maiden brought Gu Chang'e to the 9 mountains. But when did the 8 barren 10 regions have such a terrifying young man? Chen Suyun is no one to me. She is only the eldest senior sister of the 9 mountains, Gu Wuti said. At the same time, he was guessing the heaven's dear mystic maiden's purpose in coming here. Could it be that she came here to settle the grudge with Chen Suyun? But why did Gu Chang'e say that he wanted to destroy the 9 mountains? Oh, eldest senior sister. It seems that she has been doing well these past few years. Then, as your junior sister, I can rest assured. The heaven's dear mystic maiden was still smiling. She was both pure and evil. Then, his eyes turned and landed on Gu Chang'e's face with a bewitching look. Young Master Gu, it seems that we have a good bargaining chip, she said. Bargaining chip? I just don't know how valuable this bargaining chip is. Gu Chang'e shook his head and directly reached out to draw in the void. Streaks of black divine light spread out and turned into brilliant runes of the Great Path, condensing into an ancient word, slave. Buzz. In the next moment, the word, slave, flew out and turned into a ray of black light. It directly fell between Gu Wuti's eyebrows and quickly disappeared. What is this? Gu Wuti couldn't avoid it at all. The expression on his face became somewhat difficult to hide, and he could no longer maintain his composure like before. Even if he didn't know what kind of method this was, he could feel that Gu Chang'e was up to no good. Moreover, after the mysterious mark disappeared between his eyebrows, he felt that his life was not in his control. This feeling made him uneasy. It was as if at this moment, he had become the other party's slave. If you don't want to die, then don't try to go against my words. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. He had no intention of wasting time with him. He had already seen that Gu Wuti in front of him was not the kind of person who was not afraid of death. Therefore, it was easier to control his life and death with the slave seal to make him obedient. You planted a slave seal on me. Gu Wuti's expression was a little pale with fear. He couldn't believe it. He was a supreme existence. At this level, even if his body was torn apart and buried in the world, he could still recover to his original state. The strength of his vitality was incomparably terrifying and indescribable. Unless he encountered a crushing force, it was very difficult to kill him. Therefore, methods like the slave seal were very difficult to work on supreme existences, unless they had special secret methods or methods. Looks like you're not stupid. Gu Chang'e glanced at him casually. Gu Wuti's expression instantly became hopeless. Even a supreme would be planted with a slave seal. It was obvious that Gu Chang'e's methods were powerful. Moreover, he had already vaguely guessed Gu Chang'e's identity. It was impossible for such a terrifying young man to exist in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, so he must be from the upper realm. Even the Fairy of Heaven's deer was so close to him. What happened in the 8 Desolates 10 regions? Gu Wudi couldn't imagine. Just now, when he had just thought of disrespectful resistance, a destructive aura came from his sea of consciousness, almost shattering his god soul. This made Gu Wudi feel hopeless and powerless. He was proud and arrogant, and his ambition was greater than those who had attained the Tao. He did not want to put his life on the line because of this. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Gu Wudi was, he could only choose to submit. He didn't dare to show any disrespect or resistance. I like smart people, because smart people are more tactful. It seems that you are also a smart person. Gu Chang'e noticed the change in Gu Wudi's attitude and nodded slightly. Gu Wudi's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. He was the descendant of the 9 mountains, a supreme. Once he was born, his name would shake the world, and everyone would respect him. But now, before he was born, he was a slave, his life and death controlled by others. This feeling simply made him mad with hatred, and he couldn't wait to roar to the sky. As for the rest of the people he caught, Gu Chang'e also planted a slave seal in them to prevent them from spreading the news here and causing a commotion in the 9 mountains. Judging from Gu Wudi's cultivation, the 9 mountains' strength should not be simple. There were at least 8 people who had achieved the Tao, and he couldn't rule out the existence that had gone further on this path. Gu Chang'e didn't care about them, but he had to guard against the other means of the 9 mountains. And before that, he wanted to know the identity of the 9 mountains' child of destiny. From now on, I'm here to accompany you to see senior sister. Then, Gu Chang'e ordered the people on the azure cloud flying ship to stay here, and then let Gu Wudi and the others take him and the Fairy of Heaven's deer into the depths of the 9 mountains. As a guard, Ada, who had now broken through to the 2nd layer of the quasi-emperor realm, followed closely behind him. And Gu Chang'e naturally said this to the Fairy of Heaven's deer. Got it, young Master Gu is here to accompany me to see senior sister. The Fairy of Heaven's deer smiled, the light of wisdom shining brightly between her eyebrows, and there was a flirtatious expression on her face. She had already guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. Soon, Gu Wudi and the others led the way in front, and a golden path stretched out under their feet, passing through great swamps and mountains, and hurried to the real location of the 9 mountains. It had to be said that the environment of the Cloud Tomb was very different from the outside world. There were many ancient fierce beasts here, and wild birds were everywhere, but they were not fierce, and were even somewhat docile. Primitive ancient forests were densely packed, and the mountains were magnificent. Along the way, many disciples of the 9 mountains saw Gu Wudi and the others, and all bowed respectfully, very afraid of him. But they were a little curious about Gu Chang'e and the Fairy of Heaven's deer who were following behind. For countless years, no outsider had come to the 9 mountains. But they all regarded the two as Tao child Gu Wudi's friends, and dared not ask too much. Young master, which mountain are we going to first? Halfway, Gu Wudi suddenly asked respectfully. Whichever mountain you are at, that's where we'll go. Gu Chang'e said casually, and withdrew his gaze from the place. Yes. Gu Wudi nodded, and the golden path stretched out under his feet, descending from the sky, and landing on a majestic immortal mountain in the depths. The sea of stars around them was vast, and specks of starlight gathered. It had a magnificent beauty that made one feel like they were in a fairyland. This was the 3rd mountain. Greetings, Tao child. The 3rd mountain lord is looking for you. When they saw that Gu Wudi had returned, divine rainbows rushed over from the mountains. Someone looked at Gu Chang'e and the Fairy of Heaven's deer in confusion, and then said to Gu Wudi. Among these people, there were men and women, and they were all very old, not young. I know, I'll bring the honored guest to see master now. Gu Wudi nodded, and regained his former majesty. There was a golden divine light in his hair, and he looked like a god. Everyone was very afraid of him, and they were even more curious about the honored guest he mentioned, but they dared not ask too much. "Young master, this way please." Gu Wudi led the way in front to the main hall of the third mountain. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, not worried that Gu Wudi was up to anything. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of cultivation this so-called third mountain lord had. At the peak of the third mountain, clouds and mist were boundless, and a majestic and ancient palace stood there. Chaotic immortal waterfalls fell, floating between the various peaks. Immortal mist filled the air, and immortal light intertwined. There were thousands of rays of light, and thousands of auspicious colors. This was a shocking scene. It was like a real paradise, a paradise on earth. The spiritual beasts and immortal birds here all had a kind of immortal charm, and their auras were exceptionally powerful. It could be said that they were completely different from those who lived outside the world. When they saw Gu Chang'e and the others arrive, they were not frightened. Accompanied by the multicolored light, their colorful feathers shone brilliantly. There should be some kind of secret treasure that maintains the environment of this place. Gu Chang'e noticed this scene and understood something in his heart. The 9 great mountains were rather extraordinary. Compared to his inner universe, they had an additional Qian creation and an endless cycle of life. Wudi, who are these people? Soon, Gu Chang'e and the others, under Gu Wudi's lead, met the so-called third mountain lord in the hall. This was an old man in a black robe, and his spirit was bright. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a supreme aura lingering around him. However, he was also looking at Gu Chang'e in confusion. Emperor Dao runes flowed in his eyes, and finally, they fell on the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. "Master, this is the distinguished guest I met outside the mountain gate," Gu Wudi said respectfully, not daring to reveal what had happened before. "You are this generation's Empyrean deer mystic maiden?" The third mountain lord's voice was a little surprised. It was obvious that he recognized the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Then this is..." He looked at Gu Chang'e, a little uncertain of this young man's cultivation. He clearly gave off a young feeling, but why did he feel incomparably dangerous, even more so than the Empyrean deer mystic maiden? "His name is Chang'e, and he is my husband." However, before Gu Chang'e could speak, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled and said first. At the same time, she naturally held his arm. Her eyebrows were curved, and she stood there like a divine lotus. There was a kind of holy aura around her, as if she had returned to her previous appearance. "Husband?" The third mountain lord's eyebrows twitched, and he was a little shocked. When did the Empyrean deer mystic maiden have a husband? Since ancient times, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had been the representative of purity. There had never been a man by her side. "Yes, but I am only my husband's concubine," the Empyrean deer mystic maiden said again, but this time, there was a hint of resentment. Chapter 468. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's appearance was undeniable. She was intelligent, and her eyes were pure and holy. She gave people the feeling that she was a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that it was like a dream. But now, she said that she was someone else's concubine, and there was a hint of resentment in her voice. This shocked the third mountain master. He could not believe it, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But this emotion and expression did not seem to be fake. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's identity was so noble to the 8 barren 10 regions. How could she say such a thing so easily? However, Gu Wudi somewhat believed what he said. Otherwise, how could she explain why she, as the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, would accompany Gu Chang'e, someone from the upper world? From this, it could be seen how terrifying Gu Chang'e's identity was. Even the Empyrean deer mystic maiden was willing to say such a thing. Even he could not help but feel envious. Even as the successor of the 9 mountains, he had to treat the Empyrean deer mystic maiden with respect. Empyrean dear mystic maiden, you're not joking. The third mountain master's expression quickly returned to normal, but there was still shock in his eyes. I don't think I need to joke at this time. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden replied with a smile. It was impossible to find any flaws in her words. Isn't that right, husband? Then, she blinked her eyes and looked at Gu Changa beside her. Her delicate fragrance filled the air, stirring one's soul. Can't you be more dignified and pure in front of outsiders? Gu Changa seemed to be a little helpless, and there was a trace of doting in her eyes. She gently put her arms around her slender waist. He understood the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's intention. She knew that he would not eat her because of the 9 abstruse yearning body. That was why she was so fearless and deliberately put on a show in front of outsiders. But Gu Changa was never a person who would be taken advantage of. Even if the 9 abstruse yearning body's trouble could not be solved, it was easy to take advantage of her. A faint blush appeared on the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's face. She felt a warm feeling coming from her waist. In particular, there was a faint refreshing smell at the tip of his nose, like an ice-cold dolly jade. She snorted softly and struggled free from Gu Changa's embrace. Is my husband's hand so dishonest in front of outsiders? Seeing this, the third mountain master no longer had any doubts. His expression turned serious as he tried to guess Gu Changa's identity. After all, for the heavenly dear Empyrean maiden to say such words personally, this person's identity and origin were probably extremely shocking. If news of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden becoming someone's concubine got out, it would cause a huge commotion. The entire 8 desolates and 10 regions would be shaken by this. Who is this young master? The third mountain master asked with a slightly solemn expression. Fellow Taoist, you can just call my husband young master. You don't have to worry about his identity. Hearing this, the heavenly dear mystic maiden smiled again and explained. I understand. Greetings, young master. The third mountain master was also a shrewd person. He could roughly guess from these words and cupped his hands at Gu Changa. Although the 9 mountains had a transcendent status, who knew if there were hidden ancient families in the 8 desolates and 10 regions that had contact with the real immortal region and had the blood of immortals flowing in their veins? He subconsciously thought of Gu Changa's identity from the upper world and did not guess that he was from the upper world. This was impossible. How could the Empyrean dear mystic maiden have contact with the upper world? That was the enemy that had always attacked and invaded heavenly dear city. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden, who was responsible for protecting heavenly dear city, could not have any contact with the upper world. May I know why the Empyrean dear mystic maiden has come to the 9 mountains this time? The third mountain master then collected his emotions and returned to normal as he asked. He guessed that the Empyrean dear mystic maiden had come because the 8 desolates and 10 regions were being invaded by the upper world. After all, heavenly dear city needed the help of the 9 mountains. Thinking of this, it could be used as a reason to force the second mountain master. The main reason I came this time is to visit my senior sister who left heavenly dear city and came here. I want to know how she is doing. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden smiled as she answered. Her answer was flawless and flawless. Of course, it could be said that this was also one of her goals. You mean Qin Suyun? The third mountain master frowned slightly. He did not know much about the feud between Qin Suyun and the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. He only knew that they were both senior sister and junior sister and were both candidates to be the next Empyrean dear mystic maiden. Although Qin Suyun had been in the sect for a long time, her cultivation talent was not as good as her junior sister's. Then, for some reason, Qin Suyun betrayed heavenly dear city and came to the 9 mountains to become the second mountain master's disciple. Yes. The Empyrean dear mystic maiden nodded slightly. The third mountain master's eyes flashed slightly as he calculated the gains and losses in his heart. Now that Qin Suyun was the eldest senior sister of the 9 mountains, her prestige among the disciples was not weak. If the Empyrean deer mystic maiden came to seek revenge, it would be a disgrace to the 9 mountains. However, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden probably knew how troublesome this matter was, which was why she asked her husband to accompany her. From this, it could be seen that her husband's identity was the reason why she was so confident. The third mountain master smiled and said, Chen Suyun is the second mountain master's disciple. If the Empyrean deer mystic maiden wants to find her, it seems that she will have to go to the second mountain. However, since you came from afar, why don't you rest here for today? I will ask my disciple to report this matter to the second mountain master. What do you think, Empyrean deer mystic maiden? Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden seemed to think for a while. Then, she looked at Gu Changa beside her and blinked. Husband, what do you think? This kind of matter required Gu Changa to make the decision. She could not do it. Why don't we do as the third mountain master says? After all, you are not in a hurry. Gu Changa said with a slight smile. The expression on her face had always been gentle and natural, like jade. In that case, why don't the two of you rest first? I will ask my disciple to report to the second mountain. The third mountain master smiled and asked Gu Wudi to arrange a place for Gu Changa and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden to rest. Around the second mountain, there were many divine mountains and palaces. They were grand and ancient, and had a style that was completely different from the current era. Multicolored light lingered between the mountains, and colorful fog flowed. All kinds of divine herbs were planted in the medicinal fields, and there were disciples looking after them. Young master, please rest here for now. Gu Wudi led Gu Changa and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden to a magnificent hall, then left respectfully. His life was in Gu Changa's hands, so he did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. Furthermore, on the way to the third mountain, he had already told Meng Hao everything he knew about the secrets of the 9 mountains. He didn't hold anything back. After Gu Wudi left, Gu Changa pondered for a while in the hall. Then, he took out the Hongmeng purple mirror, intending to deduce the son of fate this time. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, he already knew who it was from Gu Wudi's words. Buzz! A burst of purple light appeared on the Hongmeng purple mirror, and an inexplicable aura descended. Suddenly, an image appeared on the blurry mirror. What kind of secret treasure is this? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden looked over with a strange expression. She could feel that this secret treasure was extraordinary. It even involved karma and fate, and seemed to be able to deduce the past and future. However, Gu Changa did not pay attention to her. Instead, he looked at the image that appeared on the Hongmeng purple mirror. It was a night of thunder and rain. Heaven and earth were shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, illuminating the world. A terrifying massacre was taking place in a palace pavilion that was hidden in the clouds of a mountain forest. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, divine light flickered, runes were like a sea, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions, destroying everything. It could be said to be earth-shattering. Many cultivators died tragically in this battle, resisting the invasion of foreign enemies together. It could be said to be tragic. And a teen was quietly escorting a baby hidden in swaddling clothes away, intending to tear open space and leave this place. Could that baby be the son of fate this time, the 9th Mountain's junior brother Xiaoyang? Gu Changa's gaze also fell on the baby in the image, and he seemed to be deep in thought. It could be seen that the family behind Xiaoyang seemed to have encountered a terrifying attack. Those cultivators came aggressively, tearing open space and descending. They were obviously prepared, and the cultivation of the powerful ones had even surpassed the supreme realm. This battle had almost destroyed Xiaoyang's family, leaving only ruins and wreckage. Of course, there were still some fish that escaped the net and did not die in this attack. In the end, they were lucky enough to escape. However, in Gu Changa's opinion, this was in line with the usual pattern of a son of fate with deep hatred. I just don't know if the cultivators who attacked Xiao Yang's family back then were from the upper realm or the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Generally speaking, a son of fate with such a pattern would have a special family. Either they had some kind of precious treasure, and a man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. Or they had a special bloodline physique, and would be hated or feared by others. A green bloodline. When fighting to the point of madness, their eyes will turn golden, and their strength will increase tremendously. Could it be from that family? In that case, it might be related to the Gu family in countless ways. More than 20 years ago, it was really amazing. At that thought, Gu Chang'e suddenly thought of something, intending to find an opportunity to send a message back to the family to ask. He guessed that Xiao Yang was related to the guardian clan of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, or rather, he was a fish that escaped the net. Gu Chang'e still remembered that more than 20 years ago, the Longevity Gu family planted a clan in the 8 Desolates 10 regions was ordered to annihilate the guardian clan. If it was really that matter, the timeline could still coincide. As the guardian clan of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the strength of their bloodline was that they could summon the indestructible heroic spirits of heaven and earth. As long as the bloodline was not extinguished, the heroic spirits would not be extinguished. This clan even built a cemetery in their own spirit sea to bury generations of powerhouses. Even if they had fallen countless years ago, they could still summon their traces from heaven and earth and fight side by side again. Once, in a great battle with the upper realm, the guardian clan even summoned an immortal soul. Although it was a remnant immortal, it still caused extremely terrifying damage to the army of the upper realm. More than 20 years ago, the Longevity Gu family had also calculated for a long time to annihilate the guardian clan. In the end, they chose to attack when they were at their weakest. Because at that time, the clan leader of the guardian clan failed to break through and was severely injured. Coupled with the birth of his child, his wife was weak. Although their bloodline was strong, only very few people could summon the heroic spirits. Moreover, there were not many clansmen, and they had always been in a state of seclusion. Under such a well-prepared thunderous attack, there were still some fish that managed to escape the net. But now that I've encountered it, I don't know if this Xiao Yang will be so lucky. Gu Chang'e waved his sleeve and put away the primordial purple mirror. Although the heavenly deer mystic fairy was curious about the image that appeared in the primordial purple mirror, she tactfully did not ask more. Some things were not better the more you knew. In 3 days, the little disciple of the second mountain lord will compete with Gu Wudi for the right to control the 9 mountains immortal seal. Now, 9 mountains does not doubt our intentions at all. Perhaps then, it will be the best time to make a move. She said with a smile. Divine light sparkled in her eyes, holy and demonic at the same time. Her words showed that she did not care about 9 mountains at all. 9 mountains immortal seal, where did this item come from? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was quite interested in this item. Moreover, in the competition in 3 days, Gu Wudi would suppress his cultivation to the same level as Xiao Yang and promise to use 3 moves. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, Gu Wudi would lose without a doubt. After all, when it came to a bet with the Son of Destiny, especially when it was the most familiar promise of 3 moves, there was no exception. The Son of Destiny would forcefully slap everyone in the face and win the bet when no one was optimistic about him. He had seen this kind of trick too many times. Fate itself was illusory, and there were too many coincidental factors. Not to mention, Xiao Yang himself was not simple and had many hidden tricks. Therefore, in 3 days, according to the normal pattern, Gu Wudi would be defeated due to carelessness, and the 9 mountains immortal seal would fall into Xiao Yang's hands. I've only heard of the 9 mountains immortal seal. It is the foundation of the 9 mountains. It gathers the faith, fate, and other things of the 9 mountains for countless years. It is indescribably mysterious. The level of this supreme treasure has surpassed that of an emperor weapon. It has a lot to do with the 9 mountains being able to hide here for so long. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden thought about it and told Gu Changa what she knew. In other words, if the 9 mountains are an independent world, then the 9 mountains immortal seal is similar to a world treasure, an item that suppresses fate? Gu Changa nodded and felt a little enlightened. Soon, the news of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's arrival spread from the 3rd mountain, causing a huge commotion. Even though the disciples of the 9 mountains had not left this place for many years, they were not unfamiliar with the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. In many people's eyes, she was the guardian of the Empyrean deer city. Like the 9 mountains, she had the responsibility of protecting the 8 desolates' 10 regions. However, this time, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden seemed to have bad intentions. The reason seemed to be related to one of her senior sisters. That senior sister was the current senior sister of the 9 mountains, Chen Suyun. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden and Chen Suyun had a deep grudge. Now, she seemed to have come to resolve this matter. Many disciples of the 9 mountains were incomparably shocked by this. Some were even angrier, thinking that the Empyrean deer mystic maiden had come to seek revenge. Moreover, she had brought along a young man who was said to be her husband. However, the young man's identity was very mysterious. Even the 3rd mountain master treated him with respect and did not dare to slight him. This news quickly spread among the 9 mountains, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 469. The appearance of the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and Gu Changa in the 9 mountains shocked all the disciples. Even the mountain masters were very concerned about this and were all guessing Gu Changa's identity. From the words of the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, Gu Changa's background was very terrifying. His cultivation was even more unpredictable at such a young age. Even she admitted that she was his concubine. Because of these rumors, many disciples went to the 3rd mountain in an attempt to see the truth. Of course, many people also wanted to know how the grudge between the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and eldest senior sister Chen Suyun would end. After all, this was a huge matter that involved the Empyrean deer city and the 9 mountains. In the majestic 2nd mountain, Chen Suyun, who had received the news, frowned. She had a conflicted expression on her face, which turned into a sigh in the end. In the end, it still came. Her expression became very complicated. Many memories flashed past her mind, and finally, it stopped at the face of a beautiful girl. Actually, she should have expected this. All these years, she had been waiting for the Empyrean deer mystic fairy to come to her. Eldest senior sister, are you really the Empyrean deer mystic fairy's senior sister? Are you going to settle your grudge with her? At this moment, a young man walked in from outside the palace. His body was surrounded by a green glow, and he looked exceptionally tall and confident. It was Xiao Yang, but now he looked anxious and worried. He had also received this news and was shocked by it. If Chen Suyun had not found him under the waterfall when he was young, he would have been eaten by the fierce beasts nearby. It could be said that without Chen Suyun, he would not be where he was now. Moreover, Chen Suyun had taken care of him all these years and taught him many things. She was like a sister and a mother to him. He was grateful to Chen Suyun from the bottom of his heart and planned to protect her for the rest of his life when he had the ability. Now that he received the news, he was shocked. He had never heard of such a huge matter. Chen Suyun had never mentioned it to him. As for the rumors about the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, he had heard about it. He knew that many years ago, an army from the upper world besieged the city. A terrifying existence who had achieved the Tao was killed in front of the Empyrean deer city. The battle shocked the world and shocked everyone. The strength of the heavenly deer mystic maiden was not weak. Before this, he didn't know the relationship between the Empyrean deer mystic maiden and Chen Suyun. You heard about this too? Facing Xiao Yang, Chen Suyun's expression was gentle for a long time, and she also revealed a rare smile. Eldest senior sister, the sky deer mystic maiden is a Tao enlightened being, and you are only a quasi-emperor. If you want to settle your grudges, you are no match for her. Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask with concern in his heart. This matter concerned him more than the battle between him and Gu Wudi 3 days later. After all, Chen Suyun was like his master to him. They were both family members. This is a grudge between me and her. It will be resolved sooner or later. You don't have to worry. Chen Suyun said gently. Besides, junior sister is more talented than me. I should have figured it out long ago. After all, she succeeded in her Nirvana Tao very early on and became a Tao enlightened one. I'm afraid she's about to reach the late stage while I've been stuck at the 6th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm for countless years without any breakthrough. Speaking of this, she sighed, and her expression became more and more complicated. This was the first time Xiao Yang saw a guilty expression on eldest senior sister Chen Suyun. This made him open his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't understand the grudge between Chen Suyun and the sky deer mystic maiden. But from the current situation, it was likely that Chen Suyun had done something wrong back then and came to the 9 mountains. However, even if Chen Suyun had done something wrong, she was still his eldest senior sister. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang fell silent and secretly clenched his fists. Master was right when he said 543 years ago. Junior sister is the most suitable candidate for the next sky deer mystic maiden. She is also the most talented sky deer mystic maiden in countless years. If it wasn't for the fact that heaven and earth didn't allow it, I'm afraid she could have really touched the next level. Chen Suyun sighed and felt a little emotional. She had cultivated her body and mind over the years and had thought it through. Therefore, she regretted what had happened back then, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. She also didn't have the ability to reverse the river of time and change what had happened back then. Eldest senior sister, what happened back then? Why did you sisters fight each other and go against each other? Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask. Chen Suyun shook her head and said with a guilty look, I let her down. I was jealous of her talent back then. When I knew that Master intended to make her the next sky deer mystic maiden, I couldn't accept it. Then, when Master was out, I took the young her away from Sky Deer City and tried to use a secret technique to steal her talent at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. Unfortunately, just as I was about to succeed, Master noticed and rushed over to save my dying junior sister. In order to save my junior sister and protect her talent, Master didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life to use a supreme secret technique. It was because of this that Master passed away so quickly. Chen Suyun didn't say anything about how she had escaped from Sky Deer City and came to the 9 mountains to beg the second mountain master to take her in. Because it didn't matter anymore. She knew that her junior sister would hate her, but it could be that before Master passed away, he didn't want her to fight with her family and let go of her hatred. Or maybe, her junior sister knew that if she came to the 9 mountains alone to seek revenge, she would very likely die. That was why she didn't seek revenge all these years. After hearing this, Xiao Yang also fell into silence. But soon, he raised his head and said in a low voice, everyone makes mistakes. Senior sister, since you have already recognized your mistake, I think that if I were the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, I would forgive you. After so many years, how can there be a threshold that can't be crossed in this world? If the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was magnanimous, she wouldn't have held on to it. Moreover, you are senior sister and junior sister. There is no one in this world who is closer to you than you. I hope so too. But this time, it seems that things aren't so simple. Junior sister has a young man beside her. Chen Suyun smiled when she heard this and understood what Xiao Yang meant. But she felt that her junior sister wouldn't let him go so easily. With her junior sister's personality, how could she be so close to a young man? So the biggest possibility was that she wanted to use the young man's power to intimidate the 9 mountains and not interfere in this matter. The two of them should settle their grudges by themselves. From this, it could be seen that her junior sister was determined to take revenge. You don't have to worry about this matter. Prepare for your battle with Gu Wudi in 3 days. The second mountain lord has already told me about you. Eldest senior sister believes that you will win the bet in 3 days. Then, Chen Suyun's face showed some fatigue as she waved her hand. Xiao Yang knew that his senior sister was asking him to leave. He nodded silently and clenched his fists. But in his heart, he said, "Senior sister, don't worry. I won't allow anyone to hurt you." Then, he left the palace and went to the peak where the second mountain lord was. He wanted to ask him to help his senior sister. Xiao Yang knew that for his sake, his master, the second mountain lord, would definitely not stand by and do nothing about eldest senior sister Chen Suyun's matter. So this is the grudge between you and that senior sister. At the same time, in the palace of the third mountain, Gu Changde listened to the grudge between the sky deer mystic maiden and his senior sister Chen Suyun without missing a word. He raised his eyebrows with interest. It was not because he was suddenly interested in the grudge between the sky deer mystic maiden. It was because the person who adopted Xiao Yang 20 years ago was his senior sister Chen Suyun. Gu Changde naturally would not refuse such a thing that could hurt the son of fate and take advantage of him. Why? Does young Master Gu sympathize with my situation? The sky deer mystic maiden still had a faint smile on her face. She was wearing a snow-white feather robe. She was tall and her skin was delicate and flawless. When she blinked, there was an extremely seductive look. It was completely different from her pure and holy appearance. I don't sympathize with you. Aren't you living well now? Gu Changde's expression was casual. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you still want to come to the 9 mountains to take revenge on her. Before my senior sister passed away, I promised her that I would put aside my hatred and protect Sky Deer City. Sky Deer City is her blood and sweat. I will do my best to protect it. But I will not allow a person who betrayed her sect and hurt my senior sister to continue living." The sky deer mystic maiden walked to the window of the palace and raised her head to look at the vast and magnificent Milky Way in the distance. Her beautiful eyes reflected the magnificent starlight. Her black hair was like a waterfall, flowing with a moving luster. In her opinion, the reason why her senior sister passed away was that she had used her lifespan to preserve her talent and life. And all this was because of her senior sister Chen Suyun. Then I will wait and watch a good show. Gu Changde poured a cup of wine and drank by himself. His expression was casual and leisurely. I thought young Master Gu would persuade me to put aside my hatred. After all, she is my senior sister. The sky deer mystic maiden suddenly turned around and stared at him with an inexplicable look in her eyes. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't persuade others to be magnanimous. What right do I have to persuade you to put aside your hatred? Gu Changde shook his head. Of course, these were just words. Whether or not the sky deer mystic maiden took revenge had nothing to do with him. Most importantly, if the sky deer mystic maiden did not take revenge and did not have a conflict with Chen Suyun, then how could the child of fate's hatred be filled? How could he take advantage of her and gain fate points? Young Master Gu's method of coaxing women is truly brilliant. If I didn't know you very well, I would have been moved by your words. The sky deer mystic maiden's eyes were sparkling. She couldn't help but smile faintly. Suddenly, she walked in front of Gu Changde and sat down with her arms around his neck. A delicate fragrance wafted, tugging at one's heartstrings. He could even feel the slight coolness of her hair brushing past his skin. If you weren't sure that I wouldn't dare to eat you, I don't think you would be so bold. Gu Changde was unmoved and continued to drink by himself. However, the sky deer mystic maiden didn't care and took the initiative to come closer. Gu Changde raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that this girl would be so bold in order to protect Sky Deer City. If I can't eat you, isn't there another way? The sky deer mystic maiden lifted her head and smiled faintly. She was very confident and seemed to be taunting him. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her neck was white and flawless, flowing with a jade-like glow. Her entire being was demonic and holy at the same time. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. It made people wonder if this was her real appearance. I'm getting more and more reluctant to kill you. Gu Changda sighed and placed his hand on her flawless face. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Many disciples of the 9 mountains gathered at the main peak of the second mountain. Even a few mountain lords were present. The mountain was majestic, surrounded by green light. The cliffs were as smooth as a mirror, as if they were cut down by a heavenly blade from the sky. The spiritual energy here was dense and colorful. All kinds of ancient trees and divine medicines grew here, filling the air with a thick medicinal fragrance. At this moment, on the plaza of the main peak, runes flickered and various rules fell, as if they had existed since ancient times. This was an ancient battlefield hidden in the void, shrouded in a hazy glow. It had been set up by the 9 mountains for generations, engraved with many powerful formation patterns. Usually, it would only be activated when something big happened, such as when the mountain lords were sparring. It was able to withstand the energy waves of a battle between emperors. But now, it was obviously not because of this. I heard that the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and senior sister Qin Suyun are going to settle their grudge here. Even the Emperor battlefield has been activated. It seems that there will be a terrifying battle. But many people don't think that senior sister Qin Suyun will win. After all, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden is a Tao enlightened cultivator, while senior sister Qin Suyun is only a quasi-emperor. The gap between the two is too big. Is that so? Then senior sister Qin Suyun is likely to be in trouble. The other party is clearly bullying her. Many disciples of the 9 mountains who had heard the news long ago gathered and looked at the hazy battlefield in the plaza. They were whispering to each other about the major events that had happened in the 9 mountains these days. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden had come to seek revenge and wanted to settle her grudge with senior sister Qin Suyun. When they found out that the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's cultivation was much higher than Qin Suyun's, they were shocked. Then, they were indignant and felt that the other party was bullying them. After all, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was obviously stronger and wanted to bully the weaker senior sister Qin Suyun. For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation. Especially under the instigation of junior brother Xiao Yang, many people couldn't help but feel angry at the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, who they had never met before. However, there were also rational people who felt that this matter was not simple. If the other party really intended to oppress them with their cultivation, the mountain lords would not sit back and let the other party bully the 9 mountains. Therefore, it was very likely that senior sister Qin Suyun was in the wrong. Of course, there were also people who thought that the mountain lords were afraid of the mysterious man beside the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and did not want to interfere. Soon, in the midst of the crowd's discussion, a divine rainbow descended from the sky in the east and turned into a woman with a somewhat cold expression. It was senior sister Qin Suyun. She was quite reputable among the disciples of the 9 mountains, so when she looked around, all the disciples couldn't help but fall silent. The enmity between Qin Suyun and Sky Deer City is not something we can interfere in. Look at her expression, it seems that she has thought it through and is so calm. On the high platform, a few blurry figures stood. Chaotic chi surged on their bodies as if they were in another distant world. They were the mountain lords of the 9 mountains. As they spoke, their gazes fell on Qin Suyun. They felt that her cultivation was the same as usual and there was not much change. Senior sister, on the other side, Xiao Yang was also watching everything closely. His expression was solemn and he was worried. Although he had already asked his master, the second mountain lord, to help his senior sister, the second mountain lord had also agreed. His master, the second mountain lord, had also agreed to his request. He had also bestowed upon Qin Suyun a secret treasure that could save her life at a critical moment. However, he still didn't have much confidence in Chen Suyun. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was an experienced cultivator. If she attacked with her full strength, she could kill Chen Suyun with one finger. If anything happens to senior sister, even if you are the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, I will not let you go, Xiao Yang thought to himself. At the same time, he looked to the west and waited for the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden to appear. Boom! At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a sound coming from the west. They couldn't help but look over. It was a bright and dazzling golden light. A golden path spread out from afar and extended all the way to this place. Golden lotuses bloomed on it. Each of them was sparkling and translucent, as if the flowers of the great Tao were blooming. A man and a woman stood on it. They were both dressed in white, and their sleeves fluttered in the wind. They looked otherworldly and were very compatible, like a pair of immortal couples. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden took a step forward and descended from the golden path. She arrived at the square and was about to enter the ancient battlefield. Her face was fair and flawless. She was a head taller than the average woman and had a holy aura. She was like a goddess above the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the disciples. It was the first time they saw the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, and their eyes flashed with amazement. However, there were also people who were sizing up Gu Chang'e. They wanted to know who this mysterious young man was. Even the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, who had such a noble status, was accompanying him. The mountain lords also did not dare to be negligent. In the past few days, although there were disciples who went to the third mountain in an attempt to see his face, they all failed and were refused entry. The young man's bodyguard was a quasi-emperor expert wearing a black metal armor. His strength was extremely terrifying, and no one dared to get close to him. Behind Gu Chang'e, the 3 mountain lords, Gu Wudi, and the others also appeared to watch the battle. This is that mysterious young man. Where did he come from? Why does he give me such a dangerous feeling? One of the mountain lords stared at Gu Chang'e in shock. The other mountain lords also had different expressions as they pondered in their hearts. They had lived for countless years and had seen the changes of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. What kind of forces had they not seen before? However, this was the first time they saw such a mysterious young man. If not for the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden accompanying him, they would have suspected that Gu Chang'e came from the upper domain. Master, what do you think senior sister's chances of winning are? Xiao Yang came to the second mountain lord's side and frowned. He glanced at Gu Chang'e and then at the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden. He could not help but ask. He did not know Gu Chang'e and did not want to know him. However, the other party's deep and terrifying aura and his condescending expression made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the second mountain lord stopped sizing up Gu Chang'e and shook his head. No chance of winning, but she should be able to save her life. It was not that he did not think highly of Chen Suyun, but the gap between the two was too big. His main attention was still on Gu Chang'e. This was a young man that even he could not see through. Regardless of whether it was his aura or his strength, they all revealed an unfathomable mystery. No wonder the third mountain lord is so cautious and does not dare to be careless. The second mountain lord looked deeply at Gu Chang'e again. Even you don't think highly of senior sister, master? Xiao Yang frowned even more. There was indeed a huge gap between the quasi-emperor realm and those who had achieved the Tao. Now it seemed that he could only hope that senior sister would not be injured. Senior sister, I haven't seen you for so many years. It seems that you are doing well. On the square, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden looked at Chen Suyun with a faint smile on her face. She was as pure as a Buddhist lotus, graceful and beautiful. Chen Suyun had a complicated expression on her face. I did not expect you to become like this. As she spoke, she could not help but look at Gu Chang'e, who was not far away, and sighed. Oh, what do you think of me? The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was still smiling, as if she was reminiscing with her. In the past, you wouldn't have sought help from others, especially a man, for the sake of revenge. You were a proud and confident person. In Chen Suyun's opinion, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden did not hesitate to give herself to others for revenge. Moreover, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden's temperament and personality were poles apart from the junior sister that she knew. If not for the fact that her face had not changed, she would not believe that this was the junior sister of the past. Senior sister, it seems that you still do not know me well enough. Besides, Chang'e is very good to me. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden had a faint smile on her face. She was not angry and was very sacred and aloof. Is that so? In that case, it is time for us to settle the grudge between us. Chen Suyun's face darkened slightly. Her figure flashed and she entered the ancient battlefield in front of her, ready to fight to the death. The Sky Deer Mystic Maiden was not in a hurry. Instead, she looked back at Gu Chang'e. Blinking her eyes, she said, "My husband, I will do as you ask." Seeing this, many lords were shocked. They could not help but look toward Gu Chang'e. They felt this matter had become tricky. However, Gu Chang'e did not change his expression. Standing on the golden path, he did not land on the ground. Instead, he was looking down coldly and calmly. He is the son of luck with a purple luck. He murmured to himself. Then he looked away from Xiaoyang. This was the first time he had seen Xiaoyang. He was not disappointed. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple karmas had 7 colors. Cyan karmas were rare. Even Jiang Chen, the reincarnation of the celestial boat's weapon spirit, only had blue karmas. However, Xiaoyang's karmas were purple. Although it was very thin, it was still purple. Then the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden flashed and entered the ancient battlefield in front of her, too. It was full of gray fog and chaotic fog. It was like the beginning of the world. It was boundless. Many big stars were floating in the sky. Dreadful energies were intertwined. Some weapon remains could even be seen. The divine power in the air was strong enough to hurt supreme venerables. This ancient battlefield had existed for an unknown period of time. It was big enough for people who had achieved the doctrine to fight. It was like an ancient universe had been refined. The two showed their strongest techniques as soon as they entered the battlefield. Chen Suyun showed her strength as a Cloud 6 Perspective Emperor. At the same time, she threw out her weapon. It was a small purple tower with a round top. It was shining as brightly as stars. It enlarged quickly. It was like a small mountain floating in the air. The Perspective Emperor's light seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. Many stars were shaking, as if they would collapse at any time. However, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden did not show much emotion. She only waved her sleeve. A divine light was thrown over. It turned into a sword energy and struck toward Chen Suyun. Chi. In the next moment, the small purple tower in front of Chen Suyun burst into a dazzling light. It tried to resist, but it was almost shattered by the sword energy. She coughed up blood and was sent flying. She was severely injured. In just a single exchange of blows, he was defeated and his life was in danger. Senior sister, you are still as weak as before. You really disappoint me. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden still looked indifferent. She waved her sleeve again and terrifying divine light turned into sword chi, slashing Chen Suyun. Chen Suyun kept coughing up blood. Her body collapsed and thick blood mist spread out. This scene made Xiaoyang's eyes turn red. He clenched his fists and stood up. He could not help but shout, "Stop!" However, the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden turned a deaf ear to his words. She did not intend to kill Chen Suyun so easily. Her divine power was not fatal, but each time, Chen Suyun coughed up blood. Her injuries worsened. She could barely stand up. Chapter 470. The ancient battlefield was shrouded in grey fog. Terrifying auras intertwined, making one's heart palpitate. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden was dressed in white and her hair was as smooth as silk. However, she showed no mercy in her attacks and was very decisive. Puff, puff, sword chi slashed down with just the right amount of power. It was not life-threatening, but it was enough to make Chen Suyin groan and cough up blood. All her attacks collapsed and even the quasi-emperor that had accompanied her for her entire life almost cracked. The gap between the two was very big. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning to the end. Outside the square, all the disciples of the Nine Mountains were shocked at this scene, then angry. They did not expect their eldest senior sister to be defeated so quickly, and they did not expect the Empyrean deer mystic maiden to be so holy. However, she showed no mercy in her attacks and was very ruthless. If it were anyone else who entered, they would have exploded. No one could stop the Empyrean deer mystic maiden unless the real Mountain Lord intervened. The Mountain Lords frowned but did not say anything. Instead, they looked at Gu Changa on the other side. They could not guess Gu Changa's identity and did not dare to offend him. Therefore, although Chen Suyun was a disciple of the Nine Mountains, this was a personal grudge and they could not intervene. Stop! Empyrean deer mystic maiden, you are the guardian of Empyrean deer city, but you are so ruthless. You don't care about your relationship with your fellow disciples. Even if eldest senior sister did wrong you in the past, so many years have passed. She has already lost and is severely injured. There is no threshold in this world that cannot be crossed. As the Empyrean deer mystic maiden and a fellow disciple, shouldn't you be more magnanimous? At this moment, they saw that Chen Suyun was severely injured. Xiao Yang's eyes were a little red. He finally stood up and asked the Empyrean deer mystic maiden who was attacking. He knew that Chen Suyun had let the Empyrean deer mystic maiden down and could not stand up for what happened back then. However, that was his eldest senior sister. How could he watch her be tortured? First senior sister is no match for the Empyrean deer mystic maiden. That Empyrean deer mystic maiden has gone too far. She's using her cultivation to bully and torture first senior sister. That's right. Coming to the territory of the Nine Mountains and bullying others like this is simply not putting the Nine Mountains in their eyes. I wonder what the Mountain Lords are thinking. How could you allow the Heaven Deer mystic maiden to bully the people of the Nine Mountains? When the disciples heard Xiao Yang's words, they were filled with righteous indignation. Eldest senior sister Chen Suyun had a lot of prestige among the disciples. Many disciples were very afraid of her. Now that they saw her in such a miserable state, they naturally couldn't bear it. On the Golden Avenue, Gu Changa watched the show with great interest. He did not intend to interfere. With the strength of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, it would not be a problem for her to resolve the enmity of the past. However, Xiao Yang's attitude caused him to narrow his eyes. This was really the character of the Son of Destiny. He was self-centered and felt that everything he did was right. To put it nicely, it was called being ignorant of the current situation. To put it bluntly, it was commonly known as a double-standard dog. However, such a character was the best to harvest and make use of. How foolish! Gu Wudi, who was dressed in golden armor, could not help but look at the crowd with a cold smile. Then, when he looked at the cold and calm Gu Changa, fear grew in his heart. He knew that Gu Changa's purpose of coming here was not to avenge the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, but to destroy the Nine Mountains. These fools were all so self-righteous. They did not know that this matter would not be peaceful for more than a few days. You're advising me to be magnanimous. At this moment, she seemed to have heard Xiao Yang's words. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden stopped and looked at him with a slight smile on her flawless face. It seems that you know what she did back then. For some reason, Xiao Yang did not like the smile on her face. It seemed to hide a deep mockery. However, he still frowned and said in a deep voice, "So what if you know?" Aren't you alive and well now? Don't tell me you really want to kill your former senior sister. In his opinion, what happened back then was already in the past. Senior sister Chen Suyun had wronged the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. However, she was still her senior sister. Moreover, she already regretted what she did back then. Why not give her a chance to repent and make amends and turn over a new leaf? Is that so? If I kill her, what will you do? The Empyrean dear mystic maiden asked with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. Xiao Yang's expression turned cold. He was about to speak. However, Chen Suyun, who was covered in blood, swallowed a few pills. Her body shone brightly as she began to recover. She waved her hand and said, "Junior brother, don't worry about me. This is between me and her. She does not intend to forgive me. This is what I deserve. If I forgive you, then who will avenge Master?" The Empyrean dear mystic maiden still had a faint smile on her face. It was hard to guess her true emotions. Chen Suyun looked a little guilty as she said, "Back then, I didn't want to cause Master to become like this, but Master has already passed away. I promised her that I would protect the Empyrean dear mystic maiden and give up on my hatred for you. I did it. I let go of my hatred, but I cannot let go of Master's hatred." The Empyrean dear mystic maiden shook her head. Her expression did not change. So Master still has such a promise? Chen Suyun seemed to be stunned when she heard this. Then, the bitter smile on her face grew even stronger. She said, "I've let Master down, and I've also let you down. Just do it. If the enmity between us can be settled like this, it will be a relief for both of us. I can understand if you do not forgive me. I was jealous of your talent and Master's love for you. Is there any use saying all this now?" The Empyrean dear mystic maiden still shook her head. A trace of mockery flashed across her eyes. She knew her senior sister very well. Now, she was just trying to soften her attitude. She was very smart. If she really regretted it and wanted to make up for it, why did she not leave the 9 mountains and kowtow in front of Master's tomb all these years? Whoosh, whoosh, in the next moment, the sword chi filled the sky again. With a sharp intent, it fell from the sky and slashed Chen Suyun. It made her feel the pain of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. However, she could not understand how the Empyrean dear mystic maiden felt back then. Chen Suyun groaned continuously. She wanted to grit her teeth and bear the pain. But in the end, she could not bear it anymore and took out her quasi-emperor weapon. However, in the face of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's sword chi, her pseudo-monarch weapon did not last long before it let out a cry of agony and exploded into pieces that filled the air. When the disciples around the square saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They were both angry and worried. From the conversation just now, they could vaguely guess who was in the wrong back then. However, as Xiao Yang had said, so many years had passed. Why couldn't they give first senior sister a chance to repent and make up for it? However, the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's actions made it difficult for them to link her to the legendary guardian of the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. Moreover, now that the quasi-emperor weapon had shattered, how much longer could Chen Suyun resist? They instinctively looked at the mountain masters, hoping that they would stand up and stop this. However, other than the second mountain master, who was frowning, the others were very calm and did not have any attitude. Could it be that the mountain masters are afraid of that young man? Is that why they are not willing to interfere? Their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that things were not going well. Could it be that first senior sister was going to die today? It seems that you are determined to kill me. Chen Suyun coughed up blood. Her body was almost full of wounds. She laughed bitterly and finally took out a palm-sized golden bell. Accompanied by surging golden light, this golden bell enlarged in the air. The aura of the great path flowed on it, and Emperor Dao precepts intertwined. It was obvious that this was an emperor weapon. Xiao Yang had asked the second mountain master to give it to her because he was worried that she would die in this battle. He gave it to her to save her life. After taking out this emperor weapon, she finally blocked the Empyrean deer mystic maiden's sword chi. However, it was still uncomfortable. Her body felt like it was going to explode. Your master's spirit in heaven doesn't want to see you fight against each other. Why can't you understand your master's intentions, Empyrean dear mystic maiden? Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask again. His expression was ugly, and he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to go up and help Chen Suyun. However, his words really angered the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. She didn't intend to be serious, but coldness appeared in her eyes. Vast emperor aura raged. A wisp of it was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. It swept out from the ancient battlefield. The formation patterns in the surroundings couldn't resist and rushed toward Xiao Yang. The nearby palaces trembled and swayed as if they were going to collapse under this aura. All the disciples were horrified. Their faces were pale, and their souls were trembling. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. This was the anger of a person who had achieved the Tao. If it weren't for this special place, it would have swept to the outer realm and spread thousands of miles. Xiao Yang didn't expect the Empyrean dear mystic maiden to be so ruthless in front of so many mountain masters. His expression became uglier. However, he wasn't worried, because his master, the second mountain master, was behind him. In the next moment, a gentle wind with a gentle aura of extreme yin and extreme yang suppressed the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's emperor aura. Xiao Yang, don't interfere in this matter. The second mountain master waved his sleeve, and the void blurred. He appeared outside the ancient warship, blocking the fluctuations of the battle. She begged for fresh flowers. Master, but eldest senior sister is really going to be killed by the Empyrean dear mystic maiden. Xiao Yang frowned. He was very unwilling to see eldest senior sister's miserable state with his own eyes. What? Is the second mountain master going to interfere in this matter? The moment the second mountain master made his move, a faint voice suddenly sounded. A golden path extended out and landed in front of the second mountain master. Gu Chang'e looked calm and composed as she walked down from it. It was the first time that all the disciples of the 9 mountains saw him speak. At this moment, almost all of them held their breaths and felt the atmosphere become heavy. This young man, who looked like a banished immortal, had a terrifying aura that was as vast as the sea. No one dared to look directly at him. Even the mountain masters were slightly inferior in front of him. Everyone, including the 3 mountain masters, saw this scene and their eyes flashed. They all looked over with different expressions. In fact, they also wanted to know what tricks Gu Chang'e had up his sleeve. What do you mean by that, young master? I'm just advising my disciples not to interfere. The second mountain master shook his head. He didn't want to fight with Gu Chang'e and chose to retreat. However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of letting it go. A terrifying divine light appeared in his eyes and fell on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression changed, and he was a little frightened. He couldn't help but take a step back. This boy has interfered time and time again, but you didn't stop him. Now that he's in danger, you can't help but make a move. Such temperaments are really from the same lineage. His words didn't fluctuate much, and they were cold and emotionless. The second mountain master's expression changed slightly, and then he shook his head and said, Xiao Yang is just advising the Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden to let go of her hatred. With his strength, why would he interfere with her? Is that so? Gu Chang'e looked at Xiao Yang and saw him looking at her unyieldingly. He suddenly smiled, but he was still very cold. If that's the case, then what if I ask her to let go of her hatred? In the ancient battlefield, when Gu Chang'e appeared, the Empyrean dear Empyrean maiden stopped and didn't continue to torture Chen Suyun. She was waiting for Gu Chang'e's orders. Today's matter could be said to have been within Gu Chang'e's plan from beginning to end. She wasn't surprised by this at all. "I'll listen to you, young master." Hearing this, she smiled and walked out with Chen Suyun, who was covered in blood. Her white clothes were not stained with a speck of dust. She was as beautiful as a flawless divine lotus. There were no traces of fighting at all. Chen Suyun's injuries were very serious. Even though she had taken out an emperor weapon, she still didn't feel good, and her body almost exploded. However, as a quasi-emperor, her chi and blood were astonishing. When she left the ancient battlefield, her injuries were already healing, and there was a rumbling sound in her body. That was her chi and blood surging. She couldn't help but smile and let out a sigh of relief, thinking that today's matter was over. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and for a moment, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Could it be that it's over? The other mountain lords also frowned. They couldn't figure out what Gu Chang'e was up to. They felt that this matter might not be so simple. "Young master, you're so magnanimous. This old man admires you greatly." The second mountain master's expression was stunned, and he couldn't help but say. He also didn't expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly say this, and directly asked the heavenly deer mystic fairy to let go of her hatred and choose to stop. The heavenly deer mystic fairy was also very obedient and directly let go of her hatred, which was really unexpected and even surprising. Eldest senior sister, Xiaoyang obviously didn't expect this either. At first, he was stunned and subconsciously thought that Gu Chang'e was giving face to his master. He was pleasantly surprised and was about to go forward to support Chen Suyun, who was covered in blood. "Thank you for forgiving me, junior sister." At this moment, Chen Suyun's face surged with a smile, as if she was relieved of her burden. However, in the next moment, her smile suddenly froze on her face, and there were still traces of shock, confusion, horror, and disbelief in her eyes. Poof! A long golden spear condensed and appeared in the void, and like a flash of lightning, it suddenly pierced between her eyebrows. Accompanied by white bone fragments and a mist of blood, she exploded in the air. She didn't even have time to scream before she was annihilated by the spear, and her body and soul were instantly destroyed. "Now, it's your turn to be magnanimous. What do you think?" Gu Chang'e looked at the stunned Xiaoyang, who seemed to have lost his mind, and his expression was very cold as he spoke casually. The spear's speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of time and space. Even the second mountain master could only see it with his own eyes and couldn't catch a trace of it, so he couldn't stop it at all. For a time, the surroundings fell deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene with astonishment, and they didn't dare believe their eyes at all. Gu Chang'e killed eldest senior sister just like that. Ordinary. Chapter 471. White bone fragments mixed with a bloody mist filled the void. There was still a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear, telling of the terrifying thunderous strike just now. Puff! A sixth heaven quasi-emperor expert was instantly pierced between his eyebrows by a golden spear and exploded on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. Everyone was unable to react as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Chen Suyun did not have time to resist until the last moment. Her eyes were still filled with shock, confusion, fear, and disbelief. She could not believe that she would die here, and not at the hands of the heavenly deer mystic fairy. In her opinion, today's matter was already over. The heavenly deer mystic fairy had promised to let go of her hatred, so why did she still die? The other mountain lords also looked at this scene in shock. Many people even stood up involuntarily, their faces as dark as water. Their eyes shone with a terrifying golden light, and there was a soul-stirring pressure. "You killed a disciple of the 9 mountains." A mountain lord who was on good terms with eldest senior sister Chen Suyun spoke in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Gu Chang'e, and there was anger and coldness in them. Although the other mountain lords did not speak, their eyes were also flickering with different emotions. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some were confused. Yu, the second mountain lord, who realized what had happened, looked at Gu Changa with an extremely ugly expression. He was somewhat livid, and he was desperately suppressing his anger. His disciple was killed by Gu Changa so powerfully in front of everyone, and as a master, he could not stop it in time. In his opinion, this was a slap to his master's face. What about me? At this time, shouldn't you be persuading your disciple to let go of her hatred? Although I killed his eldest senior sister, there is no threshold in this world that cannot be crossed. I feel guilty and want to make it up to him. I wonder if he can be magnanimous for once. Give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Gu Changa's expression did not change much when he heard this, and he said casually. However, everyone could feel the mockery in his words. Hearing this, the second mountain lord's expression froze, and he suddenly could not find the words to refute. The mountain masters were silent for a while. Their eyes flickered as they too did not know how to refute. Many disciples of the 9 mountains turned pale as anger and helplessness rose in their hearts. Wasn't this Xiao Yang's original words? That was how Xiao Yang persuaded the heavenly deer mystic maiden to let go of her hatred. But if such a thing were to happen to him, would he be able to do as he was advised and let go of his hatred? After all, what happened to him and what happened to others were two very different things. Husband, why do you have to do it yourself? Don't let the blood of such people stain your hands. The eyes of the Empyrean deer mystic maiden gently blinked. They were sparkling and translucent like flawless jade stones. It's nothing. I just wanted to know if this disciple of the second mountain master could be magnanimous for once. When Gu Changa heard this, he seemed to smile, a faint mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. My husband is so nice. The heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled. She was tall and slender, elegant and pure. This smile had an extremely bewitching flavor, to the extent that many male disciples were stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. At this moment, Xiao Yang, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally reacted. He looked at the blood mist and the white bone fragments in front of him. Terrifying anger and hatred surged in his eyes as he stared at Gu Changa. His whole body was trembling. He clenched his fists and his eyes were scarlet. You killed eldest senior sister. He said almost word by word. His words were filled with monstrous anger and coldness, as if he couldn't wait to cut Gu Changa into pieces. So what if I killed her? What? If it were you, couldn't you be magnanimous for once? If you want to avenge your senior sister, you can try. Gu Changa's eyes fell on him. His expression was still understated, as if he had just crushed an ant. This contemptuous and casual attitude caused Xiao Yang's anger to surge, making it difficult for him to suppress it. Buzz! Faint green lines appeared under his skin. There was a mysterious aura. At this moment, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. His eyes were red, like a ferocious beast that was about to charge at any time. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. His voice was cold, as if he couldn't live under the same sky with this hatred. Eldest senior sister had been with him for more than 20 years. They were very close like sisters and mothers. How could he watch eldest senior sister be killed without doing anything? Magnanimity and forgiveness were all bullshit at this moment. Xiao Yang, don't be rash. However, the second mountain master frowned and sighed. He pulled Xiao Yang back. If Xiao Yang and Gu Changa had a conflict, he couldn't sit by and do nothing. The difference in strength between Xiao Yang and Gu Changa was too big. Xiao Yang couldn't be a match for him. Then, the 9 mountains would be involved. During this period, he had been carefully avoiding everything, afraid that the signs in his deduction would happen. Since Gu Changa was able to kill Chen Suyun in front of all the mountain masters and disciples without any fear, she must have a lot of confidence and foundation, and was not afraid of the 9 mountains. Therefore, he didn't want to tolerate this, but he had to. In terms of reason, they couldn't stand on the side of reason. Master. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. He was extremely unwilling. However, if he fought with Gu Chang'e, he wouldn't be able to kill him even if he had 100 lives. Today's matter is between your eldest senior sister and the Empyrean dear mystic fairy. As outsiders, we have no right to interfere. The second mountain master sighed. He was also unwilling. After all, when Chen Suyun left Sky Deer City, he was the one who took her in. After so many years of being together, how could he not have feelings for her? Then, he rolled up his sleeves. The golden ancient bell in the ancient battlefield turned into a ray of light and flew back into his sleeve. Then, he turned into a divine rainbow and left with Xiao Yang. He didn't want to stay any longer. Seeing that the second mountain master had chosen to retreat and leave, all the disciples who were filled with righteous indignation were stunned. They didn't expect the second mountain master to be so tolerant after seeing his own disciple killed by an outsider. He didn't do anything and just left with Xiao Yang. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. They were extremely angry and sullen. However, under Ada's cold gaze, they couldn't help but shiver. They didn't dare to say anything. The terrifying black shadow that looked like an iron tower gave people a great sense of fear. The pressure was so great that it could make people's skin crack. This made them feel sullen. They were clearly in their own territory, but they didn't dare to say anything. After the second mountain master left, the other mountain masters looked deeply at Gu Chang'e. Then, they disappeared. They couldn't guess his purpose in coming here. Hearing the system's notification, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. It seemed that killing Chen Suyun was a big blow to the Son of Destiny. Once the Son of Destiny was full, his luck points would slowly decrease. However, when dealing with a Son of Providence with such a character, there was nothing more effective than letting him experience the pain himself. As the saying goes, if you don't know the pain of others, don't persuade them to be magnanimous. Now that he understood the pain of others, he didn't know if he could really be magnanimous this time. Congratulations on avenging the Empyrean dear mystic fairy. The third mountain master's eyes flashed. At this moment, he walked over from behind. He cupped his hands and smiled at the Empyrean dear mystic fairy and Gu Chang'e. He obviously didn't care much about Chen Suyun's death. When Chen Suyun fled to the 9 mountains and knelt in front of the mountain gate, he was the first to refuse. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade the second mountain master and accepted her. Now that he saw Gu Chang'e's cultivation with his own eyes, he was shocked. At least that casual attack just now could be blocked by someone who was at least at the Dao attainment realm. A Dao attainment realm cultivator at such a young age really made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but wonder if Gu Chang'e came from the legendary celestial realm. However, even in the legendary celestial realm, there probably wasn't a Dao attainment realm cultivator at such a young age. This was simply unbelievable. Even the ancient books didn't dare to record this. Therefore, the third mountain master wanted to befriend him and didn't dare to underestimate him. You're too polite, fellow Taoist. It's all thanks to my husband that I got my revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would be able to avenge my master. The Empyrean dear mystic fairy shook her head and smiled. At the same time, she naturally held on to Gu Chang'e's arm as if they were very loving and didn't want to let go for a moment. Young master, your strength is so terrifying at such a young age. This old man admires you. Compared to you, this old man has lived for so many years in vain. The third mountain master's attitude towards Gu Chang'e was also very respectful. There was no lack of politeness and goodwill in his words. Even though he was a veteran Dao attainment realm cultivator who had attained Dao longer than the heaven deer mystic maiden, he still felt that Gu Chang'e was unfathomable. Wudi, pass down the order. The third mountain will hold a banquet today to celebrate fellow Daoist mystic maiden's revenge. Then, the third mountain master ordered Gu Wudi, who was behind him. As for whether this would offend the second mountain and infuriate the second mountain master, he didn't care at all. After all, the two of them had already shed all pretense of cordiality a long time ago. Most of the time, they didn't care about each other at all. For example, the matter of the 9 mountains celestial seal. If he hadn't insisted on the competition, the second mountain master would have ignored the third mountain and passed the 9 mountain celestial seal to Xiaoyang. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Gu Wudi looked up at Gu Chang'e, then quickly left. From the third mountain master's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't know Gu Chang'e's identity. This made him feel complicated. He only hoped that when Gu Chang'e destroyed the 9 mountains, the third mountain master would be smart and not try to resist. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, what happened today spread throughout the 9 mountains. Even the disciples who were in seclusion and didn't go to watch the battle were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that eldest senior sister Chen Suyun would be killed in such a way. This made them sigh and angry. However, the other mountain masters didn't say anything. What could the disciples do? If they went up to provoke Gu Chang'e, judging from how ruthless he was, he probably wouldn't let them live. In the third mountain master's palace, celestial mist rose in spirals. It was a dazzling sight, like a fairyland. Rich spiritual qi filled the air, and runes flickered and intertwined on the walls and jade pillars. At the banquet, the guests and the host were enjoying themselves. Many beautiful female disciples danced in their long sleeves. Their appearances were moving, and their figures were graceful. It was a feast for the eyes. The third mountain master specially ordered the disciples to prepare the many saint fruits and spirit birds they had collected over the years and cook them into food. Multicolored light shone brightly, and multicolored qi filled the air. There was a shocking divine light on the meat, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Some of the food even had illusions floating on the surface. A terrifying aura seemed to be evolving from the void, causing the faces of many disciples to turn pale. These were ancient ferocious beasts that lived in the sea of stars behind the third mountain. They had lived for millions of years, and their strength was monstrous. Now, they were being killed for food. If an ordinary cultivator were to approach this meat, they would probably explode. This old man proposes a toast to young Master Chang'e. If we leave the 9 mountains in the future, I hope that young Master Chang'e will take care of us. The third mountain master was dressed in black. He sat to the side, leaving the main seat for Gu Chang'e. At this moment, he smiled and raised the bronze wine cup in his hand to propose a toast to Gu Chang'e. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.